It is a bright day at the Gahanga main oval. Good morning and welcome to match day 1 of the 12th edition of the Kwibuka Women's T20 International Tournament. It is a clash between the hosts, Rwanda, who will be taking on the Zimbabwe high performance team. Here I have the two captains, Maridiano Imenyimana, the captain for Rwanda, Adel Zimunu, the captain for the Zimbabwe high performance team, and the third of the day, Adepeju from Nigeria, and we've come here for the toss. Heads is the call, and heads is on top. You've won the toss, Adele. What will you be doing first and why?
I'm looking to ball first. Why? Because this is a fresh pitch, and any conditions can happen on the pitch.
In terms of limiting runs, what score are you looking at to limit the Rwandan team to?
Actually, this is a T20 and everyone is looking to hit the ball, so I'm looking to defend maybe 120.
All the best, Adele, and go well.
Thank you.
Diane, if the toss had fallen into your hands, what will you have done first and why?
We were going to put a runs on, and it went our way, so we got what we wanted.
Which shot are you looking at going into the match?
Anything above 130 plus, that would be a good score to defend.
And for the fans who will be watching this game, what should they be looking forward in terms of the tournament?
Just going to make sure that we give them a good game and we apply ourselves.
Diane, all the best and enjoy the match.
Thank you.
And that's the news coming from the center. Zimbabwe HPC has won the toss and opted to ball first. Of the 12th edition of the Kwibuka Women's T20 International Tournament. 5 teams in this tournament, the hosts Rwanda, Zimbabwe HPC, Nigeria, Malawi, and Brazil coming all the way here in Kigali to make sure that they do take part in this prestigious tournament. An exciting match right on the cards, and it is the hosts Rwanda who will be squaring off against the high performance team from Zimbabwe. This game does not carry ranking points because this is not the Zimbabwe women team, it is just the high performance team. The two umpires are already in the middle, Remy Singzua, who will be standing alongside Veronica Ireho. Zimbabwe HPC has won the toss and opted to bowl first. And we're just moments away from the ball off of this match. Well, my name is Evan Sipian Sajabi here in the comms, and I'm not alone. I have a player who has captained the side within the Rwandan League, the now non-existent IPRC, but he's also played and earned his caps on the senior men's team of Rwanda, Emile Richiriza. Good morning, Emile, and welcome to the comms.
Good morning, Ivan, and thank you so much. It's a beautiful morning here at Gahanga International Cricket Stadium. We'll be witnessing a beautiful game here between Rwanda, the hosts, and Zimbabwe HPC. Will be a very exciting game. A quick reminder about the last game they played here in the 2025 Kwibuka. Rwanda won, chasing 99. I don't know if the captain chose to bowl first, thinking about that, even though she said the outfield looked a little bit slow and wet, some moistures on top of the grass. But again, the captain Diane said it was on their way. It's in their favor. They wanted to bat first, so it will be even better for them to be batting.
Zimbabwe looking to limit them to a total below 120. A very, very loud pitch there for the Zimbabwe HPC team. Both teams looking to make a mark. And here we are for the first ball of this innings and of the game. Tries to go hard, but doesn't make any timing. And it is a dot ball to start off the match. The two opening batters for the Rwandan side are Fanny Utagushimaninde and Giselle Ishimwe. Good start there from the Zimbabwe HPC team, starting off with a dot ball, just bowling it outside off stump. And it is a dot ball already. That one wides down the leg. And Freebie is already going the way of the Rwandan side. The first runs on board have been wides, and 5 of them.
The keeper coming up on the stumps to keep the medium pacer, and that costed them 5 runs of extras. Very favorable for Rwanda, starting off with a free 5 runs. Fanny Utagushimaninde on strike, and at the non-strikers end is Giselle Ishimwe, who usually opens the bat. And a quick reminder about this youngster Fanny Utagushimaninde. At the very first game of her career, at the debut, she scored a century, 111. Big appeal there, but the umpire Remy signals a wide, and the keeper is back in 7-8 feet. Steps. The bowler struggles with extras, couldn't get her lines right. And this is just warming up Fanny Utagushimaninde. You can see the field set and the field change, having a square mid-wicket and bringing off the sleep fielder there. First ball on the bat, and it is a dot ball.
You're not sure what the plan is for the opening bowler for the Zimbabwe HPC team. The captain has off Adele Zimunu, bowling a few down the leg. But when she goes pace off, she manages to pick up a dot ball, and that's the much better lane there for her. The wicketkeeper realizing that she had made a mistake coming up Vimbai Mary Montongwindu, and now she's moved a few feet backwards. Again, down the leg, and it is wides. She's trying to make sure that she keeps the wickets into play, but the only issue is that the balls are going down the leg. So for the balls that are swinging backwards, you would feel that if Adele Zimon can bowl it outside off stump, maybe she keeps the wickets into play and in check. Now weights are already many, 7 of them onto the total there for the Rwandan side.
This is not just for hers, it's a common problem for the bowlers, mainly when you're swinging the ball and you think that you can't change something, but I'm telling you, it happens a lot. And for her, maybe if she can change the way she is gripping the ball and having the ball across the seam, that maybe she will not be swinging that much. Slapped down the ground, straight to the fielder at mid-off, and it is another dot ball. Fanny Utagushimaninde yet to get off the strike.
Yeah, but that's a confident shot they are coming in from Fanny Utagushimaninde. You feel that the ball got off the middle of the bat. So as a batter, you feel a little confident. But it is indeed a very, very good start there for the Rwanda women. Runs have come on board early, and they'll be hoping that they can keep milking the runs. Adele Zimunu, first time for her to play in this Kwibuka tournament. She missed out the 2025 edition. That one is hit up in the air, straight to the fielder, and the catch is taken. The first wicket there goes. A pace-off delivery there for Fanny Utagushimaninde. And Michelle Mavunga, who doesn't put down many, gets hold onto the opportunity. The first wicket for Rwanda falls in the first over, and 7 for 1 is what the board reads.
Didn't get enough connection on that one. Looked like she was trying to play it over the bowler's head. Ended up playing at mid-off, and the fielder there couldn't just drop that one. And Fanny Utagushimaninde is off, had to depart on a duck. And Clarisse is in at number 3, who has been really playing good at local games here. And if I can remember well, in Nigeria, she also played well with Melve Uwase, as Rwanda has got that long lineup batting order, having Ishimwe, Melve, Captain Diane, having Alisi Kuzwe, Belize Mrekatete, who can also bat. And to remind you, Ishimwe Henriette was the player of the match against Zimbabwe HPC, the last game they played here in Rwanda, and she took 4 wickets, scored 14 and took 4 wickets. Clarisse Mtoni was on strike.
You know, the left-hander in Clarissa Umutoniwase will be seeing so many changes being made in the field. I know it's the change that they have made is that third man and fade leg have gone down because the ball is swinging. It means it will be an outside swing for the lefty. So you need a third man in place. Ropes. When you see the previous deliveries that she bowled, where she has used to, that Adele Zimon has used to pick up the dot balls, there have been pace-off deliveries. Even that beat Fanny Tagushimani was pace-off. So Fanny a little rushed into the shot to just pick up the fielder, Michelle Mavunga. But that's much better there. For the new batter, Clarissa Mtoniwase, Adele Zimon goes for Ropes. And now one more delivery is remaining in this over. Despite 7 runs being given away in the first over, but Zimbabwe will smell a bit and say, yes, we've picked up the first wicket. And it's the dangerous Fanny who went back. Another dot ball to end the over. And at the end of the first over, 7-1 is the score. Kudzai Kelly Chiagora will be coming into ball the second over. No runs off the bat for the Rwandan side. And now for the first time in the match, Ishimwe Giselle will be facing. Oh, beautifully driven, but it picks up the field. Giselle Ishimwe, formerly the captain for the under-19 team of Rwanda. But one of those players who have hand their stripes. A very, very brilliant all-rounder. She's not one that you can bog down. She made sure that her and the girls play for Rwanda in the first ever World Cup, which was played down in South Africa. But good bowling there from Kudzai, just keeping everything outside off stump and forcing Giselle to play with the covers fielders over her head. But he picks up another fielder. It is another dot ball in the over.
Giselle Ishimwe, who looks very composed, not at any under pressure. And Kudzai Kelly having slipped in, first slip, third man and deep square at backward. Big appear there, but the ball pitched up on the thighs. That was really missing the stumps. And the Veronique Iriho will just move away, for it wasn't a wicket. Look at that, down the leg, and it is a little bit up. Very good decision from the umpire. Having deep square at backward, no shot fine. Slips backward point. A gully. Shot mid wicket. Very straight long on. I mean mid on and mid off.
Yeah, when you look at the bowling display there from Kuzaichi Agora, her first two balls were away from Giselle Ishimwe, but now she's made sure that she keeps the wickets in check. She's bowled the third ball to the pads, and now she's picked up another dot ball. She's swinging the ball both ways and making sure that some go away from Giselle and others get back. And now Giselle, after facing 4 deliveries, she's yet to get off the mark. She still has 0 of 4. So you start getting some bit of pressure as a batter because you now feel this is a T20 game where we need to be hitting the ball. So when you squeeze in more dot balls, it's more pressure. But now that one is down the leg, but there is a no ball call there from the umpire. Because she was going for raw pace, she might have overstepped in the due course. And it's extras that are leading in terms of runs scoring. She stepped front of the line, as you see there. The umpire just making a clear indication of where her spikes might have touched. But the no ball will stand at a free hit. A chance for Giselle Ishimo to free up her arms and maybe break the shackles and get some runs off the bat for the Rwandan side.
Very common sign for almost all of the pace bowlers. After being called for a no ball, you go and check. You put your feet there, your foot, and show the umpire. But she was really the one watching. Cut away powerfully, and it goes over the ropes for the first boundary from Giselle and for the Team Rwanda.
Yeah, well guided there by Giselle Ishimwe. It looked to get off the edge of the blade. Giselle Ishimwe trying to open up her blade, but she didn't hit it well. But that ball managing to beat up the fielder, running in from 30 man. And shackles are broken there by Giselle Ishimwe. A confidence shot. That boundary that gets off the mark will be something for her to look on as she continues trying to find the runs for Rwanda.
Driven towards the mid-on fielder, and Giselle decided to take a run off that one to close off the over. 13 for 1 after second over. And one of the things that really happens that much is when you face 4 dot balls, the 5th ball or the 6th, you try to do something which is almost looking like skating on a thin ice. Very risky, because most of the time you end up losing your wicket as it builds up a lot of pressure on you, even on the team, not scoring runs. And it is a T20 game here. You have to be looking for runs every single ball. Not only runs, in a modern cricket, it's boundaries. So when you're not getting boundaries, at least you should be getting off the mark, off the strike, looking for those singles and rotating the strike as you warm up the non-strikers batter.
And the bowling change right away there for the Zimbabwe HPC team. Michelle Mavunga will be coming into the attack there, replacing the captain, Adele Zimunu. Michelle Mavunga took a brilliant catch there to say off Fanny Utagushi and she's been rewarded with the ball ready to make a mark. Another simmer into the attack there. Seeing some raw pace still coming in from the Zimbabweans. Brilliant bowling there. And now you feel that you were making a very good point, Emile. If the boundaries are not coming, at least keep rotating strike, because when you keep rotating strike, you never know. It might be hard for Giselle Ishimo to take on Michelle Mavunga, but it might be easier for Clarisse Umtoniwase. So make sure that you're rotating the strike and making sure that you give your partner a chance to come and make sure that she also enjoys some bit of the strike. Another dot ball there, picking up the backward of point fielder, and good start there from Michelle Mavunga.
Michel Mavunga, who have not really played that much. 11 international matches, 10 wickets. Blocking that one, and it's another dot ball. If you look at the way bowlers are bowling, they're not going away from Giselle, specifically because she is very good at cutting and pulling. They're keeping it very straight in the stumps. If you look at the field set, slicing that one, racing away to the fielder, a third man, and it is another single taken by Giselle. Clarisse Mtoni was on strike, yet to get off the mark.
Strike. Clarissa Omutoni was one of those aggressive batters that Rwanda has. She really uses her advantage of being a left-hander to take on many bowlers. So if Michelle Mavunga tries to bowl one to the pads, it might not be good for her. Oh, she decides not to bowl that one. And now you see every time the bowlers are practicing, they're practicing bowling to right-handers. So every time there is a left-hander, they try to be more cautious, reduce the pace, sometimes reduce the runner, because now you're not bowling something you're too familiar with. So it's important to see how Mavunga works that one out, but keeps it outside off stump, and it is a dot ball.
Right and lefty handed batters combination in the middle there that will make Zimbabwe HPC changing the field every time they get a single. Thin edge there. And it is another single there. There was a field change. Having third man and deep extra covers out in the deep. It is the end of third over, 15 for 1. And the game is still on both sides. Nobody is taking the lead now. Going for 5 and over. Very good score for both sides. Zimbabwe HPC said they would like to restrict them under 120, and we see where it goes.
Yeah, but a very good start there from Michelle Mavunga. She's given away just one run in her first over. When you look at the first over, it was a little expensive coming in from the captain Adele Zimon, where she gave away 7. But now Michelle Mavunga has made sure that she comes and bowls a very good over. Every time you're bowling in good tandem and you're not giving away so many runs, you give some bit of support to your partner who might be leaking many. And now that over's pulled down the current run rate from 8 to around 5. But now Chiagora Kudzai, who gave away 6 in her first, will be returning to bowl her second over.
Loud in the middle there. Thought there was a run out chance there. Clarisse playing it very straight to mid off. And she fumbled that one a little bit. Could have been a chance of a run out.
Yeah, Rwanda taking so many risk runs at the moment. They have hit balls straight to the fielders and taken the runs. Somehow it looks like the plan is working out because you're taking the runs, but it is very, very risky because you might end up losing your wicket. So they need to be cautious with whatever they are doing. Giselle Ishimwe, Umuton Wasakelaris need to make sure that they are working well on their communication between the wickets.
Full toss. And it is a biggie. First maximum of the game from Giselle Ishimwe, having that gift of a full toss. You can see the signal by the umpire, Iriho Veronique. And she said, thank you very much. Had to look at that. Low full toss, going very under it and putting up over the ropes for the first maximum of the tournament and of the game.
It was a hit me ball coming in from Kudzai Chiagora, and Giselle Ishimwe obliges. I think that's good batting there from Giselle Ishimwe. After scoring a maximum, she now comes down her head and she's trying to make sure that she gets over rotating the strike. Ultimately, she picks up the fielder, but that's good thinking. She's playing with a calm head because she knows how important it is for Rwanda women to pick up the first victory in the first match of the tournament. The first win gives you momentum going into the tournament, so Rwanda will be looking forward to winning this one.
Onto the pads, loud appeal there, and the umpire said no, not really interested in that one. Was missing the leg stump. And Kudzai Chigora Kelly going very straight into the stumps, not giving any room to Giselle.
Chiagora Kudzai has made, because when you look at the full toss that she's bowled to Giselle, it was hit all the way. Sometimes bowlers like Kudzai, maybe she wanted to execute a yorker, but when you bowl a full toss and you're hit, you now change the plan and you now start making sure that you're getting some bit of swing from the surface. And now because Giselle Ishimo is attacking hard, playing half right of the square, she has now changed the field. Come up and she has dropped down long off.
Wide ball. Payson trying to go straight into the stumps and missing that one. The ball is swinging in a little.
It wasn't a good plan there from the fine leg field that shot fine. And again, you ball it down the leg. You're causing more troubles because if that one just gets onto the bat, it can easily roll all the way to the boundary.
Thick edge. And it is going for the boundary. And it is another boundary for Giselle and for Rwanda. Little bit outside off stump. Had to touch just to get a touch on that one. And it was a very pace on.
It turned out to be a very good over there for Rwanda. Boundary maximum, boundary 4, all coming into this over. And Giselle Ishima just making sure that she finishes it off very nicely. 27 for 1 Rwanda after 4 overs. It was a good plan there from the captain. After giving her 7 in the first over, she's taken herself out of the attack. And she's made sure that she gives an opportunity to Michelle Mavunga to come and continue making a mark. Mavunga gave away only 1 in her first over. And now she'll be returning and making sure that she keeps bowling the good areas.
Pulled very late. And there is protection there in the deep fine leg. Having deep third. And the bowler will change the plan. Same field for righty. And Michelle Mavunga, after bowling her first over for 1 run, the first ball of the second went for a single. Into the pads, loud appeal, and the umpire is not interested. Michelle Mavunga, who is really bowling straight into the stumps, not trying to give the room to Giselle, and she is bowling different to Mtoniwase Clarisse. If you look at the first ball she bowled, it was bounced a little. So they will be trying to bounce for Clarisse, but for Giselle, bowling straight into the stumps. Cut away, but there is protection. Giselle, who is very hungry for runs, will be looking for the double, but Clarice will say no, stay there. Looking at how Michelle Mavunga is bowling, now she is trying to change and see if she can disturb Giselle, because they know how important that wicket is for them to win this match.
Don't need to give Giselle harms because she's been so good with the cut shot. She has scored 2 boundary fours playing that cut shot. So you need to make sure that you force her to play straight. She's gone pace off there for Kilalisa Umutoniwase. And she's picked up a dot ball. That's much better there from Michelle Mavunga. But the previous over being a little expensive for the Zimbabweans, it has now picked up the current run rate to 6.21 with the projected score reading 124. And it is already a good passage of play for Rwanda. Despite losing a first wicket in the first over, the second wicket partnership is worth 29 runs.
Swing and miss. Very good line and length. Trying to go a little bit outside of, as she is having deep extra covers in third man. Backward point. We'll be looking forward to let Clarice Umtoniwase playing on the offside, as they know it is very natural for left-handers to clear the boundaries, to get those boundaries off the leg side. Pace off again, length ball, and it is the over. Very good over again from her, conceding only 2 runs. 3 runs in two overs, and the score is 29 for 1 after 5 overs. A projected score is 116.
Yeah, some of the fans who have come out to watch this game, and that's Emmanuel Biringiro, the general manager for Rwanda Cricket Association, also the tournament director for this edition, sitting alongside the head coach for the men's team, Lawrence Mahatlane, right in your frame at the bankers here in Gahanga. A few of the volunteers and some players who played for the women's team and the under-19 coming out in full force to make sure that they do support the women's team of Rwanda. Playing at home, you get that advantage of the 12th player coming around to play in your favor. But Zimbabwe HPC will take another bowling change. And it is the captain who returns, Adel Zimunu, replacing Kudzai Keri Chiagora. And now for her return, she's changed bowling ends. She bowled her first over from the airport end, picked up a wicket, but she went for many 7. And now as we are coming close to the end of the power play, she's now brought herself on from the pavilion end. Good start there from her, keeping the wickets in check. And it is a dot ball for Adel Zimunu in her return.
Very successful execution of the plan. Bowling straight into the stumps, not really giving away the balls and the room to Giselle Ishimwe, who is very good at those balls. And you can see the field set very close extra covers and a backward point. A nick there, a thick edge there, and Giselle will be looking forward to come for double, and very well, good backup from the fielder at fine leg to keep them for a single. And if you look at the plan from the captain, Adel Zimunu, bowling very straight into the stumps for Giselle to get off the mark, will be just giving herself the room of finding another plan.
Yeah, that was a hit of full to the lefty, but well caressed away by Clarice. And another dot ball picked up. That's not a very good throw there coming in from the fielder, who was standing at backward of point, because the ball just skidded off the surface and could have easily been misfielded. So sometimes when you get the ball, actually, one of the easiest fielding methods is get the ball and stay with it. Because when you try to throw or overdo something, you might end up giving away many runs. So if the batters are not taking any runs anyway, get the balls and relax. But now the current run at 5.64. Not a very bad passage of play there for Rwanda. If this partnership can stick in and take them maybe towards the 10th over, if Rwanda has about 80, maybe they can keep making more runs and score slightly above 130, 140 and come out and try and defend it.
Grace that one off the pads, racing away to the boundary, but there was a protection. Two fielders had to run around to meet on that ball and to keep that for a double. Not getting a boundary off that one, but still executing the plan very well, having deep fine and third man Gary back at point. This is really saying how the bowler is trying to bowl straight into the stumps. Back over length this time, and Giselle will respect that one. There is a field change there. Having Gali at short square mid-wicket and moving a little bit wider that third man. Straight into the stumps, pace off. Testing the patience of Giselle Ishimwe, who said, no, I'll stay. And it is the end of the power play. 33 for 1 after power play, and the current run rate is 5 at 5.50.
Balanced power play in the context of the game, but getting 33, it has been really good work there for Rwanda women. And these are some of the few highlights there that we have seen in the match. When Vibai was up, the first one wait for a boundary. For those were the first runs on board. That is the wicket. A good catch there taken by Michelle Mavunga to see Ofani Itagushimaninde in the first over. But Giselle Ashimwe harassing a few boundaries there outside of stump. That was the only maximum that we have so far seen in this tournament. Giselle Ashimwe hitting it all the way over the head of long off. 33 for 1 after 6. But a good return there from the captain. She returned, her first over went for 7, but her second has only gone for 4. And the difference is that in her first over, she was going for 7, they were all extras. And her second over, she's gone for 4, and they all came off the bat. But Zimbabwe will take another bowling change, and we do see a spinner coming into the attack. Lindo Kohole Mabera coming into the attack to replace Michelle Mavunga from the airport end. Long on, long off, all at the boundary. Two fielders on the onside. Deep square leg and deep mid wicket for Lindo Kohole Mabera. Straight to the fielder. No power coming in from that shot by Clarissa Umutonwase. It was right in her hitting arc because as a left-hander you want it to come to the pads. But she just picks up the field at short fine.
Mabera, who I think really need a sleep in there. Bowling to a left-hander will be very adventurous to her. Not so easy for Clarice to play.
Much better. There is an appeal, but that ball clearly got off the pad. Sorry, off the bat. So it is bat and pad. And the dot ball. Good start there from Lindo Kohole. 2 dot balls to start her over. Every time you pick up a dot ball, because the run rate was getting close to 6, you try to pull it down, get it to 4 or 3. Then you come out and try and defend.
Having a step off the crease and flicking that one. But there is a protection there in the deep. It is a single.
Yeah, for her 20 off 22, Giselle Ishimwe, she's been looking so comfortable playing the seamers. But now it will be important to see how she plays the slow bowler. Lindo Kohole will keep the same field setup. The only difference is that it is now for the righty. They are still keeping deep mid wicket And the deep square leg with long on and long off all at the boundary for Giselle Ishimwe. But Giselle Ishimwe, one of the powerful players, she has the power of hitting that one all the way. So it better not comes out loose from Mabera.
Tap and go. There is a fumble there. And Giselle will come back for 2. A misfield there at short third man allowed Giselle and Clarisse to get that double.
Every time you give her arms, Giselle Ishimo, she will squeeze it there. And now she knows what is important for Rwanda is keep getting the runs. Even though she doesn't pick up a boundary, but she will keep rotating the strike. Driven down the ground powerfully. But this time she picks up the fielder. And they'll only take a single. 23 of 24 for Giselle Ishimwe. And 4 of 14 for Clarissa Omutoniwase. I feel that Ishimwe Giselle has done most of the heavy lifting. With not so much support coming in from Clarissa Omutoniwase because the dot balls are many. Already 10 of the 14 she has faced were not scoring. Last ball of the over. And it is a wicket. Going for a booming drive, but forgets to close her gates. The ball skidding through and it rattles the furniture. The second wicket for Rwanda women falls. 37 for 2 is what the board reads.
Clarisse Omutoniwase departing only for 4 runs of 15 deliveries she has faced. And you saw how Mabera was celebrating. And the incoming batter is Melville Uwase. Melville Uwase, who has really been doing well in the previous tournaments. Starting from Nigeria, look at that ball. That was swinging in. It just skidded through. She thought it was turning away as she played with the open blade of the bat. But the ball just skidded through and it really broken the stumps.
And some of you feel that Clarissa Omutoniwase was forcing that shot because she wanted to play it on the onside instead of opening up her blade, and she plays it down on the off. And it is a wicket that falls. 37 for 2. Now Zimbabwe starting to pick back. Guwase Giovanni is the new batter in, a player for the Gahanga Cricket Club team. Sorry, it is a correction there. A mistake made by the scorers. It is Melville Uwase, but Melville also plays for Gahanga Queens. She is the captain. Just led her team to glory as the Gahanga Queens managed to defeat the Indantwa Hampshire side during the RCA Women's T20 League. And now Nyasha Gwanjura is the bowler into the attack. It is a change because Nyasha Gwanjura comes into the attack to replace the captain, and a single rate away for Ishimwe Giselle.
Melville Uwase, one of the best spin players in the middle overs there. She likes playing sweeps and reverses. Very good at it. Crucial stage of the game where Giselle and Melville need to contribute so much by making that partnership in the middle there, rotating the strike, just looking for those 6-7 runs and over. Full. And Melville had to slap that one through covers region, and they took 2. Very good start from Melville. Was starting off with a double.
Yeah, it is a good way to get off the mark. She throws her bat at it. No protection at extra covers there for Nyasha Gwanjura. All her protection is on the onside. Now she goes a little full. Straight to the fielder. There is a run-out chance. And the finger goes up. Mervelo Uwase and Giselle Ishimo running themselves into trouble. Ball was straight to the fielder. A brilliant throw coming in, and Vimbai Montungwindu Mary, the wicketkeeper, does the easy business of wiping off the bells. In a quick fashion, Rwanda loses the third wicket. And it is the batter who was looking to be well poised for a longer innings, Giselle Ishimwe, who departs.
Look at that. Poor communication there in the middle. Unnecessary wicket thrown away by those two. And I think when you're batting there, you on strike, you can never blame the striker for that run out. You the one who called for that run. Very poor communication in the middle there by Giselle, who was really set to go for a biggie, maybe giving a half century or a century to the team. She was very set, full in the touch. And the skipper is in, Diana Menyimana, joining Melville was in the middle. Diana, who really also knows how to play spin in the middle. Very close mid-wicket.
Of the mark is the captain, Mari Diane Vimenyamana, just waving one down the ground. When you look at the way Giselle Ishmael was batting with Clarissa Umtoniwase, they were making those quick calls and taking the runs. But this time round, she ran herself into trouble. And she'll have herself to regret because she was really poised for a longer innings. She could have taken her team all the way. And now one more delivery is remaining in this Nyasha Gwanjura over. It is a dot ball and the end of over number 8. 41 for 3 is the score. And that's the match summary. The batting card so far for the Rwanda team. Utagushimaninde Fane 9 of 4. Giselle Ishimwe being run out by Ranyaroro, Paspanodia, and Vimbai 24 of 25. And Umutoniwase Clarisse 4 of 15. Batting now is Mervelo Wase with 2 of 3 and Diane Mimenyimana 1 of 2. But 10 extras have already been given away by the Zimbabwe team, something for them to work on. Though the spinners have made sure that the run rate drops from 124 to 103 as projected score. Turn and bounce, and that beats the captain, but it doesn't carry it to the fielder. It is a dot ball as Lindo Kohole Mabera returns. She has pace of deliveries that she always bowls up front in the over, but when the over is coming, she always goes for the quickies. Gave away 4 in her first. And she picked up a wicket. This time full access there from the captain. Cuts that one away. Didn't look to get from the bit of the bat, but it beats the fielders front of the square at point, and it is a boundary. She looked to have committed into that shot because she saw that the previous ball turned away from her. So this time round, she gets full face, full access, and she picks up that boundary. A welcoming boundary for Rwanda. Guiding that one into the gap at square leg. And it is another single. Good rotation, good running. As the captain makes sure that the runs keep coming. Still work to be done by Rwanda. A wicket or two here would see Zimbabwe get into the tail. So these two, Wawase Merivale and Diane Wimenyimana, would love to stick in as much as possible. Down on one knee, but straight to the fielder. It is another dot ball.
Wase, who's very, very good at sweeping and playing those reverses. And Zimbabwe HPC takes the lead now. And when sweeping that one on one knee, and it races away to the boundary, and it is the first boundary for Merveille Uwase.
Yeah, when you see the previous shot that went straight to the fielder, she went down on one knee and swept it, but straight to the fielder. But this time around, she commits full power and full force of the blade into that shot and sends it all the way to the boundary. And now, Londa Ben used to make adjustments because when you ball it close to Merville, she will go for the sweep shot. So try and ball it close to the fourth stump or the off stump so that if Merville gets down to sweep, you put the wickets into play. But now one more ball is remaining in this over. Now this is turning out to be a very good over. 9 already in the over. And this is the final ball. Off the edge of the blade. And they are running, pushing quickly. Chance for the second run. Yes. Meridian and Merville will pick up the second run. 11 in the over. And after 9, 52 for 3 is the score. Rwanda being one of the countries that deal so much in agriculture, and you see some of the animals that are being grazed near the vicinity where we are having this game from. But those are some of the upcoming fixtures that will be happening later on. There is a game that is happening at the Gahanga B ground, and that game is happening between Malawi and Nigeria. And when you look at the updates from that game, 37 for 4, Nigeria women, not very, very good on the scorecard. And the toss was won by Malawi, who opted to field from that game. But Nyasha Gwanzura, who gave away 4 runs in her first over, returns with a dot ball in her second. She's running quickly to her run up. Goes down to sweep. And it is a strike, dead plumb. The umpire raises up the finger. Trapped LBW by Gwanzura. Diane trying to sweep a straight ball. It is the 4th wicket that falls for Rwanda. And now pressure.
Look at that. Diane Menyimana not convinced with that one, saying it really touched her gloves. But it is what it is. It is a wicket. And the 4th is gone down.
Maybe we could see it from the replay again, but the gloves look to be close to the ball. Though Diane will blame herself for shuffling early across the stumps. Every time you shuffle, you put the umpire in a position where she can quickly raise up the finger. But that's the replay again. She shuffles across the stumps early, gets down to sweep. Well, a close call, but Henrietta Teresa Ishimwe is the new batter in for Rwanda. And I tell you, a wicket or two here would see Zimbabwe into the tail for Rwanda. 33 for 1 after the power play. Runs were flowing. Giselle Ishimwe ran out. Subsequently, she was run out after Clarissa Mtonwas was bowled. And now the captain has also fouled them. And 52 for 4 doesn't look good on the cards. But now work be done by Ishimwe Henriette and Merville Uwase. Off the edge and straight. Should have been a fielder, but it doesn't get stuck in her fingers and into the gap. Henriette not so convincing in that shot, but she'll get off the mark with a double.
Very lucky is Henriette Ishimwe getting off the mark on that edge. Could have been a chance of a catch there. Short pitch pulled away powerfully, but there is a protection at mid-wicket, and it is a single.
They'll need to keep protecting the strike like this. Uwase Merville and Ishimwe Henriette. Well driven, but straight to the fielder. It is a dot ball. These two batters are both captains. One, the captain for the Gahanga Queens, and the other, the captain for the Indantwa Hampshire. Still looking for placement. Merville was, but she picks up another field at point, and it is the end of the over. 3 runs from the the second over for Nyasha Gwanzura, and at the halfway mark after 10 overs, 55 for a loss of 4 wickets is the score. The teams will do take a cooling break, and the coaches will have a chance of going to take on some fresh instructions to the players, as the umpires also cool a bit at the halfway mark. The captain will be receiving some fresh instructions, and now we see the head coach for the Zimbabwe HPC team Tabu Mboye, working on. But that is the great message for this tournament. Remember, unite, renew. 32 years ago in the 1994, there was a genocide against the Tuts. Many lives were lost. So now, because the sports has a way of bringing families and nations together, the government of Rwanda making sure that it supports the different sports federations, try and make sure that they do come and play in these tournaments, to make sure that the message of the Kwibuka, where the people of Rwanda remember the many lives that were lost during that 1994 genocide against the Tuts, as the theme reads, remember, unite, renew. We will do have our drinks as well. Back from the break, and the bowling change right away there for the Zimbabwe HPC team. Olinda Chare into the attack there, replacing Lindo Kuhule Mabera. Spin a little full there outside off stump, and every time you bowl it full to Henrietta Ishimo, she will go hard. But it is a dot ball for Olinda Chare to start off over number 11. Long on, long off at the boundary, plus extra cover for Henrietta Ishimwe. Full toss, hit straight. Good fielding there, good athleticism there from the fielder, putting the body down on the line and cutting off the boundary.
Henriette Ishimwe throwing all her weight on that one. Full toss, driven powerfully, too long on. I beg your pardon, too long off.
You cannot tell why that ball didn't go to the boundary clearly. Henrietta Ishimwe went hard at it, and her power, because she's always gymming, she has that power. But Michelle Mavunga doing a lot of good work. She covered some distance because she was a little wide at long off, but she went straight to cut off the boundary. Goes again. It is in the gap, and it is a boundary there for Rwanda women. Good power coming in from Ishimwe Henriette.
Full and wide, opens the full blade of the bat and clears the boundary over the covers. Henrietta Ishimwe, who's very aggressive batter, we've got in the side, and very eager to get those runs, especially in these situations. She has been really in these situations pretty much.
Every shot that she will play will be a powerful shot there, Henrietta Ishimwe. And now she picks up the single to get on the other side. One of the players that are always hitting the gym hard, Henrietta Ishimwe. So every time she sees a ball in her hitting her arc, she makes sure that she goes hard. But now, Merville also need to copy and paste from what Henrietta is doing to make sure that runs keep flowing. Goes down to sweep, and it is another LBW given by the umpire, leg before wicket. We saw one in the previous overs for the captain, and now it is Mervelo Wase who follows her captain with another LBW wicket.
Very good and clear decision from the umpire, Remy Singizwa. Clearly in the middle. It was hitting the middle stump. One of the most, not, I can't say it's dangerous, but again, it's very risky for the players, and it happens. It is very common for the players. It's getting stuck on one thing. Merveille also, who is very good at playing sweeps and reverses, but again, you can never be stuck. She was very stuck. That ball was straight to be hit straight back again, either on long on, long off, or straight back to the bowler's end. But look at that. She went down on one knee and ended up getting out.
Yeah, the new batter in is Alice Ikuzwe. Alice Ikuzwe hitting the ball and taking off right away. Yeah, that ball was straight to the fielder. Nearly gave out her wicket to a run out. So these two will need to address their communication quickly. But we've come to the end of the 11th over, and 62 for 5 is the score. There have been 35 dot balls already in the innings, 15 singles, 6 doubles, 5 boundary fours, and 1 maximum, 10 extras. But some of you feel that Zimbabwe has started working out on that because they are no longer giving away many. It is a good passage of play so far here. Another dot ball there for Zimbabwe HPC. Wanjura Nyasha back, but she's bowling very, very quickly again here, picking up the dot balls very, very quickly. She's given her just 7 runs in her 2 overs and picked up a wicket, but now she's returned and she looks to be in a hurry. Up in the air, there is a shout of catch it, but no one to catch. It lands safe. They are pushing quickly for the second. Good wheels on Henrietta Ishimwe and Alice Ikuzwe.
Henrietta Ishimwe and Alice Ikuzwe will be assigned to a very big task of getting the team to the line. And it is a lot of pressure, but I'm telling you, they have been doing this. Over the fielder at very close mid-wicket. It is another single taken by Henriette Ishimwe to get Alice on strike. Henriette Ishimwe, who really waits for the ball. He never rushes to the ball. She waits for the ball, especially when playing spin. So you don't really want to bowl short to her.
Yeah, Alice Ikuzwe yet to get off the mark. A little lazy. You need to commit. If you're going to go for the flick shot, go hard. But it is a dot ball, and a much better over there from Nyasha Gwanjura. Only 3 runs so far, with 1 more ball remaining to play in this over. Long on, long off, cow corner, and deep square leg for Alice Ikuzwe. Another quick one and a dot ball. End of the over, 12 gone and 65 for 5 is what the scoreboard reads. passage of play here. Rwanda lost a wicket in the first over and tried to stabilize things. Lost another one in the 7th over, but the most expensive over was over number 4 that went for 17 runs. That over, Giselle Ishimo was really enjoying the batting. But now they have to continue rebuilding. More 8 overs remaining to play. And now we see the Seamers returning into the attack. Olinda Chare has been taken out of the attack. And now Michelle Mavunga returns with it. And straight to the hands. Brilliant take. And there is another wicket. Teresa Ishimo Henriette will be the 6th to depart for Rwanda women. And now we are down into the lower order batters.
Away, balled away from the stumps. Ishimwe Henriette not getting enough connection on that one, trying to play it over the bowler's head, but playing it straight into the hands of the bowler and couldn't hesitate to take her out.
Yeah, she closed in her bat because that ball was swinging away from her and she was closing in her bat. That's why she picked up the field. If she had opened up her blade, maybe she could have cut it away and picked up something. But it is another wicket and a big one that falls for Rwanda women. And now pressure getting back to them. We are now into the bowlers. And Ibelise Murekatete is the new batter in. But work to be done. 65 for 6. As we are now into the tail of the Rwanda women's team. Now it will be a time for Zimbabwe to try and make sure that they do the good business and wrap up the tail. Whereas Belisa Murekatete and Elise Kuz will be hoping they can keep milking the runs. Belisa has power to hit the ball, but she comes in at a time when there is some bit of pressure. Change of bowling side. She comes around for the bowler, but that's caressed down long on for a single, and Murekatete is off the mark.
Belisa Murekatete, who is turning herself into an all-rounder, no longer just a bowler. You can never take her easy, because if you do, you're gonna regret. And Alice is on strike.
Another one off the edge of the bat, but it is a dot ball. One thing I've loved about Michelle Mavunga, because she extracted some bit of away swing when she was bowling right arm over, she's now gone round to try and make sure that she creates that angle and keep swinging the ball away. So if Ikuzwe Alice and Murekatete Belisa score runs, they need to make sure that they open up their bats. Murekatete formerly with the Sorwato Cricket Club, but currently with the Gahanga Zebras. Work to be done. Projected score reading 106. Width and a dot ball. The plan is now working out for Michelle Mavunga because every time she's turned to go around, she's made sure that she picks up the dot balls.
Great work behind the stumps from the keeper. And Michelle Mavunga not missing. Not giving freebies. Michelle Mavunga, who is trying to create that angle. And she brings that arm across. And changing the side, coming from around the wicket. And you can see the field change. The keeper goes back again.
The thinking now for Alice Ikuzo and Belisa Murekatete should not be overhitting the ball. At least look for placement, keep finding the runs, pick up the singles, get close to 80, 90. Then you come and bowl well to that total. And that's much better. Because she was trying to overhit the ball and she wasn't making timing, instead of playing with soft hands and picking up the gaps. And now they do pick the single. If you pick up singles, you could quickly get 6 every over and maybe get close to 110, 120.
Exactly. As Michelle Mavunga, not an easy bowler to take on. They have to go well about her. And Alice and Belize in the middle there have to think about it.
Power and all the way. It is the second maximum we do see in this Kwibuka. Right in her eating arc, Belisa Murekatete She obliges and picks up that one very nicely to send it down past long off for a maximum.
Belize Murekatete, who is not holding back on that one. Full connection on that. Throwing her all weight on that one. Very good shot from Belize Murekatete. I'm telling you, the last ball of the innings on the final of the Rwanda Women's T20 League went far, far away. It was Belize Murekatete hitting. She is very good, a good batter, turning herself into an all-rounder. I can't say she is a very good batter, but again, she is turning herself into an all-rounder. And it is the end of the over. 73 for 6 after 13. The projected score is 112. If they keep on going like this, getting 6, 7 and over, surely they'll get to 120.
The one thing about Belize Murekatete that she loves space on. And now Zimbabwe changing the tactics a bit. They now bring back the spinner, Mabera Lindokule, who changes bowling ends. She bowled her first overs from the airport end and she returns with the dot ball from the pavilion end. Overhitting the ball. That has been the issue with Alice Ekuzwe. Because that ball is standing away from her, if you can put it onto the bat, there is no one fielding backward of point and the square leg area is empty. So when you squeeze the ball there, you pick up the single and bring the powerful Belize Murekatete back on strike. That is what I was talking about. Touch and go. It is now into the gap. If you keep finding the gaps like that, you also mean that you will be forcing Zimbabwe to change the field. And now you bring back Belize Murekatete, who is now having some bit of confidence after scoring a maximum in the previous over.
Alice Ekuzwe, who's very smart, one of the smartest cricketers we've got in Rwandan squad. She has been really doing this in the local leagues. But in Kwibuka too, last Kwibuka, she scored against Brazil. She scored 35. Very crucial. Went too early. Not judging that ball very well. As you said, she loves pace on. And will struggle a little on spin. But again, she will have to adjust. It is not a must to hit those biggies. You're allowed to take a single too. Opens up. And sweeping that one too deep mid-wicket and getting a single.
A single there taken by Belize Murekatete. A little committing early into her shots, but this is the final ball of the over. Gets down and gets that one backward of the square. Good timing there from Alice. Because one thing I've seen about the Rwandan batters, they love hitting backward of the square. You've already seen two trying to sweep and being trapped, LBW, Rivelo Uwase, and the captain, Diane Bimenyimana. But nonetheless, we've come to the end of the over number 14. And 76 for a loss of 6 is the score. Good bowling display there from Lindokule Mabera, only 18 in her first 3 overs. But Kuzai Chiagora is back into the attack. There is an appeal, but the umpire says that didn't touch anything. And from the commentary box, I cannot make any judgment. But it is a dot ball there for Kuzai as she returns to bowl. She's changed bowling ends, Kuzai. The bat a little close to the ball. But since we don't have that cynical, we cannot make the judgment. But Kuzai changing bowling ends. She previously bowled her first overs from the pavilion end, and now she's gone to the airport end. but she's picked up a dot ball. Rwanda's maintained that current run rate of 5.36, and if they can continue milking that, maybe they stand a very big chance of getting a big total on board. Uppish and straight. Fielders running round it. Good fielding, and they will cut off the boundary. But the good running between Belisa and Alice will give them a double.
Field change, having deep fine third man, backward square, and deep extra covers. Mid on, mid off, up for Kudzai Kelly. Says it all. She will be trying to bounce for Alice and see if she can pull or cut. The previous ball was a slow ball. It was a pace off. And Kudzai Kelly, very experienced bowler, even though she didn't play that much international cricket. But again, she has played ODI and T20Is. That makes her a very experienced bowler, not easy to take on.
Yeah, she was among the players who played for Zimbabwe against that in the Pakistan tour. Well guided there by Alice Ikuzwe, and it rolls all the way to the boundary. She didn't look so comfortable, but she's made timing and she's picked up the boundary. Good looking shot there from Alice.
Bouncing that one, Alice going down a little on her knee and scooping that one to get a boundary. And Kudzai Chigola not changing the field. That says she won't be changing the plan too. Mixing those bouncers and slow balls.
Same shot, good timing, but this time round she picks up the field and they only take a single. I love though Alice Ikuzwe is reading the bowling of Kusai Chagora, because Kusai Chagora is swinging the ball backwards and getting bounced. So it is a good option. Get underneath the ball and guide it to the boundary. There is one more delivery remaining to play in this over. Belisa Morekatete, who has loved the pace, is now on strike. She makes a shimmy down the track, but she doesn't make timing, and it is a dot ball to end the over. 7 runs off Kusai Chagora's third over, and after 15, 83 for a loss of 6 is the score. But that's the technical team there for the Zimbabwe HPC team, sitting and watching everything unfold. Just playing nation Zimbabwe, making sure that they do a lot of good work. Last year, it was Stephen Mangongo who came in Rwanda as the head coach for the Zimbabwe HPC team. But this year, the opportunity being given to Tabu Mboye to lead that side. 83 for a loss of 6 is the score after 15 overs. And Mabera Lindokule will be coming to bowl her last over from the pavilion end. Well guided there by Alice Ikuzwe. She's been enjoying playing backward of the square. And they are pushing quickly to pick up a double.
Alice Ikuzwe being very creative. They are playing those sweeps and scoops. Going very good. Previous over went for 7. If they keep on getting those 6-7 runs on one knee, trying to sweep that one.
Touch and go. And another single taken. Good work there being done by Alice Ikuzwe. And I think now Rwanda knows that every time they get close to the 100 runs mark, they will have gotten to a total they can come out and defend. Longo on, longo off, deep mid wicket and extra cover at the boundary. Up in the air and all the way to the bunker. It is the second maximum there for Berisa Morekatete. She's picked up that one very nicely and sent it all the way for a maximum.
Look at that. On one knee, that was a biggie from Belize Mbrekatete, who is very well known for that. If Rwanda keep on going like this, and onto the pads, big appeal there.
Asha Gwanjura coming in for her final over. Same shot there from Alice Ikuzo. She's been enjoying hitting backward of the square. Some wheels on. Brilliant fielding there. Putting her body down the line and cutting off the boundary. Just number 72, Runyaroro Paspanodia. She was already involved in a run out. She got that run out that she picked up the run out that got out Giselle Ishimwe Runyaroro. And she's been so athletic and she's been doing a lot of good work in the field. Now she's just saved her team from that boundary. Again, backward of the square, brilliant fielding again there from Paspanodia, putting her body down on the line and cuts that one off very nicely to just a single. And now Nyasha Gwanjura needs to make adjustments because she's bowling it to the pads, and Alice Ikuzo has been loving to hit backward of the square. So try and bowl straight or bowl to the offside. And now the girl who has scored 2 maximums is on strike. Gwanjura changing bowling side. Backward of the square, it may to go all the way to the boundary, and yes, it is a boundary for Berisa Morekatete. And that boundary will bring up the 100 runs mark there for Team Rwanda. 101 for 6 after 16.3.
3.3 overs to go, and Rwanda, if they keep on going like this, they might even end up on 130 plus. When Belize keep on doing like that,
it picks up the fielder, but the fielder doesn't get hold onto the chance. Chance created there by Nyasha Gwanjura and chance not taken. We are now into the final overs of the innings, and Rwanda will be looking at maximizing and picking up as many as they can with the 4 wickets they do have at hand. Wanted a touch and go, but Berisa had not committed to that run, and it is a dot ball. This is a good over because that's picked up the current run rate from 5. It is now 6. Projected score 121, and this is the final ball of the over. A dot ball to end the Nyasha Gwanjura spell. 18 in her 4 plus a wicket, and after 17, 102 for 6 is what Rwanda has on board. This is match day 1 of the 12th edition of the Kwibuka Women's T20 International Tournament. 5 nations in this tournament: Zimbabwe, Rwanda, Nigeria, Malawi, and Brazil. Only one team amongst those 5 has ever won this tournament, and it is Rwanda. They defeated Uganda in 2023 by 6 wickets in the finals, but all the other teams are looking for a first heaven in this tournament. Zimbabwe HPC is playing for the 3rd time in this tournament. They have already won. They have already reached 2 finals, but lost both of them. One to Uganda by 2 runs, and another one to Tanzania last year by 36 runs. But now the captain will be coming to bowl the 18th over, Adel Zimunu, and it will be a single to start off this over.
One of the hardest things to manage when you're playing in the middle there for Alice and for any other batter in being with someone who is really striking the ball hard, and you are too can strike the ball as Alice can strike too, is very hard. But at the stage of the game, I think should be trying to get those singles, get off the strike for Belize Murekatete, who is very in good touch, to get on strike and see if she can get more runs than she could. Alice is also a very good striker of the ball, but at the stage of the game, Belize Murekatete will be much effective than her.
Yeah, some good wheels on for Adel Zimunu. That one is well guided to point, but not a very good throw coming in from the field at point. That if that had come a little straight to the wicket keeper Vimbai, maybe it would have been easy to wipe up the base, but she had to pick it from away from her. One thing I loved about Adel Zimunu in this match, she gave away 7 runs in the first over, came and gave away 4. But every time she's made sure that she keeps improving on her spell. She's now bowling some good draw pace outside off stump, because every time you get the ball as a captain, it means there is something you want to enforce. That is hit all the way, picked up very nicely there by Belize Murekatete. It is the 3rd maximum for her in this game. She's been looking so good at picking up the length, and she sends that one all the way to the bunkers for another maximum.
Belize Murekatete, who has been really working hard on her batting, and the results can say it itself. Look at that. The Belize, that shows how much work she has been putting in her batting. And as I said it earlier, she is turning herself into a genuine all-rounder.
Now touch and go. They will take the single there. Belize Murekatete raising up her hand to be counted. A game where you have well-set batters like Giselle Ishimwe, Henriette Ishimwe, Diane Bimenyimana Murray, and Mervelo was all departing. She's now risen up her hand and saying, "Hey, Coach Leonard, I'm here and ready to be counted." 28 of 13, a very, very good strike rate, one you would love to see in T20. But one more ball is remaining in this Adel Zimunu over. Dot ball and end of the over. She wanted to take off very quickly. Alice Ikuza, but quickly sent back by Belize Murekatete. After 18, 111 for 6 is what the scoreboard reads here at the Gahanga main stadium down in Kigali.
Very, very good job. Very good work from those two, having a very good partnership of 46 of 35. And Belize Murekatete, who is striking the ball very hard and well, playing with Alice Ekuzwe, who usually opens the bat in the club. But she had to take responsibility from the middle there and finishing off for the team. And if they keep on going like this, if they get 10 and over, they'll end up on 130 something or 140, which will be very effective and a defendable score for them, as Diane Meimana said it earlier, that they also wanted to bat first.
Michelle Mavunga coming to bowl the penultimate over. Mavunga has so far been the most economical bowler so far for the Zimbabwe HPC. She has bowled 3 overs, conceded only 11 runs, and she's picked up a single wicket. And as she returns, she starts off this over with a dot ball. And remember, the 19th over is a very crucial over. So what my thinking is, Michelle Mavunga will bowl this over, and the last over will be bowled by the captain, Adel Zimunu. Nearly beaten by the pace, but it is a single, and the single will not hurt them, because now the thinking for Zimbabwe is that they should be making sure that they cut off the boundaries in these remaining 2 overs. So if Rwanda is taking the singles, it is well and good for them. But the predicted score reading 122. And the captain for Zimbabwe, Adel Zimbabwe, said at it was that bowling fast, because it is a new surface, it is a new pitch, gives them a chance of seeing what the pitch will be doing. And she says she knows that the Rwandan team will be coming, trying to hit the ball hard. Karasta away, good fielding there, putting her body down on the line. It is Kelly Makanaka Ndiraya stopping that one very brilliantly, and only a single taken. It's a very good passage of play for both teams, and it will be good to see if Rwanda gets to 120, how Zimbabwe will respond to that. Up in the air, this time round not timed nicely, but it will land safe. They are pushing quickly, and they'll pick up the second run. Good wheels on Belize Morekatete and Alice Ikuzwe.
Very good work. They keep on doing there in the middle. Alice and Belize Morekatete having that good communication in the middle and backing up the team when your top other batters collapse and fail to do the job. Belize Morekatete and Alice putting their hands up for the team. And these are the situations where you see that skills is not enough. The technique is not enough. You need also to be strong mentally. Having that thinking of crossing the team, having the team across the line, to cross the line, and looking at how Belize and Alice is playing, they've got the plan. They know what they're doing. And they know that they are only two standing in the middle. If they get out, nobody is doing the job for them. And this is a very good thing. And it shows maturity. It shows that you're growing in the game. Facing the bowlers of Zimbabwe HPC, who are not that easy. It won't never be easy for them to play, but again, they'll have to find a way and having a plan to go through it.
But we've come to the end of over number 19. That's the dugout for Team Rwanda. Some smiles because these two batters, Belize Morekatete and Alice Ikuzwe, were finding the runs. 117 for 6 is what the board reads there for Rwanda after 19 overs. And to bowl the final over, as I predicted it is Adel Zimunu. 6 more deliveries remaining in this innings, and it will be crucial for us to see where Rwanda ends. That's some good bowling. Every time you bowl it into the surface, Belize Morekatete is good at picking up the length, but when you bowl it into the surface, she doesn't have that skill of cutting it away, and that is something for her to work on, because at the level of Belize Morekatete, she's no longer coachable. She can only tell Leonard and Adele, the coaches of Rwanda, that, hey, I'm struggling with this, and how can I improve in this? So it means if Adele Zimunu can bowl 6 fourth stump bouncers, they will all be dot balls, because she's been struggling to cut that one away, and she goes hard instead of maybe waiting for the bounce and try and time it. Not good control, but it goes all the way to the boundary. The fielders, they are running and getting close, but not too much effort they are putting. And it goes all the way to the boundary.
A very good take that Belize should be looking at. But again, it doesn't limit her to do the job. But a very good take from Zimbabwe HPC after seeing that Belize is not playing those bouncers well. But this time round, she takes that one to a biggie. Belize Morekatete not stopping, not holding back. Look at that. throwing her all weight this time round, not on one knee, standing. A very good pickup for a maximum.
And one thing I've loved about the batting of Berisa Murekatete, she swings through and make sure that her bat goes all the way. So every time she times it, it will go all the way to the boundary. 3 more in this innings. Ropes and Karasta away again. Another boundary there for Berisa Murekatete. She is already into the 40s, and that boundary will take her to 46. What an innings. Berisa Murekatete raising up her hand and saying, yes, I can hit the ball.
Look at that. Stepping away from the leg stump and throwing her arms and full weight on that ball. Can we get a quick 50? Belize Murekatete already on 46 of 21. She really played a very crucial role for the team. Belize raising her hand up.
She goes, and that maximum will bring up a well-crafted 50. Timing, very, very sweet, but what an innings there she has played. Berisa Murekatete, the dancers say it all. And the bear hugs there from Alice Ikuzwe. 52 of 22. What an innings there from Murekatete Berise. 4 boundary fours and 5 sixes. A strike rate of 236.36. What an innings. One more to play in the innings, but Berise Murekatete looks to be in the mood. Rwanda now has 137 for 6. Final ball of the innings. Touch and go. Direct hit, missed. Chance for the extra run. And Rwanda will take the extra run and will end at 130. But what an innings. That is the maximum that was scored by Berisa Murekatete to bring up her half century. Leaning down on one knee and hitting it all the way to the bunkers. 54 of 23. 139 for 6 is where they will do end. And the Zimbabwe women high performance team will need 140 in 120 balls. What an innings it has been. These two, Alice Ikuzwe and Berisa Murekatete, will walk on and will give a feel that Rwanda has gotten a total they can bowl at one time in the innings when Diane Menyumana, Mervelo was Secretary Somton was had all departed. Plus Henrietta Ishimo looked like the game had turned the other way of Zimbabwe. But now Rwanda way ahead of things. But that's the match summary there for you. Zimbabwe won the toss and opted to bowl first. They got rid of Utago Shimaninde Fani in the first over. Giselle Ashimo, before running herself out, had 24 of 25. Shimo Henrietta 13 of 12. Alice Ikuzo unbeaten with the 26 balls she has faced and scored 19 runs. But Berisa Murekatate's 54 of 23 will be the standout and will be the tail of the tape. 11 extras given away. But those are the partnerships. Second wicket partnership of 30 of 39. But nothing stood out like that partnership between Alice Ikuzo and Berisa Murekatete. 74 of 47. Alice contributing 19 of 24 and Berisa 54 of 23. It's been a brilliant passage of play, and that is the match summary. The bowling card for the Zimbabwe HPC team. Adele Zimono, the captain, has picked up just 1 wicket, but she's gone for 42 in her 4 overs. Chaz Kuzai Chiagora wicketless, but 1 wicket apiece for Michelle Mavunga, Linda Mabera, Nyasha Gwanzura, and Olinda Chari. But the most economical among all the bowlers today standing out to be Michelle Mavunga. We will take a short break and we'll return with the second innings where Zimbabwe HPC will need 140 from 120 balls. The two umpires have walked back in the middle. Remy Singzwa, who is standing alongside Veronica Ereho. This is match day 1 of the 12th edition of the Kwibuka Women's T20 tournament. Record champions of this edition missing out: Kenya, who have won it 4 times, and Uganda, who have won it 3 times, alongside Tanzania, who have won it 3 times, are both missing in this edition. Out of the 5 teams that are playing this year, only Rwanda has won it, having beaten Uganda in 2023 by 6 wickets in a low-scoring thriller which was played here in Kigali. A tournament which is played to remember the lives that were lost during the 1994 genocide against the Tutsis. Sports being a unifying factor and bringing together many people from the different walks of life. But an uphill task for the Zimbabwe high performance team: 140 runs from 120 balls if they had picked up victory. And here we return for the second innings. My name is Evan Cyprian Sajabia in the comms, and I'm not alone. I have Emile Ruchiriza here with me. Emile, welcome back from the break. And what should we expect from the Zimbabwe HPC team heading into this game?
Thank you, Ivan. And Zimbabwe winning the toss. Zimbabwe HPC winning the toss and electing to have a ball first, saying that they would like to see how the pitch behaves. And yes, they did. And it was fortunate enough for Rwanda, as they wanted to bat too. We should expect a very beautiful and good game between these two. Having a team, a test nation, bringing a competition here, and Rwanda has been really playing good in the previous tournaments. Looking at the Challenge Trophy here in Rwanda in April, and the previous tournament they played in Nigeria, they have been really playing good. And also Zimbabwe HPC is not easy.
This is the first ball of the run chase. Harassed away through covers, and it is a boundary 4, but a no ball call from the umpire. Lindros Masina, who is opening batting alongside Kerindi Raya, takes a very good liking to the bowling of Berisa Murekatete. 5 runs on the board there for Zimbabwe. No ball, but full and wide there from Berisa Murekatete. Shackles are broken, and good response there from Zimbabwe HPC, plus an upcoming free hit.
Back to the question you asked, this will be a very exciting game and a very beautiful game to watch. If you are joining right now, don't miss. It will be a very good game to watch. And Zimbabwe HPC are looking forward to chase this total.
The free hit, a little into the surface, but not hit away by Lindros. And it is a dot ball. Good bowling there from Berisa Murekatete. She's made adjustment, and she's made sure that she brings it back for Lindros. Masina not timing it, and it is a dot ball.
In the Challenge Trophy, Rwanda has won so many games defending. They've been doing so well defending their total. And if they manage to post 139, I don't think it will be that easy for Zimbabwe HPC to chase. And Rwanda having so many players who are the captains or have been the captain for different teams, I think it will be an advantage. And that will be my question to you. Do you think it is very advantageous to the side?
Before I get your question, that is cut away, and it rolls all the way to the boundary. The runs might be many on board, but the response there from Zimbabwe HPC, much brilliant. Not too much control in that shot, but Karasta away, and the captain could see it sail past her. It is another boundary. Kelly Ndiraya telling Lindros Masina that if you can cut 1 past point for a boundary, I can also do the same. And the wide deliveries that have been bowled by Berisa Murekatete have been hit away. So for Berisa, she needs to make adjustments, try and bowl to the 4th stump or bowl straight. Full toss and driven. A misfield, a rare one, will go all the way to the boundary. Giselle Ishimwe not managing to stop that one, and back-to-back boundaries. Runs are now flowing for the Zimbabwe HPC. They needed a good start, and they are now getting a good start. A little foul there from Beriza Murekatata and driven down the ground past Giselle Ishimwe for a boundary. And get back to your question, having many captains in the team means that it can work to the experience of it can work to the advantage of Rwanda, as they can get the fields right, tactics right. You will see that on some deliveries, the captains will be coming together to see who bowls when. So that really comes out. And Rwanda being one of the teams with young players who try to listen, because in some teams, when you have so many captains on the team, there are always arguments that really don't work out to the opposition. One more to play in this over. Hit away, and it will be another boundary. I talked about the short and wide balls, and it is a boundary to end the over. A good over there for Zimbabwe. If you're chasing and you get 18 in the first, you start believing that maybe you'll stand a very big chance.
Short and wide, cut away over the fielders. And Belize Murekatete getting hit 2 boundaries outside off stump on balls which are short and wide, and one which was fumbled by Ishimwe Giselle through mid off. But that was supposed to be a dot ball. That says how much you should be bowling straight into the stumps, not giving away the balls and the room to the batters. And there is a bowling change. I mean, the opening bowler on the other end, Irera Rosin, the off spinner from the pavilion end.
When you look at the first over, Zimbabwe has clearly shown that they were so good at pace. And now we see Rosin Irera. Rosin Irera has opened the bowling for Rwanda, and she's been one of those spinners who always come and take wickets. And there she comes into the attack. A little quick there from Rosini. As a spinner, you need to make sure that you bowl it slow and extract enough turn from the surface. But it is a dot ball. 122 from 113 for victory, Zimbabwe. Hit down to the wide cow corner fielder, and it is a single taken. Zine Ire is also captain for Sorwato Cricket Club. You did talk about captaincy. And when you talk about the different captains that are here, Merivelo Wase, Gahanga Queens, Henrietta Ishimwe in Danto, Hampshire, Charity Cricket Club has Meridian Wimenyumana, Rosine Ire has Sorwato Cricket Club. All of them are here. But 120 from 111 for Zimbabwe to pick up the win. Hit upish, but will not go all the way to the boundary. Only a single they will do take.
Rwanda having 2 spinners in the middle there, Rosine Herrera and Ruth. I think they'll have to get the use of them at the maximum point, and they've got those medium pacers, the likes of Ishimwe Henriette, the captain, Diana Menyimana, Giovannis, Alice. They are there.
Straight to the fielder and taken. What a way to end the first over. Rosine Herrera. Lindrose Massina trying to create room and cut, but she picks up the fielder. Good take, and Zimbabwe lose the first wicket. 22 for 1 as we come to the end of the first over. But a brilliant take there from Giovanni Wase, backward of point, to bring back Rwanda into the game.
Good length there, a little bit outside off, trying to cut that one, not getting enough connection on it. And Giovanni Suwase won't hesitate to send her out. And Lindros is out now. The first wicket is fallen. It was the over. And talking about having so many.
They have shown it. Your eyes should be there. They have shown it.
I was looking at it. I was looking at
She scored 707 runs. You just keep it in mind on the
Yeah,
battle.
I talked about Windows.
You speak about her runs.
And there is a bowling change from the airport end. The captain, Bimenyimana Diane, comes on the attack, replacing Berize Mrekatete, who went for 18 in her first over. And the field set is having deep long off and deep extra covers. Slips in. And Diane Bimenyimana, who is very good at swinging the ball, who mixes in those in swingers and that out swingers. But looking at the field set, I think she will be trying to bowl it a bit fuller and swinging it out, trying to swing it out.
Yeah, her field setup, she's having a long off and extra cover fielder who are doing the boundary riding role. Giselle Ishim a long off and Berisa Murekatete extra cover. Betty Mangachena is the new batter who walked in for Zimbabwe. Off the edge and to the boundary. The Gahanga ground is very, very electric. Every time the ball goes past the fielders, it goes all the way. But good bowling plan there from Diane Menyimana. Her protection means that she'll be bowling towards the fourth stump line. So she's kept the ball there. And that bottom edge from the blade of Kerin Diraya will be a boundary for Zimbabwe HPC.
That was fortunate for Kerin Diraya, but the ball, if you look at how the ball was swinging, I think it was according to the plan of Diane Menyimana, who has decided to change the field and taking deep a third man and bringing in extra cover.
Much better bowling there from Diane Menyimana, keeping the wickets in check, and she picks up a dot ball. Fanny Utagushimani will be doing the super roll at third man and a packed cover area. Jovan Sewase backward of points slightly. Berisa Murekatete covers and Alice Ikuzwe red at short covers. Rwanda will be bowling and thinking they can pick up those dot balls, because every time you get the dot balls, you create some bit of pressure. They've already picked up the first wicket in the second over. So when you get those dot balls, you keep the batters onto pressure, and pressure means more wickets. And when you look at the upcoming games in the afternoons, Brazil will be taking on Zimbabwe, high performance team. This win, whoever wins this game will have gotten their tournament off a very good start, because if Zimbabwe HPC wins the game, it means they can carry the momentum into the Brazil game. Whereas for Rwanda, as a host nation, as a nation planning to pull more funds and make a mark in a home tournament, you need that first win to pick momentum. Beautifully hit away. It goes all the way, and it is a maximum. Kerin Diraya just aligning that one very nice and beats up the fielder as that one goes all the way for a maximum.
Flicking that one off the pads and clears the boundary for a maximum. Kerin Diraya, who looks very composed and calm, not rushing into playing the balls. She is just waiting to play it late. And Bimenyimana Diane, not easy to pick, because it's not easy to judge the pace of her.
One thing about that Kerin Diraya shot is that she played it with a lot of control, flicked it very nicely. And you blame it for Diane Menyimana, because Diane's field setup does not give batters a chance of playing such shots. Ball it to the fourth stump or outside off stump, and make sure that you're keeping Fanny Utagushimani in play at third man and Giselle Ishimwe in play at long off. That is the line that you should be bowling, looking at her field setup. And it is a dot ball. Mari Bimenyumana Diane goes for 10 in her first. And after 3 overs, 32-1 is the score. The Zimbabwe dugout rate in your frame. They are scoring 10 every over. And that is much needed in this run chase.
That end has conceded 28 runs of 32 they've scored in total. After Diane's Bimenyumana's over going for 10 and Belize Mrekatete's over for 18. And now Rosina Herrera is back. I think they should be now trying to bring another spinner who is already in. Ruth, a very left-arm spinner, very good spinner to look out for.
And it might be a time to bring on Ruth now. You might bring her after the purple because she's still a young girl growing in her game. If they put her under pressure at this moment, she might lose it all out. So you need to bring her at a time when the field is well protected. But what a bowling spell there for Rosine Herrera. The only issue has been the leakage of runs on the other side, because most of runs have been scored from the Smars who are coming from the other side. Rosine went for 4 in her first, and she picked up a wicket. Good placement there from Betty, leaning in that shot and gates it down. Run out chance. Oh, Merivelo Wase will blame herself for that. She had a chance of picking up the wicket on the first time stamping, but because she didn't know where the wickets are, she kept looking for them. And it is an opportunity missed by Rwanda.
That comes back to the basics. When coaches say you should be standing behind the stumps, whether you're a bowler or a keeper, when they are going to throw, you look at how Merveille corrected the ball and missed the stumps because she didn't really know where the stumps were. And it was a very easy run out.
A second wicket could have meant more pressure to the Zimbabwe HPC team, but it is a missed opportunity there. Not only it is a missed opportunity, but it also gives Zimbabwe an extra run. Because if that was completed, it could have meant that they take just 1. But now they will go with the 2 runs. And because she took some effort diving, Betty, she will receive some bit of medical attention there. But some of the fans, Sylvie, the lady in the pink jumper, part of the team which played for Rwanda last year during the Kwibuka tournament, but this year she didn't make a cut. She was in Nigeria during the Nigeria Invitation Tournament, but because she was bowling so many loose balls, the coach Leonard Namboro and the selection team sought it rise to rest her from national duties. She missed out the previous Challengers Trophy, which was hosted here in Kigali, and now she has missed out to this Kwibuka tournament as well. 34-1 after 3.2. The medical break is done. And now Rosini Herrera from Chinihira will be hoping she can continue making a mark for Rwanda. 106 in 100 balls. Zimbabwe has made sure that the number of runs and the balls come a little closer. It means that you stand a very big chance of picking up the victory. And there is long off and cow corner for Rosini Herrera as she continues. A little quicker, and Karasta away. Half-hearted effort there from the fielder. And they are pushing quickly. This time round, the run out will be completed. You saw struggles there from Betty Mungachena in her running between the wickets. And she's caught miles away. Another brilliant fielding display there from Giovanni Sawasa, who chips in a very good throw. And Merivelo Wase, her namesake, does the easy work of wiping off the bails. Zimbabwe loses the second wicket.
Giovanni Suwase, one of the best fielders Rwanda have got in the side, throwing a perfect throw. And Merveille Wase this time round standing on the right spot and completed an easy run out. Very good work there in the middle. And when they say fielding win matches, it goes with catches win matches. But again, it's not only catches, but look at that run out. And poor communication in the middle there by Zimbabwe HPC batters, Kelly Ndiraya. Kerin Delaya with Betty, who is out now. And it builds the pressure on the Zimbabwe HPC side and builds confidence on Rwanda.
Yeah, Zimbabwe somehow putting themselves under pressure. The run was really uncalled for. After all, they were attacking the other side. Because if you have the current run at 9.55 and required at 6.43, it means you're doing already good work. Another wicket lost. And Nyasha Gwanjura will be the new batter in. If Gwanjura is from Uganda, Injura means something to do with rain. But what a show there to get off the mark. I need to lose from Rosini Herrera. And Gwanjura says, you don't bowl that to me. Hits that one. And it is a boundary. Shackles are broken by Nyasha.
Short pitch. Confidently pulled away. Clearing the square rope. Gwanjura confidently starting off with a boundary. A strike rate on a strike rate of 400. Very confident. Gwanjura playing with Kerin Delaya. And one thing that you can see from Zimbabwe HPC, all the players are very positive coming in. And you can see fans and spectators are all around the field. And the crowd is building up. They are just keep on coming. And it is the end of the fourth over. The score is at 40 for 2. Current run rate is at 10. And they are requiring 6.25. Which gives the momentum to Zimbabwe HPC. They know where to go. And Ivan, one of the best things when you're chasing is getting a very good power play, a very good start. Even though they've lost 2 wickets, but again, they're in a very good position to win this game if they keep on doing this, if they keep on going like this. Because when the power play ends, I know they will lower them on the run rate a little, but again, because they've got a very good power play, they'll have something to build up on.
Speak about the power play. 40 for 2 after 4 and 100 needed in 96. But Bimenyimana Maridian is back into the attack. That is a little shot there from Diane. But only a single will be taken. Fani Utagushimaninde doing some good work. A very, very long name. One thing about the naming in Rwanda, the names are very long. Bimenyimana Utagushimaninde Umutoniwase. 99 in 95, Kerin Delaya has 24 of 12, and Nyasha Gwanjura is on 6 of 3. And when you look at the way Zimbabwe is taking on the business, they are doing some bit of a reshuffle in the team. Mari Annie Musonda, former captain for Zimbabwe women, retired this year. And players like Modesta Mumpachikwa, Josephine Nkomo have been out of the setup. Look at the team that traveled to Pakistan. Had many new faces, and 8 of players are here. That is some good fielding there from Henriette Teresa Ishimwe. She feels she might have misfielded it, but she's done brilliantly well. A good check shot from Nyasha Gwanjura. And the 8 players who are in Pakistan and are still in this squad include Adel Zimunu, Vimbai Muntungwindu, Passionate Munyoweri, Runyaroro Paspanodia, Kerin Delaya, Lindokole Mabera, Kuzai Chiagora, and Michelle Mavunga. All those 8 were in Pakistan. Karachi. Picked up very nicely there by Gwanjura Nyasha, and it is a boundary. Very, very well composed. Some flair in that shot as she picks up another boundary.
According to the field set, that is a missed line and length. And Gwanjura, who is very positive, had to take that one off and clears the boundary for 4. And Diane Menyimana, who is looking forward to change the field set, It's bringing up a third man and taking off long on and deep mid wicket. If you look at the way the game is going, it will be a very beautiful game to watch.
Diana Emmanuel didn't need to change the field. She needed to change the bowling lines. Ball outside off stump. And I tell you, even if there's protection on the onside, the balls can still fly past the fielders. Pace off, but that will pick up the fielder at long on. Henrietta Teresa Ishima will be seeing her later come with the ball. But a much better ball there from Diana Menyimana. She's gone pace off and she's only considered a single. So those might be some of the balls for her to bowl because these two batters, Nyasha Gwanjura and Kelly Ndaya, have shown that they have loved the things coming quick to the blades. This will be the final ball of the over from Diana Menyimana. Again, pace off and it will be another single. But Diane, a little expensive in her spell. Her first over went for 10, her second has gone for 18. And as we come to the end of the fifth, 48 for a loss of 2 is what the scoreboard reads. And 92 more will be needed from 90 balls by the Zimbabwe HPC to pick up a victory and win this opening game of this 12th edition of Kwibuka. The 12th edition of the Kwibuka Women's T20 International Tournament, but that's the equation there for the Zimbabwe Women High Performance Team to pick up victory. 92 from 90. Rwanda posted 139 in the first innings. Nyasha Gwanjura has 11 off 6, and Ikedi Ndiraya has 26 off 14. He did speak about seeing Henrietta Ishimwe Teresa come with the ball, and looked like the head coach was listening. Takes a bowling change right away, and Rosine Irera is out of the attack. Teresa Ishimwe will be coming into bowl. She doesn't use a very long run up, but she bowls a lot of express pace. Most of her power comes from the shoulders. She loves coming and hitting the deck. She comes from a place called Ndera down in Rwanda. She is the captain for the Indantua Hampshire, the runners-up of the RSC Women's T20 League. Longo On and Kaokona are the two boundary protectors, and this is the final over to end the power play. Good start. It is a dot ball there for Teresa Ishimwe. Start of her spell. And from the other ground, the Gahanga B Stadium, Malawi is taking on Nigeria. Malawi won the toss and opted to bowl first, and they have limited Nigeria to 98 for a loss of 8 wickets. The run chase is on, and after 4 overs, Malawi looks to be crumbling. They are 18 for a loss of 2 wickets. We'll be giving you all the updates as they do unfold. But some of the sponsors for this edition of Kwibuka: Dafabet, Sportsbox, Gorillas Coffee, the government of Rwanda through their sports department, making sure that we come to remember, unite and renew. 2 dot balls for Ishimwe Henriette. Much better there for her because they are not working with so many runs at the moment. Picked up nicely and over the head of the fielder. Good fielding effort there from Rosine Irera, chipping in her timely dive, and she saves Rwanda from conceding a boundary.
What an effort from Rosine Irera. Talking about having so many captains, leaders in the side, it really means that everyone has her responsibility and they really know what to do, which makes it easier for the captain Menyimana Diane and the team in general. And to remind you, Ishimwe Henriette was the player of the match in the last game they played here in Rwanda in Kwibuka 2025, taking 4 wickets for 15 in her 4 overs. Can she do it even today? And she has been doing it very good in international cricket.
This time round, that one is picked up nicely by Kelly Ndiraya, and it goes all the way for a maximum. There were some shouts of Kelly in the dugout, and Kelly said, yes, I am still around, and she picks up another boundary for the Zimbabwe HP team.
If you look at how Kelly Ndiraya is very calm, waiting for the ball, not rushing at any point, waiting for the ball to come on her. And you said it earlier, Ivan. They really like it when it is pace on.
Final ball of the over. There's a run out chance. Nyasha Gwanjura taking off very quickly. Will happen are still shaping in that shot, but it will be a dirty ball. 8 of Ishimwe Henrietta's first. And at the end of the power play, 56-2 is the score. At the same moment in the first innings, Rwanda had 33-1. 84 more from 84 balls. An exact equation. If it was mathematics, we would call it a balanced equation. But these are some of the highlights. The full and wide balls from Berisa Murekatut have been hit for boundaries. Somehow Rwanda not making a very good start in that first over because it went for many. Midfield there, everyone from Giselle Ishimwe also went to the boundary. Balls have been flying all over in the power play, but Rosine Era making inwards as he picked up that first wicket for Rwanda. A brilliant take there from Giovanni Sewase. That was a boundary hit. The captain trying to attack the pads, and that was hit all the way. A run out that was taken there. A good timely throw there from Giovanni Sewase. We've seen a bowling change, and it is Ruth Uwimana who is into the attack, replacing the captain, Maridian Wimenyumana. She starts off giving away single, but the left-armer doing a lot of good work. She made her debut during the Challenger Trophy, but she's made sure she continues earning her stripes. A little full there from her, and no effort there from the young girl, as that is hit straight to the boundary.
Kelly Ndiraya welcoming Ruth Uwimana as a youngster with that boundary. Missing the line and giving that full toss. Striking it hard over the head of her. And it is a boundary added up to the total of Kelly Ndiraya. And you can see captain talking to Ruth Uwimana, telling her to calm down.
She might have rushed to get back to her run-up, Ruth Uwimana, the one for God. If you would love to translate her name, the one for God, the one who belongs to God, Uwimana. But I tell you, Kelly Ndiraya, 38 of 21. That ball a little loose. But what that boundary means is that the required number of runs are less than the balls, 79 from 82. And that's the match summary of the partnerships. Lindresa Masina, first wicket partnership of 22 of 13, a second wicket partnership of 13 of 10, and the current partnership between Nyasha Gwanjura is worth 26 runs. But now the ball has been retrieved and we are back for the action. That is the ball. Make sure that you bowl it slightly backward of length and extract that turn. And the discussion between the captain and Ruth seems to be working out for Rwanda.
As chasing is not really that easy, the only thing that helps the teams to chase runs is partnerships. And that's what they are doing very good. There have been 3 partnerships already. The one of 22, other one of 13, and this one of 27 already, which is very good. And it shows where you're going.
You're down on one knee and one bounce for the Nyasha Gwanzura power. But we're waiting for the confirmation of the signal. You know, the process of umpiring is if you don't see, you ask your partner, your fellow umpire, if he has seen. And if he has also not seen, you take the honest of the fielder, but look at the way Nyasha Gwanzura gets on one knee to give it full access. And I tell you now, the only issue for Rwanda is that they are too silent on pitch. They looks like they are starting to concede defeat. But Diane Wimenyumana knows how important it is to have a left arm bowler in your attack, and she's made sure that she keeps talking to Ruth Wimana to make sure that she makes the adjustments. Left arm orthodox Ruth Wimana, but one more ball remaining in this over. 74 in 79, with a delivery to play in this over by Ruth. The Ruth who belongs to God. A little short. There is an appeal, and yes, given by the umpire. Nyasha Gwanzura trying to go again, and Kelly Ndlaya unhappy because after scoring a boundary four, you need to make sure that you at least rotate strike, but you want to overhit that one a little further, and it is the third wicket for Zimbabwe High Performance Women that goes.
Nyasha Gwanzura not happy with herself, but it was a very poor ball in my opinion. Short pitch and wide, throwing her everything on that ball and ending up getting a nick on that one. And keeper Melville Wase couldn't help much but getting her out. And Ruth conceding 10 runs and getting a wicket for the side. You can see she is not happy at all. Nyasha Gwanzura and Kelly Ndiraya too not happy with the dismissal of Nyasha Gwanzura, as they were having a very good partnership in the middle there, leading them to the victory. But now she has to build something up with the new batter.
Yeah, the overhitting was so unnecessary. But as we come to the end of over number 7, 66 for 3 is the score. And the new batter in is Jaze number 1, Michelle Mavunga, for the Zimbabwe Women High Performance Team. In this tournament, we do have another umpire mentor who is from Zimbabwe, Foster Mtizwa. He was one of the umpires who officiated during the Challenger Trophy. But Henrietta Teresa Ishimwe is back into the attack. Wicket! Uprooting that off stump. And the dangerous looking Kerry Ndiraya departs. Everything looked to be in good shape. But it is the 4th wicket that goes for Zimbabwe.
Swinging in, and Kerry Ndiraya had no idea of where the ball has passed. And Rwanda, having dismissed Kerry Ndiraya, the big fish, 39 of 23, 4 boundaries and 2 maximums. Now it is building confidence back in Rwanda side. And again, having 2 new batters in for Zimbabwe HPC is already a pressure. And Rwanda now has to squeeze in and not letting them go, as now they are taking the lead. 74 in 77 balls.
Still work to be done. Adele Zimunu, the captain for Zimbabwe Women High Performance Team, is the new batter in. And you look at the appearances for Zimbabwe in this tournament. Last year, the captain was Nomuvel Sibanda for the Zimbabwe High Performance Team. And Chieza Dururu was the captain in 2024. But now another opportunity has been given to Adele Zimunu, because this tournament, of course, Zimbabwe bringing the high performance team, which does not carry in ranking points, gives them a chance to rotate the squad around. Leadership. There is an appeal of LBW, and it is given by the umpire from pads to the bat, and back-to-back wickets there for Henrietta Teresa Ishimwe. Rwanda getting on top of this one as they are picked up 5 already.
Straight onto the money in the stumps. Henrietta Ishimwe, first time was nice. She had to do it twice. 2 wickets in 2 balls on a hat-trick ball. Henrietta Ishimwe, last game they played, she took 4 for 15 in 4 overs. Can she do it again? Adele Zimunu to depart on a golden duck, the captain. And the new batter is Runyangoro Paspano. Beg your pardon, it's Runyaroro Runyararo Paspano to join Michelle Mavunga in their own new
Hat-trick ball there coming in to Runyararo Paspanodia. The captain, Adel Zimun, was departed without disturbing the scorers. The run rate in 9, but required just 5, though it is becoming a uphill task. Hat-trick ball. Dirty ball. The biggest issue there for Paspa is that she's trying to overhit instead of trying to look for placement. And I think Zimbabwe just getting themselves under the pressure at the moment. Their run rate was already healthy. They got a very good power play. So if you keep milking out the runs and keep finding the singles, as you wait for the bad balls to target, you bring some pressure back to the Rwandan side. But now Rwanda on top of things, and it will be a lot of batting for them to pick up the win. 74 in 75. It is another dot ball, but what an over there from Ishimwe Henriette. She is yet to concede runs.
This comes back to the saying of 1 wicket give us 2, and they have collapsed already. So Runyaroro and Michelle Mavunga needs to calm down the situation, and having that a little partnership between, after having these runs going above the required run rate, and still they're above the run rate required, but again putting themselves under the pressure of overhitting the ball, where else they had to just go and run a ball and leading to the victory. But now they're under the pump by the over of Ishimwe Henriette, maiden 2 wickets.
Yeah, good bowling this way there from Henrietta Ishimwe. Double wicket maiden over. And after 8, 66 for 5 is what the scoreboard reads for the Zimbabwe high performance team. They need more 74 in 72 balls if they are to pick up this win. A big shout out to the sponsors of this 12th edition of the Kwibuka Women's T20 tournament. Gorilla Coffee, Sportsbox, Dafabet, the government of Rwanda, and Rwanda Cricket Association all coming out to make sure that we do have this moment to unite, remember, and renew. Kwibuka, a Kinyarwanda word meaning to remember. So we come around to do remember the lives that were lost in the 1994 genocide against the Tutsis. Ruth Wimana back into the attack. Left arm orthodox. 10 runs from her first over and the wicket. But as she returns, she manages to pick up a dot ball. 74 now in 71. 2 new batters are the Chris Michelle Mavunga and Runyaroro Paspanodia. That one is caressed down to longer on. And they will only take a single. This is what Zimbabwe needs to be doing. Make sure that you keep finding those singles. Because the current run rate 8 required 6. If you pick up singles, you can easily get the 6 runs needed in the over. But they'll need to play with calm heads to make sure that they don't throw this one away. Brilliant passage of play here for both teams. Gets on one knee to sweep, but doesn't make timing. A very, very uncalled for shot there from Runyararo. But sometimes it comes as a reflex. And already changes being made in the field. Diana Emanyimana knows what it means to have youngsters bowling. Rosini Irera drops down at deep square leg, and Belisa Murakatete comes up at covers. Shot, beautifully timed. She already displayed that she was going to play it, and again she plays it, makes good timing, and picks up a boundary for Zimbabwe women high performance team.
On one knee, sweeping that one straight on square, and the fielder was Irera Zine at backward square. And if you see how positive these players are of Zimbabwe HPC, and after a great comeback from Ruth Uwimana, dot, single dot, and a boundary, that is only putting her under the pump. And as you said, Diane Menyimana really knows how much pressure she is carrying on her shoulder.
When you look at the field setup there for Ruth Uwimana, long on, long off, cow corner. And now Rosinera is standing at deep square leg, but standing slightly towards the end of deep mid wicket because they have seen that Rinyaroro is very, very good with that slow sweep. But dot ball will be releasing pressure. And this is the final ball of the over. You look at the way she wanted to play that one. She wanted to use the wrist, but didn't execute it well. 5 runs in Ruth Uwimana's second over. And after 9, 71 for 5 is what the scoreboard reads for the Zimbabwe women high performance team. And they need more 69 from 66. Close margins. This game can swing in any direction. And when you look at the many fans who have come out for Rwanda, one stand out for me is Omubie Gislaine at the extreme end having her coffee. She's just returning from Ghana, where she had the ICC level 2 tutors course. Her alongside Landre Rurangwa, the development manager for Rwanda Cricket Association, representing Rwanda. And what that course means is that there will be some growth in terms of capacity of coaches here in Rwanda, because now they have tutors who can try and teach the other coaches. And why I pick up interest in Giselle, it is because she is Gislaine, she is a sister to Giselle Ishim, one of the players who are playing currently. But Gislaine will also be part of that coaching setup of the under-19 women's team of Rwanda. So when she comes around to watch some of the players do the business, the likes of Omogwaneza Grace, Ruth Uwimana, Fanny Gutagushimani will later be going to Dar es Salaam Kigali in September to play in the ICC Under-19 Africa Division 1 qualifiers. It gives a lot of interest. Henrietta Ishimwe is back into the attack, and after bowling 8 deliveries, he's yet to concede a run. A double wicket maiden on her back in the previous over, and 2 dot balls to start off the over, and that was some great fielding there from Ishimwe. Giselle to pick up another dot ball. Changes being made in the field. Fine leg comes up to short fine, and Alice Equals has dropped down to deep mid wicket, but walking towards the other side of the square leg. Also, another change which has been made is that Fanny Utakushimande will come up at short third man, and Giselle Ishim will drop down at longer off. An interesting field setup there for Henrietta Ishimwe. Going hard, Michelle Mavunga, but misses, and it is a dot ball. I used to think that when I was seeing Rwanda play in the Under-19 World Cup qualifier in 2022 down in Botswana, Gaborone, I used to think that Ishimwe Giselle and Ishimwe Henrietta were sisters. But I tell you, later time came to tell that they were not even anywhere related. The only thing they share is that they come from the same place in Ndera. But when you look at Giselle Ishimwe, she comes from a cricketing family. She has a brother, Mugisha Jules, who is playing for the Under-19 boys team. Ghislaine, her sister, is coaching. Then one of her sisters also, Justine, married to a cricketer. Very, very interesting. Henriette also has a sister who plays cricket. Part of that Under-19 women's team in that setup. But it took me time to know that these ones were not sisters. But again, Ishim, one of the most common names. We have the social media coordinator, Ishim Audukail. We have our technical director on this ground, Ishimwe Milei. All of them doing some good work. But this is a very good over. 5 dot balls on total there for Ishimwe. And one more to wrap up another maiden wicket over. She goes pace off and she picks up the dot ball. That is good thinking there from Giselle, from Ishimwe. Making adjustments, and back-to-back maiden is for her, one of them being a double wicket maiden. But you see the Brazilian team right in your frame. John Lee Booth, formerly a technical director here in Rwanda, but currently doing coaching. with the Brazilian women team. He is a level 3 tutors course doing some work with Cricket Without Boundaries. And at the end of the halfway mark, 71 for 5 is what the board reads, and the team will take a cooling break. At the same moment, here at the comms, we will take a short break, but leave you with the message. Remember, unite, renew.
After the break, Captain Bimenyimana Diane will decide to bring herself on the attack as she replaces Ruth Uwimana. And you can see the field set. The needed is 69 of 60 balls. 69 runs of 60 balls is what needed for Zimbabwe HPC to win this game. And Rwanda needs to restrict them under 69 in 60 balls to win this one. And Bimenyimana Diana will come from the airport end as having long on, cow corner, deep square, and third man.
Yeah, she starts with just a single. A little expensive in her spell so far. Diana Bimenyimana, she's gone for 19 in 2.1. And it's only Henriette Eshimo who has looked so exceptional. She has fourballed 3 overs, conceding 18 runs and picking up 2 wickets. 2 maidens back to back. Good bowling spell there. She gives the reason as why they call her Henrietta Ishimwe, the fortress queen. Uppish. They are fielders, but no one will catch that. Chance for 2. Hesitation, but the throw going the wrong end. If that had gone to the bowler's end, it could have been another wicket lost by Zimbabwe HP.
If you look at the way Bimenyimana Diana is bowling, she is just copying the way Henriette Eshimwe was bowling, not trying to go outside off stump, but in the stumps, straight, forcing the batters to play there on the leg side. And it is really working, as if they try to clear the boundary on the offside, they'll have to give themselves a room, and that will be creating a chance of mishitting the ball and getting a chance of a catch. Bimenyimana Diane, as an experienced bowler, the captain, could be doing the job and mixing those Yorkers with slow balls, not easy to pick the pace of herself. Having that backward square and no fine leg, it says it all. And the batters in will have to adjust and see how they'll manage to get those singles plus boundaries, as they're requiring 6.9 and over. That will be probably 7 and over. And Michelle Mavunga is on strike. Very aggressive, yet to get her touch on. She has been swinging and missing every ball, which she really needs to think about it and just start off with getting those touches, rotating the strikes, and later on maybe she can get the touch back. That's the spectators and fans. Olivier Itangishaka there in the bar up. And people are just gathering for the matches. After 11 overs, the score is at 74 for 5. And there is a bowling change at the pavilion end. The captain decided to bring on Giovannis Uwase. And there is a field change from the way captain was bowling. She's having long off, cow corner, deep square, and third man still thinking about it.
Yeah, Zimbabwe High Performance needs 66 runs from 54 balls if they had to pick up this win. And these two batters currently at the Chris Michelle Mavunga and Runyararo Paspanodia will need to break the shackles and play nothing out of something. To play something out of nothing if they had to pick up this win. Giovanni Uwase already onto the run-up to make a mark. Some raw pace they are coming in from her, and I've seen the Zimbabwean batters love pace. So they will pick up the single right away. And now it is a close game. It is a game which can swing in any direction. One thing that Zimbabwe has done is taking care of the wicket column. They were losing many wickets, but now they have dealt with that. And they are just making sure that they keep doing good work. 2 of 10 for Michelle Mavung and 7 of 13 for Runyararo. The full toss should be hit away. Yes. Bit of a flick shot there from Michelle Mavunga, and the welcoming boundary. It has been long since we last saw a boundary being scored in this matchup. Giovanni Uwase a little loose and onto the body, well worked away to go all the way to the boundary. Shackles have been broken. 61 now from 52. A running ball keeps them close, and the boundary every over puts them in the match. Current run rate 6.94 and required 7.04. Henrietta Ishimwe has made sure that she overturns that equation between the number of runs and the balls. But still work to be done. Diane Menyimana trying to look a way of balancing the innings. And this is when you toss the ball up to Giovanni Uwase. And when you do toss the ball to Giovanni Uwase, it means that you can balance off the remaining overs. Henrietta Ishimwe is remaining with 1 over in this match. Resine has 2. Diane Hassoff has 1. Thick edge. Fane Utagushimani, they will see that one roll all the way to the boundary. 2 boundaries in this over. They are taking the liking to the bowling of Giovanni Uwase. It got off the edge of the blade of the batter, trying to go for that cut shot, but the edge will go past Fanny. And it is another boundary now. 56 needed in 50. The game still close. 2 more balls to play in this over, and Henrietta Ishimwe giving her some bit of advice on where to pitch that ball. Another touch and go affair there, right under the watch of Ruthie Wimana. They do sneak through for a single, but this is turning out to be a very good over for them. They needed an over to target Zimbabwe, and now this is the over they are targeting. 11 in this over with 1 more to play. The final ball of the over will see Longo off go down. Hit all the way to the bunker, and it is a maximum to end this over. Michelle Mavunga picking up on that full toss very, very nicely. And Giovanni Sewas's first over will go for 17. What this over has done is that it has brought back Zimbabwe in this game full and hit on. Bring us to the end of over number 12 with the score 91 for a loss of 5 wickets. And we will be seeing another new bowler being brought into the attack. Now Maridiano Imanyimana is throwing the ball around to see who can do for her the business. But those are the charts. Zimbabwe has been ahead right from ball 1 despite losing some wickets. 5 of them to be specific. And Alice Ikuzwe is into the attack, replacing the captain Maridiano Imanyimana from the airport end.
Rwanda being the team with the most of the players who can bowl. Said it earlier, even Giselle can bowl. Now, Diane Menyimana decided to give the ball to Alice Ikuzwe, who doesn't bowl that bad. She is also one of the best. Can get you some wickets. And Zimbabwe taking the lead now. Not now, but since the game started. They are up above, despite of losing their wickets. And Rwanda now needs to bring down the run rate a bit.
She starts with a full ball and it is hit away. A misfield backward of point from Giovanni Sewase. We'll see that one roll all the way to the boundary. But she's a good fielder, but you can't blame it on her because her concentration was a bit low because of what she went through in the previous over. And even when she chips in that dive, she doesn't stop that one. And it is a boundary. Now Zimbabwe is starting to find the runs. Driven down to Longo off, and it is another single. I tell you, the current passage of play has now brought back Zimbabwe in the game because now the run rate has gone up to 7 and the required is now 5.
Can see the body language of players getting low and lower as Zimbabwe are playing good, but you can never give up until it's done. That's for Rwanda. If you see how players are standing in their positions, they just need a miracle. They just need something to happen, maybe a wicket, that they get hyped again.
A wide down the leg before the wicket comes. We'll go for 5 wides, and this will bring up the 100 runs for Zimbabwe. Alice Ikuzwe not maintaining her line, and the 5 wides to take the score to 102 for 5 after 12.3. Now runs are starting to flow. If Rwanda doesn't find off breaking this partnership, it might be very, very risky for them because this game might slip out of their hands because only 38 more needed in 45 balls. I think that's much better there from Alice Ikuzwe, forcing Runyararo to play with the cover fielders, force her to play front of the square, force her to play with the offside fielders. Shimming down the track and caresses that one away. It will be a boundary because there is no extra cover. Now Zimbabwe still finding the runs.
dancing down the track and getting enough connection on that one, clearing the boundary over the covers region. And Alice Kuzge is being put under the pump.
Yeah, Giovanni's previous over went for 17, and now Alice has gone for 15 with one more ball to play in this over. Somehow the part-timers not doing business. Actually, Alice is not a part-timer, she's an all-rounder. But she's not really maintained the good lane. Now 34 more needed in 43, and this is the final ball of the over. Off the edge of the blade and a dot ball. Good finishing. 13 gone and 106 for 5 is the score. 34 more needed in 42, Zimbabwe. There is a very long discussion between the captain for Sorato Cricket Club, Rosine Herrera, the captain for Charity, Diane Wimejimana, who is also the captain for Rwanda Women, and Henrietta Ishima, the captain for Indatwa, Hampshire. But after a very long discussion, it will be Rosine Herrera to return into the attack. She got the first wicket for Rwanda, and if it is a time where you need to break a partnership, she is really a go-to bowler. But she'll need to bowl well. And now these two batters, when you look at the way Henrietta was bowling, they gave her the two maidens because they knew there will be an over to target. So now Rosine is coming. If you are Runyararo and Michelle Mavunga, you will be just hoping you can go through this over. And there will be more overs to target. 34 from 42 as Rosine is into the attack. Quick one, and an appeal right ahead, but not upheld by the umpire. And you look at Mavunga, she's going hard at her. Very, very risky because Rosine has bowled 2.1 overs and conceded 12. And she's picked up only one wicket.
Michelle Mavunga, who doesn't really look to hold back, and yet, as you said, should be looking forward to just rotate the strike and punish the bad ball. But for her, she looks very aggressive. She will be punishing everything. Yet there are more overs to target, as you said, and a very good idea from the captain Wimenyimana Diane, bringing her based bowlers on the attack, see if they can break this partnership.
The only issue for Rosine Ray in this over is that she's bowled the shorty balls, and now that one doesn't turn and it continues down the leg and it's waits. And if I am Diane Wimenyimana, I tell you, Emily, what I could do is I bowl Rosine now and I bring back Henriette airport end to make sure that I do look for a way of dismissing these batters. The short balls that I've talked about, they are not being hit, but those are balls you can hit anywhere because you have all the time to lean into the shot. But now Runyararo playing different from Mavunga because Runyararo knows Rosine is a good bowler. So don't attack her. Let her bowl her spell. Only attack the loose balls. And when you see the field setup for Rosine Herrera, tip mid wicket, cow corner, long on, long off, to make sure that the catches can be taken. But again, there is a very wide gap between short third, down on one knee, straight to Fanny, and it is a dotty ball. But this is turning out to be very good over there from Rosine. She's given out only 2 runs so far, with the 2 more balls to play in the over. Another dotty ball. Good over there from Rosine. One more in the over.
If Rwanda get if they get to break this partnership by getting the wicket of Runyaroro or Mavunga, Michelle, there will be much more in the game as Herrera completes her third over, conceding only 2 runs. And it gets to the end of the 14th over, 108 for 5. And they're being required 5.33 runs and over to win this one. You can see men's national team players are here to support the ladies. Inyas, Oscar, they're there watching the game. Izaini Omugao.
And they had a very good performance in Botswana during the sub-regional qualifier, emerging champions from that sub-regional qualifier, qualifying for the Division 1 Africa qualifier. Zimbabwe men's team, Hamza Khan, really had a very good form. But this is the equation for this game. 36 balls are remaining to be played and 32 runs for Zimbabwe to get. Rwanda has a very good finals record in this tournament, and a 100% record. They have played one final and they won that final. That final was played in 2023 against Uganda, where they beat Uganda by 6 wickets. But in 2021, just taking you down the memory lane, they finished third, having lost to Kenya in the semis. Whereas in 2024, they beat Nigeria to finish third in the Kwibuka. And last year, they lost the semis to Tanzania and still went on and lost the third placement game to Uganda. Uganda walking back to Uganda with the bronze medal. But Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya, all teams with very, very good records in this tournament, not being part of this edition. Ruth Wimana into the attack, but coming left arm over. And I tell you, when Ruth Wimana got the ball, it was always clear that they are going to take her on. And you saw the power there from Michelle Mavunga.
Very tricky for the batters to play her, as you might think that you'll be going to take her on. But again, she's not that a bad bowler. Not easy to take on. So if you're going bad on her, they will be losing an easy wicket.
I tell you, Emile, it's not an issue of being a bad bowler, but the experience of Ruth Wimana. She is an easy player to put on pressure. Because now you look at the previous ball, picked up a single, it was a full toss. So the question would be, why are you bowling it full? Because when she was extracting turn from the surface, she was picking up the dirty balls. Pace of delivery there, hesitation between the batters, but they will take the run. I love the idea there from Alice Ikuzo. She knew that she would take a lot of time leaning down, picking up the ball and throwing, so she just kicks it to the stumps. But she picks up that. They will take the run. She doesn't pick up the wicket. And from the Gahanga B Stadium, Nigeria has beaten Malawi by 52 runs. It's much better bowling there from Ruth Wimana, picking up that dot ball. That's the ball that she used to pick up a wicket. She bowled it outside off stump and it was feathered to the wicket keeper, Merivale Uwase. She made down the track and down the ground for a single. One thing about Zimbabwe is that even when the good bowlers have come on to bowl, they have made sure that they keep finding the runs, Ronyararo and Mavunga. And it has kept them in the game. When you see the equation, 29 in 31, current 7.48 and required 5.61. But this is the final ball of this over. Down on one knee and hits it well. Beautifully timed, and it will be a boundary to end the over number 15. That's what I told you about the young players. They're always all over the place. She now gets it onto the leg side, yet she bowled one outside of stump and it wasn't hit. And that boundary will bring us to the end of over number 15 with the scoreboard reading 115 for a loss of 5. The technical staff there for the Zimbabwe team, Mboye coming here as the head coach. But Zimbabwe being a test nation, they always build some bit of continuity and they always make sure that the technical staff is as big as they would wish, because they have that a bit of a luxury because of the money they are be getting from the other test playing nations. But the current partnership is 49 of 46, with Mavunga contributing 17 of 20 and Ronyararo 26 of 26. And Rosine Herrera back to bowl half final over from the pavilion end. A little fall and down the ground for a single. She's been bowling so well, and her figures can say it all. She's bowled 3.1 and considered just 15. Yet there are players who have considered 15 in one. Giovanni considered 17 in one over, and Alice 15 in one over. Off the edge of the blade, Work to be done. This outfield is electric. But Giovanni Sowasa will field that one nicely, though Zimbabwe will take the double.
50+ run partnership between these two, Runyararo and Michel Mavunga. And this is the best thing you can do when chasing. This is the 4th partnership they've done.
What a timing there from Runyararo. Rosine Irera trying to go for a quick ball, and Runyararo manages to sweep it away to bring up another boundary. Zimbabwe now killing Rwanda so softly. A bit of a googly, but beautifully timed, and hit Aebe Runyararo to pick up another boundary. What a brilliant passage of play here for the Zimbabwe HPC team. I tell you, when these two batters are just walking, they didn't look like they were going to chase. But now they are playing with calm heads and making sure they find the runs. You see the current run rate is 7 and required just for every over. It clearly tells you that Zimbabwe, with the 5 wickets they do have at hand, they are holding one hand. And this is a crucial victory for them, because if Zimbabwe picks up this win, it means they will head into the Brazilian game with some bit of momentum, because today is their double-header day. Brazil changes bowling ends sides. She now comes right arm round the wickets, and she picks up a dot ball.
This tells you how much important the power play was. They had a very good start, and now you can see why they are continuing doing this and being that easy for them to chase with those partnerships. This is the 4th partnership, and which is very crucial for any team in the world chasing. And it is the last ball of the over for Rosine Herrera. I think this is the most expensive over of her spell.
Another sweep shot there past Fanny Takushimaninde. But good recovery there from Fanny, cutting off the boundary. And they'll do take the double. Rosine's spell comes to an end. She's going for 25 in 4 overs. And after 16 overs, 126 for 5 is what Zimbabwe has. And they need to score 3.50 every over if they are to win. 14 in 24 is the equation. I tell you, this game is slipping away from Zimbabwe. And the looks from their dugout clearly tell 139 looked very, very defendable at the end of the first innings. But you feel that maybe Diani Menyuan has missed out something in the way she has shuffled her bowlers. She brought in Giovanni Sowasa, and Giovanni conceded 17. At the other end, she brought Alice Ekuzo. Alice conceded 15. You feel that maybe if she had stuck a little with Henrietta Ishimwe and Rosine Ira, they would have stood a chance of bringing back the pressure. And after another very lengthy discussion there between the former captain for the under-19 team, Giselle Ishimwe, and herself, Diani Menyumana, plus Henrietta Ishimwe, we will be seeing who bowls next. But there is some bit of an injury break. One of the players receiving some bit of medical attention. But this is the 12th edition of the Kwibuka Women's T20 International Tournament being played here at the Gahanga. 2 stadiums being used in this edition, the main oval and the B oval. And that is the message of remember, unite, renew. As we continue remembering the lives that were lost during the 1994 genocide against the Tutsis. Not very good history for our brothers and sisters of Rwanda. Something you'd wish to forget easily, but not very easy to forget, because some people are still traumatized up to now. There are families that lost their beloved ones during that time, and they still have that bit of trauma. Diani Menyimana will bowl the 17th over. 14 more in 24. Looks like it is becoming a game set and match for Zimbabwe. The only chance that Rwanda has, if they can pick up a wicket here, it sends them into the tail. And when you're bowling to the tail, you stand a very big chance of bringing back the pressure. And with the current run rate at 7.88 and required at 3.50, it's work to be done for Rwanda. And as Diani Mari Menyumana returns into the attack, she has a packed onside deep square leg, deep mid wicket, cow corner and long on. Michelle Mavunga 18 of 21 and Runyaroro 36 of 31. Wicket on her return. Middle stump uprooted. Michelle Mavunga departs. Zimbabwe HPC loses their 6th wicket. And now it is a chance for Rwanda to add more pressure. And in a swing there coming in from Diane Menyimana, a little full. But Mavunga not going with the full face of the blade. The timber is rearranged. Mavunga 18 of 22 at a strike rate of 81.82. She's done damage. But now it is a chance for Rwanda to pick up dotty balls because now there will be a new batter facing. So if you're Maridian Menyimana, you will be hoping that you can pick up some dotty balls because 14 of 23, it is a very, very no room for error match. But Mabera Lendo Kohole is the new batter in. Lendo Kohole Mabera made her debut for Zimbabwe during the ICC Africa Division 1 qualifiers that happened in Entebbe, Uganda. A tournament where Uganda and Zimbabwe qualified for the Globals. But now it's work for her to be done with the bat. A little fall there. And the confidence for Lendo Kohole Mabera because that got off the middle of her bat. But good work there from Diane Menyimana. She tossed the ball around to look for who could pick for her wicket. No one did so. But as soon as she comes into the attack, she picks up that wicket and the creams it off with a dot ball. She'll be hoping she can pick up another dot ball. Bowling to the new batter. Pace off and another dot ball.
Great comeback from Diane Menyimana, the captain. Getting a wicket and 2 consecutive dots. Putting a little pressure on Zimbabwe HPC, who are already on the lead of the game. But 14 doesn't look to make so much damage and errors in the game. But again, who knows if she takes another wicket and this ends up to be a maiden. You never know. 14 in 3 overs. Maybe they will stand a chance and Diane Menyimana will be bowling.
Good work there from Diane Menyimana. It is another wicket. Good fielding display there from Giselle Ishimwe. She had to run and cover some distance to take that catch, but she's made sure that she gets hold onto that opportunity. It is another wicket that is picked up by Diane Menyimana, and it is Lendo Kohole Mabera who departs without putting runs on board. The dot ball pressure, 3 dot balls there for Lendo Kohole Mabera meant that she would try and find something out of nothing, and it is a wicket that falls. Maridian Menyimana doing the work that some of her bowlers didn't do. 0 offer for Lendo Kohole Mabera. She's picked up a well-set batter, Michelle Mavunga, and she's picked up another wicket in that over. Diane, one more to play in this over, and it's a pride moment for her. She comes from a cricketing family, and the 2 of her brothers are right at the ground watching this game. Evan Menyimana and Zappy Morris Menyimana, who have both handicaps with the men's teams. But this is the final ball of this over. Wanted to do a hit and run, the new batter, but nowhere to go. And the dot ball will mean that this is the second double wicket maiden over. We already saw Henrietta Teresa Ishimwe bowling 1. And as we come to the end of over number 17, 126 for a loss of 7 is the score, and 14 more needed from 18 balls.
$60 dots for Rwanda and 62 for Zimbabwe. 33 singles, 27 singles for Zimbabwe, 12 doubles and 6 for Zimbabwe. No threes, 9 boundaries, and 2 maximums. 14 runs is the required runs in 12 balls. Beg your pardon, is 14 runs in 18 balls. And the captain decided to bring on the best bowler of the team, Belize Murekatete, and having third man, deep fine leg, long on and long off in the place. Rwanda will be looking forward to dismiss Runyararo Paspanodia, and they will be matching the game, or keeping her not on the strike, as they will be getting Vimbai Mutungwindu on strike, and they try to get more dots on her.
Yeah, Belisa Morekatete was a little expensive in the first over. She went for 18. The very first over of this match. And I tell you, that's the over that put Zimbabwe clearly in things. But that is a very good return for her. She's changed the bowling ends. She bowled her first over from the airport end. Now she's coming in from the pavilion end. She's picked up a dot ball. She's played a lot of her cricket here. She's played with the Gahanga Queens. And her home is just a stone throw from here. If you hit the ball where it can go up to her home. A thick edge will go down, but that is good athleticism there from Fanny Utagushimaninde at the third man, cutting off the boundary and giving them only a double. I tell you, if that had gone to the boundary, it could have made Zimbabwe very, very close, but Fanny putting in some good effort there to cut off the boundary.
Great work from Fanny Utagushimaninde there. Doesn't do that much often, but this time round put her hand up and saved 2 from getting to the boundary. And Paspanodia Runyararo taking the lead and having all the weight of the team on her shoulder.
A little fall and a misfield will give them the chance. Alice Kuze, if she had just gotten that one and taken a direct hit at the bowler's end, it could have resulted into a wicket. But it in the end results into a single and reduces the deficit to 11 from 15.
You can hear players in the middle there, the Rwandan side, saying they have to retain that batter on the strike. Vimbai Mutungwindu, that Belize should get more dots. The rest of the ball should be dots on her.
Mutungwindu has said no. Emile, you might very much want me to concede dot balls, but I can hit the ball. She is a wicket keeper batter, makes a little shimmy and makes full access, driving that one over the mid-on fielder who is up, and she picks up a boundary.
Vimbai Mutungwindu, who thought we took her easy, and took a shimmy down the track to clear the boundary over mid-off.
A very, very long batting line up there for Zimbabwe. They are now into single-digit figures, pick up the win. And I tell you, if I was the captain, I would have made the change and taken that longer off fielder down. Maybe bring one of the other fielders back out of the square. Apish, there is a fielder, falls short of Rosine Herrera. And because the ball was spinning away, gives them a chance to pick up the second run. Good running between Vimbai Mary Mutungwindu and Runyararo Paspanodia, as now they reduce the deficit to just 5 runs in 13. The coach there, Mboye, shouting and saying, "Come Vimbe!" Kila Vimbai and Mutungwindu. Sorry, Vimbai Mutungwindu making sure that she does the work. Another one, I talked about the field setup, Emile. Something missed by the captain, and it is another boundary. The scores are level. 139 for 7 after 18 is what Zimbabwe HPC has at the moment. Right in her hitting arc, and Vimbai says, "Yes, I'll go with you." She hits that one to the boundary. Bring us the end of over number 18. with the scoreboard reading 139-7 and just one more from 12. The match summary there for the Zimbabwe HPC, as you could see it. Real Nyaroro is still unbeaten on 39 of 34, but Vimbaye Montongwendo on 10 of 4, also holding the other side family. Kalinderaya also made damage early, 39 of 23. And Michelle Mavunga, 18 of 22, plus Nyasha Gwanzura, 16 of 10. 7 extras from the bowling display for Zimbabwe. Sorry, for Rwanda so far. But now, the big task will be given to Ruth Wiman, and that signal indicates that Rwanda has been bowling so slowly, so they will face the slow over rate penalty and will be allowed to use only 3 fielders outside the 30. Ruth Wiman has a very big uphill task of defending 1 run. She's coming in to bowl the penultimate over. She picks up a dot ball to start. Zimbabwe very much in this one. It might be just a matter of time. Slog sweep. Some good makeshift there put in by Alice Ekuzwe to cut that one off, but they will take the single, and it is game, set, and match. Nigeria picking up the win against Malawi, and Zimbabwe also defeating the hosts by 3 wickets to pick up this win. 139 on board looked very defendable, but in the end, Zimbabwe holding themselves together, playing with some bit of composure and picking up a 3 wickets victory against the host nation. The hosts will go and reflect very quickly before they return for their next fixture, but that is the batting card. Bunyararo unbeaten with 40 of 36. Vimbaye Montongwendo 10 of 4. They've really made sure that they see Zimbabwe cross the line, but doesn't take away the batting inside the power play by Kelly Ndiraya 39 of 23 and Lindros Masina 7 of 7. Whereas there was a mid-order contribution between Nyasha Gwanzura 16 of 10 and Michelle Mavunga 18 of 22. 7 extras have been given away by Rwanda, something for them to regret, but anyway, might have not been the issue. But Maredian Wimanyamana and Henrietta Ishimwe, both of them bowling double wicket maidens and picking up 2 wickets. Really standout figures, but Henrietta being the most economical, she's gone for only 8 in her 3 overs, where she's picked up 2 wickets, conceding just 8 runs at an economy rate of 2.67. 1 wicket apiece for Rosini Herrera and Ruth Wimana, but in the end, Zimbabwe high performance team crossing the line. The match summary: Beriso Bonakatete lit up the first innings with 54 of 23. Gisero Ishimbe before running herself out 24 of 25, and Alice Echoes unbeaten on 19 of 26. 1 wicket apiece for Adele Zimono, Michelle Mavunga, and Lilokuhole Mabera. And in response, Brunyaroro Paspanodia's 40 of 36 and Kelindra's 39 of 23 have been the difference. Michelle Mavunga's 18 of 22 also stood out, whereas 2 wickets apiece for Diana Imenyimana and Henrietta Ishimwe, plus the one that came from Resini area, didn't see the hosts cross the line. We've come to the end of the game 1 on this ground, and there is another clash which will be happening between Zimbabwe High Performance and the Brazil Women. My name is Evan Cyprian Sajabi, and my co-commentator in Emile Ruchiriza will be coming to you shortly with the posthumous presentation. Make sure you don't go anywhere. Yeah.
Welcome to the post-match presentation of the first game of the 12th edition of Kwibuka T20I tournament. It was the clash between Rwanda, the host, and Zimbabwe HPC. Zimbabwe HPC winning the toss and electing to have a ball first. Rwanda posting 139, sending in Zimbabwe to chase, and it was a successful chase. Zimbabwe HPC won by 3 wickets. Some notable performances: Giselle scored 24 off 25. Murekatete Belize with the only and maiden half century on her name, and Ishimwe Henriette taking 2 wickets. Kedi Ndiraya scoring 39 off 23. But the player of the match on the first game of the tournament is none other than Runyararo Paspanodia, scoring 40 off 36, now not out. To give out the player of the match is the third umpire. Runyararo, congrats on winning the first player of the match of the tournament. And can you take us through the game when chasing?
When chasing, I was just telling myself that I can do it and I can do it for the team.
What's the take of the game? What did you learn from the game and going forward?
I learned that if you keep on fighting, you can always do it.
Thank you so much and all the best. She said it, if you keep on fighting, you can win it. It was the game between Rwanda and Zimbabwe HPC. Zimbabwe HPC winning by 3 wickets. Stay tuned for the next game.
Third game of the 12th edition of the Kwibuka Women's T20 International Tournament. At the back of a victory, it is Zimbabwe Women High Performance Team who will be taking on Brazil Women. The two captains are here with me. Adele Zimunu, the captain for Zimbabwe. I have Nascimento Carolina, the captain for Brazil. And the third of the day, Veronica Uriho, and we've come here for the toss. Tails on top. Zimbabwe, you've won the toss. What are you going to be doing first and why?
Okay, I'm looking to bet first. Why? Because this is a betting trick and I trust my bet as well.
Why have you changed the winning formula?
Because we've noticed before we didn't know the playing conditions, but now we know this is a betting trick, so we're up for it.
And did you make any changes in the team?
Yeah, we just have one for Olinda replacing Salem.
All the best and go well.
Thank you.
Laura, please come through. If you had won the toss, what will you have done first and why?
We are going to field if you won the toss and to start the tournament and how the girls go and play.
And now Zimbabwe has won the toss and they will be batting first. Which total will you be looking at limiting them to?
It's do our work and our job and be squeezed and yeah.
All the best and go well.
Thank you.
And that is the news coming from the center. Zimbabwe has won the toss and has opted to bat first.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are watching from. This is Gahanga International Cricket Stadium, Ground A, and it's the third game of the day. Brazil women's playing against Zimbabwe women's high performance, and Zimbabwe women's high performance have won the toss and they have elected to have bat first. In the morning, Zimbabwe have won against Rwanda, and in the afternoon, Zimbabwe have said that at least now let us give our women a chance so that they can come in and have bat first. Mr. Ivan was there at the toss. Mr. Ivan, good afternoon. Can you please take us through the toss?
Good afternoon, Enoch. Happy to be here in the comms. Well, the toss, I was also wondering why the captain for Zimbabwe changed the winning formula. Every time you find a formula which wins for you, you always stick on it. They chased it during that game against Rwanda and chased down 139 runs. But she said because the wicket is looking good and she has good batters, so she wanted to give them a chance to make sure that they express themselves, try and find runs. So it will be an interesting game because when you look at this Brazilian side, they were down in Botswana for the Kalahari tournament and defeated Botswana women during the finals, winning that game by 3 wickets. So they have really some bit of experience in playing in the African conditions, and they've made sure that they keep growing in their game. And the captain said it is a game of cricket. They will just make sure that they take the game the way it comes their way. But the two female umpires will be standing in this one from Nigeria and another one from Rwanda. Adepeju Bolgun is the umpire from Nigeria, whereas the one from Rwanda is Anjin Cole Gihozo, to see us go through this tournament. Of course, it's a women's tournament, so it is a very good thing done by RCA to try and make sure that they give the ladies opportunity to make sure that they enjoy most of the games. And also one thing I love about the RCA is that they give opportunity to people from other countries. For example, you look at Adepeju, she's from Nigeria, me, I'm from Uganda. So when we come around, we do pick the genocide message and we can keep passing it on. Of course, this is the 12th edition of the Kwibuka, when we do remember the lives that were lost in the 1994 genocide against the Tutsis. But it is a very, very brilliant day, Enoch. Not sure what you're making of this game. Which total should we be looking at? Zimbabwe, we saw them chasing down 139. What are your expectations as we head into this game?
You've been talking about the way Zimbabwe have changed the strategy, which have worked for them in the morning. They were chasing, and yes, they have managed to chase 139. Maybe they are just showing us that whether they are chasing or whether they are setting, they can still manage to take the victory away from their opponent. And back to my expectations, I'm expecting a lot from my point of view. Here we have Lola Kadosa, who holds a world record, who have picked 9 wickets just in a single T20 game. And I will be expecting a lot from that young lady.
Yeah, those 9 wickets came against Lesotho women. It was indeed a ruthless bowling display. So we'll be hoping that she can come out and do pick out other wickets. She's the vice captain for the Brazilian women, and she was at the toss. But we're just moments away from seeing the first ball of this match. Zimbabwe has made one change in the playing 11 that won against Rwanda. Olinda Chari has been replaced by Salem Princess Museka. And here we are. This is the first ball of this match. A pace-off delivery, and it is a dot ball. Good start there to the proceedings. It is just number 7 who is opening the bowling for Brazil. Maria Eduarda Macgui Ribeiro. If this one's from Rwanda, this could have been Ribeiro, but not sure if it is a pronunciation, because the Brazilians have also some similar pronunciations as Rwanda, but that is screamed away past the fielder, and it is a boundary. Zimbabwe breaking the shackles as they pick up the first boundary in this match.
I will be expecting plenty and the rain of these shots. You can see the way she transferred all her weight straight on that ball, and she managed to send it straight on the ground. And the first boundary of the innings comes up. This is the third game of the day, and it's day 1. Playing that one onto the leg side region, missing the line completely, and it's the first wide of the innings. Playing against such strong side like Zimbabwe, you have to be aware of every single delivery that will be bowling, because you will find yourself gifting away a lot of runs to your opponents.
Yeah, one thing about Maria Eduarda, because she bowled one and she was played through the offside for 4, she tries to overcompensate and she bowls it way down the leg. But that's much better there from her. Keep the wickets into play, and now you see that Lindros, because that ball was waiting in the block hole, you play it cautiously. But if there is width, if the ball is outside off stump, you'll just swing through the line. So if Maria can try and make sure that she bowls that stump to stump line, maybe she'll pick up many dot balls there for Brazil women. That time Brazil coming to Rwanda. Straight to the hands of the fielder, backward of point. And well taken. Kelly Ndiraya will depart without disturbing the scorers. Golden duck for her. And it is the first wicket for Brazil women.
The first wicket is gone without single hesitation. Person at the point manages to grab the first opportunity given by Zimbabwe. And Zimbabwe loses their first just without taking too long. After 3 deliveries of play, Brazil have managed to pick up their first, and just in number 71 will have to depart back to the tent. If Brazil can manage to pick these wickets in quick succession, I'm telling you, it's going to be a difficult task for Team Zimbabwe.
The wicket that has been lost by Zimbabwe is really a big wicket. Kelly Ndiraya in the morning game against Rwanda, she scored 39 of 23 at a strike rate of 169. But she has fallen early without putting many runs. 5 for 1 after 0.4. Zimbabwe losing the first wicket right in the first over, and Betty Mongachena is the new batter in. That one getting off the middle of the bat, but it is straight to the fielder. Even in the morning game, Betty batted at number 3, coming in at 1 down. So Rwanda has not shuffled the batting lineup so far. 404 for Lindros Masena. Final ball of the first over. Just off that outside edge, but straight to the field, and it is a dot ball. bring us to the end of the first over, and the scoreboard reading 5-1.
Projected score is 100. And Zimbabwe, I really know that they are looking forward to post a big score, a huge score above 100. Fortunately, if they can just manage to cruise above 150, I know they will be looking forward to post such score. And Nigeria are now ahead of the point table after securing their first win against Malawi.
A spinner into the attack. It is Lara Bittencourt who will be coming into ball the second over. And good start for her there. It is a dot ball to start off the over. The field is set up, cow corner and long on all at the boundary, creating some room to cut, but doesn't hit it past the fielder. And when you're watching the morning game, Zimbabwe loved the balls which were coming quick. Giovanni Sowasa came and went for 17 in her first over. Alice came and went for 15. The very first overs, Bedisa Mulekatich went for 18. So when you have so many slow bowlers in your team, you stand a very big chance of picking up the dot balls. Look at that one. There are 3 dot balls when the spinner comes into the attack.
And this is where the pressure is built so that the batters will go for a lot and they will find themselves creating opportunities and chances. Here he goes. The batter seems to be complaining that it's an extra, it's a wide. And 4 consecutive dot deliveries and 2 more legal deliveries to go. He's going to make the most out of these 2 deliveries. Just number 2, Lala to continue. Stepping out and hitting that one up, and it was a chance to be taken. And just see number 19 dropped that one. That's what we've been talking about, that if you can keep that momentum up, that's when you are going to create more pressure on the batter. And when the pressure is mounted up, that's when fielders have to be alert and awake to grab every single opportunity which is being created. Playing that one and played straight into the hands of the bowler, and first maiden comes into the place.
Five for 1 as we come to the end of the second over. The first game on this ground between Rwanda and Zimbabwe had 4 maidens. I beg your pardon, 3 maidens. 2 by Henrietta Teresa Ishimwe and 1 by Maridian Wimenyumana. But these 2, Maridian and Henrietta Ishimwe, both of them bowling double wicket maiden overs. It was a good bowling display. You feel that maybe Rwanda fell short of how they were changing the bowlers. The bowling changes might have costed them. But Mario Eduardo is back into the attack. 5 runs in her first, plus a wicket. And now she continues to bowl Sam Lopez coming in from the pavilion end. And one thing I love about Brazil is that they keep bowling the good areas. Fine, you can hit me for 4, hit me for 6, but I'll keep bowling stump to stump.
Back to the record of the girl. Isn't it a record? Betty Mangachena trying to step out, but he missed it completely. The timing wasn't good at all, and she found herself missing that one completely.
Betty Mangachena was run out in the morning game, so she has some struggles running between the wickets.
Hitting that one straight on the ground. Is it going to be another boundary? The ball is racing all the way to the boundary, and another boundary comes into the place.
Yeah, this ground, very, very quick. Every time the ball goes past the fielder, You just go and collect it after the boundary. Looked like a half-created chance, but the bowler didn't put in much effort to try and make sure that she catches that one. Betty is off the mark with the boundary, and much needed there for Zimbabwe HPC to make sure that they keep finding the runs.
Loud appeal, but umpire shows no interest at all. Team Brazil seems like they were all convinced, but umpire Ange Nicole shows no interest.
Yeah, that ball would have been there for her to drive on the onside. Betty Mangachina, if she had opened up very well and created that room to play that on drive, but she has not executed it well. She played dead plumb and wanted to play down the leg because it was angling in. That is very quick there coming in from Maria Eduarda. Raw pace off the surface and another dot ball. One thing I've loved about Maria is that she's bowling variations. When you look at the ball they were appealing on, it was right to the pads. And now that previous one, just angling away from the batter. And this is how you bowl to pick up a wicket. Because every time the bowler, you don't want to bowl something that the batter will get used to. Keep varying so that you keep them guessing. Look at that's the ball that I tell you. She has that on which angles back, another one which swings her away. And when you look at Betty is struggling opening up and driving on the onside. So those will be the praise balls.
Seems like Betty Mangachina is always waiting for the right delivery to take to the boundary. Don't see her trying to rotate. Stepping out and getting a thick inside the edge. But the wicket keeper is always awake. You can't catch her sleeping. And that's the end of the very third over. 10 runs on the board after the loss of 1. And the current run rate, they are just moving by 23 runs per over.
Right in your frame, it is the Malawi women, but these are some of the results. Malawi fell short by 52 runs against Nigeria. A scoring theory of thoughts, 98 runs, but Malawi failing in the chase. Well, Zimbabwe women high performance team defeated Rwanda by 3 wickets in the morning game at this very ground. Malawi will be sitting aside alongside Rwanda, reflecting on what they may have not done well in the morning games because the games are coming thick and fast. The spinner back into the attack, up in the air, but it will fall short of the fielders. And they will take the single. A flated ball, they are coming in from Lara Bittencourt, but not well hit by Kelly Ndiraya. The important thing is that Kelly Ndiraya is now off the mark, so she can keep finding the runs.
Play that one straight and a good fielding, way too athletic in the deep and saving some runs for team Brazil is jersey number 5. Lala Bittencourt keeping it tight for team Zimbabwe. Tossed up and pulled away, but pulled away straight into the hands of the fielder. But the fielder not giving a chance, not putting in effort. It was going to be a catch, if I can say. But someone who is in the field have a different angle.
And you see now, when you look at the way these two batters are batting, they're not playing shots with power. So if you're the bowler, Lara Bittencourt, you have to try and make sure that you bring your fielders. But that's the chance created, and this time taken. She dropped one earlier on in the previous over, but she has made amendments, taking that catch. It is Ana Clara Sabino who takes the catch, and Betty Mangachina is the second batter to depart for Zimbabwe women high performance.
Look at that, the elevation was there, but there was not enough power to carry that delivery through so that it can go all over the heads of the fielders. And unfortunately, jersey number 67 will have to go back to the taint. I wonder who's going to come and save the day for Team Zimbabwe.
They have a long batting lineup. Somehow Rwanda picked up many wickets and looked like it was all over for them until when Vimbai came in and she was knocking out some boundaries. So Zimbabwe really have a long batting lineup, but they need to make sure that they take care of the wicket column. 2 wickets already falling inside the power play for just 13 runs. Looks a bit cheap, but this is what I was saying. For the fielders who are standing at the boundary, you need to put them maybe at 45 yards because these batters have not been showing a lot of power. And also, Lara Bittencourt is bowling the tossed-up deliveries, and they are working out for her. You look at the chance which nearly carried long on, one which nearly carried to deep mid wicket, and one which got for them the wicket. So there is still work to be done by Lara Bittencourt. But the projected score reading 71, not good for Zimbabwe. They need to make sure that they get out of the blocks if they are to do and find runs. But Nyasha Gwanjura is the new batter in for Zimbabwe high performance team. Flighted ball, but this time with some bit of width, and it is a dot ball. Nyasha Gwanjura scored 16 off 10, but she got out of the same delivery. When Ruth Wimana bowled it outside of stump, she went to cut, and a nick to the hands of the wicketkeeper Merivelo was saw her off. And you've seen that when Lara Bittencourt tossed it up outside of stump, she was going for the same shots. So it means that Brazil is doing a lot of good work reading what the batters do. This time around, she goes hard and she times, but she picks up the field at long on and a single for her to get off the mark.
In the morning, we have witnessed a very great, entertaining, and exciting game between Zimbabwe and Team Rwanda. We have seen Belize Merikatete bringing fireworks on the table, hitting the hugest six at Gahanga Cricket International Stadium. Maybe from the fans, some thought that it's men who are playing. Kelly Ndilaya and Gwanzula are still there. And the lady who have picked the 9 wickets, as we've been saying, comes into the attack from the pavilion end. The wait is over. Now she's about to deliver the first delivery. Here he goes. Look at that pitch of delivery. The batter couldn't see it coming.
Yeah, one thing about Laura Cardoso, every time she's bowling, she keeps the wickets in check, and that's much needed for you as a bowler. You need to make sure that you're bowling stump to stump, because when you're bowling stump to stump, you put the edges of the bat into play, you put the wickets into play, you can even get an LBW. Misfield again from one of the fielders has been tracked by the ball, Ana Clara Sabino, and it is a boundary for Zimbabwe.
That was a great shot. Great delivery, but also a great shot here. You can see that that's not where the batter wanted that delivery to go. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. All that matters is how many runs have you set on the board. And that's what Zimbabwe, they are doing at this stage of the game. And the second delivery of Lola went for a boundary. Played, and what a pitch of delivery. But once again, what a great shot that is from Gwanzura. Back-to-back boundaries. You can see Lola putting his hands on his head, just trying to change his hair. Her hair. Maybe that's the problem. Not feeling way too comfortable. Everyone is cherishing Lola. Lola coming once again. Slower this time, and is taken all the way. And the maximum. Back-to-back boundaries. 2 boundaries in the very first place. And once again, the moment she tried to come back stronger, Gwanzura was like, I'm not joking here, baby girl. I'm taking you all over the rope. And it's the first maximums. It's the first maximum of the innings. Look at that. Look at the pickup. Look at the elevation. And look at the execution of the shot. Jersey number 5 trying to save it. And unfortunately, it was hit enough to be a maximum. Cutting that one, and there is no protection there, back in the deep, and another boundary comes into the place, and five deliveries have been bowled, and you can see that they have managed to get 18 of these 5 deliveries.
Yeah, Enoch, I told you how these batters of Zimbabwe love pace on. They love things coming quick to their bats. And you see quickly, Laura Cardos has gone for 18 runs. With one not playing this over, she has work to do. But Nyasha Gwanzura taking a very good liking to her bowling. One more playing the over, she will keep on the smile. Cardoso, she is the vice captain for the Brazilian women team. The final ball of the over is picked up very nicely. And one bounce for Watanova. Very, very expensive there for Brazil. 22 runs from Laura Cardoso's first over. And after 5, 36 for a loss of 2 is the score.
Very expensive over for Team Brazil. Telling you, it's very, very, very expensive to be afforded by Team Brazil. And Gwanzura and Kelundilaya are still in there. Now we are cruising into over number 6. And the total score on the board is 36 of 5 overs. Just 2 wickets have been picked. And the current run rate is 7 runs per over. Let us see if Nicole Monteiro can just manage to bring a breakthrough. Tossed up and played, but it touched bat first.
When you look at those slow bowlers, they always bowl well against Zimbabwe. Look at the way Henrietta Teresa Shimo was bowling against this team. Bowl the cutters, off cutters, leg cutters, to make sure that you pick up the dirty balls. So Nicole Monteiro will continue doing the good work. See, even when she's hit, they can only pick up a single. But every time the ball is coming quick to the batters, they can quickly swing through the lines and pick up the boundaries. It is some good placement there from Kelly Ndiraya to pick up a single.
I think the plan for Team Brazil, they will be bringing slow bowlers after the end of power play. I can see it coming. Tossed up, and the batter shows no interest. She was no way to face that delivery, but Nicole, without single hesitation, still she delivered. Projected score is 139, and that's the score that Team Rwanda have set in the morning. Blocked, and Team Zimbabwe, they're showing no intention of rotating.
Yeah, that's what the slow balls do for the team. Unless Zimbabwe is not reading something very, very quickly. But I know Brazil, but I know their coach John Lee Booth understands. Persona now, this one is hit all the way. Some good athleticism there put in by the field at long on, trying to save that one or even get the catch. But it will be one bounce for.
Look at that. The way she batted that one. The fielder, jersey number 5, trying to stop that one one-handedly, but unfortunately cut away into the vacant region between 2 fielders, and the ball is racing all the way to the boundary, and another boundary comes into the place. We've witnessed a lot of boundaries so far, and Team Zimbabwe, they are looking like there is no way going back. They're going to do this all day long.
Runs are coming thick and fast, but she just leans on the back foot and he forces it through the cover area. No extra cover in place because we are still into the power play, and it is a boundary. Final ball. This time round, hit straight to the fielder at deep mid wicket, and they will only take a single. The single will bring us to the end of the power play. A good power play there for Zimbabwe. They have lost 2 wickets, but they have made some good recovery. 46 for a loss of 2 is what the scoreboard reads after 6 overs. And we will take a short break, giving away to a new pair replacing us here in the comms. It will be Eric and Yomugaba coming here alongside Emere Ruchiriza.
Very good afternoon again. Thanks, Enoch and Ivan. Very sunny afternoon here at Gahanga A. It's Brazil taking on Zimbabwe women's high performance. And so far, power play went for 46 runs, lost 2 wickets, and projected score showing 153 on the board. To bowl the 7th over, it is Villas Boas bowling to Gwanzula, who is on form, connects that one through mid-off region, but for naught. It's a dot ball. Gwanzura, who is really taking on Brazil's bowlers, making sure that she keeps them on pressure, and looking forward to set a very big score so that Brazilians won't be able to chase it easy. Bowled a little bit fuller, and the batter Gwanzula makes that one easy and hits it between point and covers for a double. Very, very good running between Kelly and Gwanzula, making sure that they keep the scoreboard ticking. It is 7th over. 1 ball to the halfway. Lindsay Villas Boas bowling to Gwanzura. On form batter for now, cuts that one powerfully through extra cover region, but there's a fielder at the deep and went for just a single. So far, so good for Zimbabwe, having lost only 2 wickets and managed to score 49 in the power play. Not bad at all, Emil.
Surely, when you look at how Kerin Delia is batting now, and you compare it with the way she batted in the morning, it's totally different. And the reason why I think it's a chance of a run out there, drama happening in the middle there. It was an easy run out, Neo. I think I was talking about the way Kerin Delia is batting. Earlier in the morning, she took the full responsibility of the team, even though she was bowled by Henriette. But again, she was very aggressive and she was looking forward really to win the game for the team. But now Nyasha Gwanzura is on form and got full touch with the bat, and she is very aggressive. If you look at how she is just giving her strike, just getting off the strike and letting her face, it really shows you how maturity these two are. The maturity level of them, and that poor communication happened earlier when Betty Manga, I don't know, I can't spell this one well, but when Betty was run out, it was due to that poor communication. But fortunately, Kerin Delia survived that one, running with Nyasha Gwanzura. Neo, I think it is the last ball of the over. And it is the 7th over. The score is at 49 for 2. Yes, Neo, I was about to ask this question. You see, every time when you face 3 or more dot balls, you get a wicket. You lose a wicket on the side of batting, and it happens. You are batter. You know how much the last ball of the over means. And if you are bowling, because you also bowl, you know how much it means, because you're scared like what is the batter going to do? Why is that always the last ball of the over takes a wicket or it is a boundary?
Mostly you see the batters going on pressure after missing 1 or 2 balls, which I think most of the time again to get the bowlers the wickets they want, because the batter, when you face many dot balls, you start looking for something to change, and then in that process where you're looking for something to change, a bowler is also thinking like you're going to make a move, certain moves here and there. So sometimes that creates a wicket, and I think it's all about the pressure. Like here, you see Kelly Ndilaya not going well so far, but at least if you manage to stay there on the wicket, make sure that you get that batter who is on form, get her strike, make sure that she faces more of the balls. That would work for Zimbabwe. That's what I think. That's well bowled again and picked up by the batter. Gwanzula connects that one over long on fielder, and it's another maximum from her bat. Gwanzura going well so far, really, really well, making sure that she gets everything in favor of Zimbabwe. The bowler bowled that one in the plate, and the batter had no hesitation, went for it immediately and maximized the power behind that, and the ball raced to the boundary. The scoreboard showing 5 for 2. Projected score 150.
Earlier on, Belize Murekatete scored 54 off 23. She scored a quick 50 off just 22 balls. Can we get an similar 50 like the other one in the morning? Yes, it is another boundary. Nyasha Gwanzura not holding back. Already on 45 of 18 balls. Can we get a 50 off just 19 balls? Look at that. Just waiting for that. Cutting that one powerfully through covers region. And the fielder in the deep couldn't get that one. Yes, Neo, I was about to ask this question. Yes, they talked about it in earlier. In the morning, they chose to bowl first and they weren't chasing. And in the afternoon, they chose to bat first. What do you think? Because in the morning they said the outfield was not that quick, yet it was, but I think in the afternoon it is more. But what do you think? Are they going to see their full potential? How much can they score? What do you think of the decision?
From my point of view, Zimbabweans in the morning they chose to field first because they wanted to see what the pitch is doing. It was a new pitch to both of the teams, either Rwanda or Zimbabwe. But after chasing that score 140, they came back. That's well connected again over the bowler's head into the side screen, and it's another maximum from Gwanzura, and it's 50. Very well batted by Gwanzura, getting 51 runs from 20 balls.
Nyasha Gwanzura, 51 off just 20 balls, 7 fours, 3 sixes, with a strike rate of 255. She saw Belize earlier doing it. She said, I can do better. Off just 20 balls, Nyasha Gwanzura is not holding back. In 7.5, it is the last ball to finish off the 8th over. And that single takes us to the end of the 8th over.
Nyasha Gwanzura, really, bowlers are doing things of the ability, making sure that they don't give her much room. And then after that, they try to bowl it fuller. And then at the full ball, she's going very, very hard after it. And anything with width, she's making sure that she hits it through the gaps. And if you check the field setting, they've not did their homework yet to this Gwanzura. Because if you check most of the runs from Gwanzura's bat that are not boundaries, they are passing through covers and point. And they are taking the extra cover outside in the deep. Means that even the bowlers are just targeting that line, bowling with width. to ball the next over is Marianne Alto, bowling from pavilion end, number 77 on the back. The batter on the strike will be Gwanzura, the on-form batter from Zimbabwe, HP. We've been talking about this. This, you see Gwanzura, anything full, she's going for it. Though she's playing a little bit across the line, because she's targeting to hit every ball the long on region. That's well bowled again into the stump line, and the batter played a little bit across the line, but she was lucky enough to get full of the bat on the ball. It is Marianne who is looking to create chance again for Brazilians, but Gwanzura hits that one as well for a maximum. A biggie again from Gwanzura's bat, connecting everything. Anything fuller, she's going big and maximizing. It's going well so far for Zimbabweans as they're approaching 80 landmark, because they're now on 78 off 2. 72 off 2, and 9th over running with 4 more deliveries to go.
Nyasha Gwanzura, who is not really holding herself back, and you said it, she is going a little bit across, trying to clear the boundary over long off. But again, it's either the ball which is full or wide outside off and short, because she is very good at cutting. So if you are to bowl to her, you would be looking forward to not giving herself the room, and again, not bowling full. But again, if you are even bowling full, bowl it in the stumps, because if you're letting her free her arms, she is throwing all her weight on that ball. And I'm telling you, the outfield is too quick. Even if she slaps the ball down the ground, it's gonna be racing away to the boundary. And again, you can never take away the abilities of Kerin Diraya, even though she's not scoring. And you can see Mariana trying so much. When you're bowling to kind of the batters like them, who are very set and aggressive, you are not trying so much, especially not bowling outside off stump that much, because she is bowling full and wide, which will be much easier for Kerin Delaya and Nyasha Gwanzu to play. You can never expect Nyasha Gwanzu to hold back. She's gonna be taking on everything. So you minimize the mistakes you do when bowling. And there is an interesting field set. Having backward square, it is a fine leg who is looking a bit square and a square leg that is edging to the mid wicket. But again, there is a mid wicket. And it is the end of the 9th over. The score is at 76 for 2. The current run rate is at 8.44. And you can see in the dugout of Zimbabwe HPC doing so well already. They've got long lineup, Neo, if I can tell. You can see even the partnerships of those players. I'm telling you, in the morning, they had 4 partnerships. And the partnership with low score was 13. And that's what you do when you're chasing. So they really know how to play, and they've got that long lineup. Till to number 8, they can bat, and they know how to build a partnership together. And I think they'll have a bowling change on the airport end. The captain, Roberta Moretti, brings herself on the attack. That is smoked out of the ground for the biggie. It's another marksman from Nyasha Gwanzura, who is not holding back at all.
Yeah, Nyasha Gwanzura making a use of that one. It was a full tossed ball, went in the plate, and Gwanzura made sure that she goes for it big and bigger. Connects that one over long on region, and it's another maximum, adding to the total of Zimbabweans. Gwanzura moving and moving steady, closer to the century. Connects that one as well. It was a catch. It was a chance given, but again, the fielder didn't put much effort. That one passed through her and went for another boundary. 10 runs so far from 2 deliveries over Roberta's over. Gwanzura really, really maximizing whatever that is coming, fuller or anything with width. She's making sure that she connects that one with much power behind that. And the score keeps going and going. Projected score climbing. Current run rate now approaching 10. It's now 9.21. Projected score 184. It's well swept by Gwanzura straight to the boundary. Very, very, whatever she's connecting is going away. Very, very good going by Gwanzura.
Nyasha Gwanzura patiently waiting for the bad balls. Very comfortable playing spin and pace. What a player. Waiting for the bowler to bowl, not rushing to the balls, because these bowlers are changing the pace, which is not easy to pick. And another thing to note on this ground, when you're batting at the pavilion end, normally the breeze blows from the cow corner. So if you look at the 4 she has hit right now, Nyasha Gwanzura, you either go flat or you go down on the ground, because when you play it up in the air, there is a maximum she played on the other end, at the cow corner on the other end. But the air took the ball out of the ground. If you do that on the other side, I'm telling you, it won't clear the boundary. So she also has to be that she has to know where to attack and how to go through about it. But again, I'm telling you, she isn't that kind of a batter who is rushing. And it is the last ball of the over from the captain Roberta Moretti. A chance of a catch there, return back to the bowler, and it was fire. I couldn't help to hold on it. You can see
Nyasha not going easy for anything, just making sure that she connects that one. And Roberta really she wasn't sure that she can stop that like she desired. And it's halfway of the innings. Zimbabwe managed to score 92 and lost only 2 wickets. If you're just joining, it's Kwibuka T20 Cup 2026 happening at Gahanga main oval. It's a game between Zimbabwe and Brazil. So far, so good for Brazilians, going on the run rate of 9 per over. With the halfway of the innings to go, the batters are looking to do more. Like this batter who is on 75 runs will make sure that she carries on and finishes the innings for a team to get a big score like they want. And on the other side, Kelly looking as well to pick from where other batters left, but again, not yet in the touch, to make sure that she gets everything where she wants it to be. Nyasha Gwanzura standing tall for Zimbabweans and ready to continue. It is the game number 3 of the day and day 1 of Kwibuka tournament. to bowl the 11th over is number 77, Malian Altul, bowling from pavilion end. And the batter on strike, it's Kelly. To bowl from pavilion end, it's Edwalda who comes back in the attack. At the batter, he start one straight to the bowler, but the bowler couldn't stop it. And they managed to sneak in a single. It's number 20, Kelly Ndilaya. Edwalda about to bowl her second ball of this over to Gwanzula. Very, very looking dangerous batter outside there. Brazilians having deployed long on fielder and longer fielder only. They are the only two fielders outside the circle. That's well connected again by Gwanzura, and it goes through fine leg region, and it's another boundary from her blade. Zimbabweans really, really going well. Whatever they're touching is becoming gold at the moment. Flicks that one, and then she got that desired connection that she was looking for and helped the ball to get to the boundary in a blink of an eye. It's Gwanzula about to face the third ball of this over from Malia Edwalda.
Nyasha Gwanzura already know which end to attack, and this is the right end, the easiest one, going across the line. But again, she is not rushing to the ball, just waiting for the ball, and she really knows which end to attack. It is the shortest end, and it is where the wind is blowing to. She will be playing with the air, not against. It will be much easier for her. And Brazil having deep extra covers, a bit looking like a deep cover. Yet Nyasha Gwanzura is one of the players I've seen playing late cuts. Won't be a very good idea unless you're bowling full. Nyasha Gwanzura, very calm and composed, looking forward to help the team post a defendable total. The last game they played, it was in 2025, Kwibuka, the 11th edition. Zimbabwe posted 151 and managed to defend it, beating Brazil by defending the total, bowling to them in 20 overs. They scored 89 for 3, which really gives the confidence to Brazil. I beg your pardon, to Zimbabwe HPC, 2 runs to 100 mark. A catch, an easy catch straight to a long on fielder, completed. Villa Boas, who doesn't really drop much, and it is a breakthrough. Kerry Ndilaya will depart for 6 of 17.
If I was Kelly at that moment, I was going to look for a single, make sure that I keep Gwanzula on strike. But again, Kelly had different idea. Just went for a biggie, thinking that she can do the same like Gwanzura. Maybe we call it a plan from the dugout, or again, it might be that thing that comes into a batter's mind and you feel like if that one can, I will also do the same. That's the departure of Kelly. And that brings the next batter in. It's the new batter joining Gwanzura.
We talked about the last ball of the over, and we see what it does. Every time, if it's not a boundary, it is a wicket. And this time round, it happened again. It was the last ball of the 11th over, and now they've lost their wicket. And this happened earlier in the morning. If you lose your wicket, you're making the team to collapse. You never know. They might vanish in a blink of an eye. So when you are batting with a batter who is set, you don't really need. You can't be rushed by the way she is playing, or he maybe, or whoever you're playing with, because if it's your day, it's your day. In the morning, I'm telling you, she played very, very well. But in the morning, Nyasha Gwanzura, who scored 16 of 10 in the morning, turns out to be now already on 80 of 36. You have to just be with her, build a partnership with her, even if you're not scoring those boundaries. But you know your capabilities. You don't really need to. And Nyasha Gwanzura won't stop at any point. Look at that shot, waiting for a bad ball, putting that powerfully away to the boundary.
Yeah, Nyasha connects that one as well, and she connects it past through mid wicket, and then it goes for another boundary. Yes, it's Gwanzura's moment now, because she's moving and moving faster towards the century. It's already 100 for Zimbabweans, and it's in 12th over, still running. 4 more balls to go from Lala. Balls that one fuller, and then Gwanzura makes sure that she keeps that one safe. She plays it safe and comfortably. The third ball gone and a dot.
Nyasha Gwanzura, who has got that aura, she's got that confidence. You can see she is blocking confidently, saying, I can do whatever I want. Goodness, that's a beautiful shot from Gwanzura. Nyasha again. 88 of 39, starts to smell a century here, and you can see how confident she is. She is not holding back.
Yeah, it's Nyasha Gwanzura connecting every ball with much power behind that, so that the fielders don't even have that time to run towards the ball, and that one passed through covers region and went for a boundary. Gwanzura moving faster and faster, and this Lara's over seems to be the expensive one so far. 8 runs from it with 2 more deliveries to go. Gwanzura connects that one as well, but this time there was a fielder and nice that one to go to the boundary. The fielder at cow corner is number 5, the captain herself. To bowl the last ball of this over is Lala Bittencourt, bowling the 3rd over of her spell, and managed to pick 1 wicket and went for 13 runs so far. Well played by Mavunga, playing that one straight to the longer fielder, and just for a single that brings the 12th over to an end. Projected score 180.
See young kids and people are gathered here around the ground to watch the beautiful game of cricket here at Gahanga International Cricket Stadium, Ground A. It is Kwibuka, the 12th edition. Nyasha Gwanzura, just 11 runs, shot to 100 to score a century. And Brazil are already under the pump, but whatsoever happening, they really look confident, not giving up at all.
Gwanzura double steps on that one, but she didn't really get that connection she was looking for, because the ball went back to the fielder number 2, who is fielding at a short mid off, if I can say. Lindsay Villa Boaz bowling the second ball of this over. The batter steps out and hits that one to the cow corner region, and just goes for a single. Gwanzura keeps moving. Now 11 runs so far to hit the century. And her strike rate, bro, it's a monster. Here, Mavunga should be looking to get her on strike more and more so that they keep this scoreboard not digging down but climbing up. She connects that one, but again, she finds a fielder. If you see the way Gwanzura is batting, everything, even if you check her bat, the swing and the follow through is drifting away to the cow corner side. She's not trying to hit anything in the screen or in the long off, but everything she's connecting is going on the leg side. That's passed through the fielder, and just for a single run, this ball keeps tracking this fielder, number 19, Sabino. It's following her everywhere she's going, and nothing went good so far for her. It's the 13th over running, 3 runs from it so far, with 2 more deliveries to go.
Very, very critical situation in the moment for Nyasha Gwanzura to play. And this one is also up, Biggie. Another marksman from Nyasha Gwanzura. I was about to say something, but she said, no, shut up. I know what you're going to say. I was about to say it is very critical to bat in this situation. Look at that. Just throwing all her weight on that ball and playing with the full blade of the bat. Very critical to play in this situation when you know you're smelling 100, you're smelling a century, you're just touching with, it is the last ball of the over. And she blocks it. And it is the end of the 13th over. The score is at 117 for 3. Yes, Nyasha Gwanzura only 4 runs short to score her century, but how is she gonna go about it? It is very critical that you think, am I gonna? She's been scoring boundaries, but now is she gonna rotate? Is she gonna get a single and get those 4 runs by getting just off strike, or she's gonna get it in style by hitting a boundary? That's where it is hard for everybody who will be in that situation. But again, Nyasha Gwanzura have done it since the game started. She won't be worried that much to get these 4 runs. And Brazil, who are much worried about the score, are now thinking about the bowler to bring on. And the captain decided to bring herself on the attack again.
It is 13 overs down, and we'll be taking a short break and give to Ivan and Enoch.
Delta Moret to continue. That's another great hit, but missing the connection and the judgment at all once. Getting a thick edge. But again, sending it straight to short third man. Monteiro being brave enough and quick enough to get that one back to the surface. Gwanzura back on the strike, and she is the lady on 9-6 of 43. Just more 4 runs to shake the hands with the heaven. Cutting that one, but cut away straight to the fielder. You can see the way Gwanzura is just rushing to get to her century. And this is the time, as a fan, as a batter, you get to realize that those 4 runs to put up a century are more difficult, more than the 9-6 that you have set in the very first place. flicking that one, and a single it will be.
Yeah, but she's really done a lot of good job making sure that Zimbabwe, who lost the wickets early in the innings, get to a very respectable total, 97 of 45. Current run rate is 8.85 for Zimbabwe women high performance team. Projected score 177. What a good batting display there from Zimbabwe.
Leaning back and going back and hitting that one with enough power and enough connection. What a brilliant shot that was from Mavunga.
The one thing about this Brazilian team, they have not been so good at fielding at the boundary. We look at that some. You look at some balls which could have been saved, really going unsaved. Two fielders running around. They didn't even put an effort to stop the ball. And now you feel that runs are coming very, very quick and fast for the Zimbabwe high performance team. And that bound will take the projected score to 181. One more to play in this over. But I tell you, the ball is flying around. But this is the 12th edition of the Kwibuka Women's T20 tournament. A moment, a proud one that we do take to come around and remember the lives that were lost in the 1994 genocide against the Tutsis, under a very interesting theme of Remember, Unite, Renew. 5 nations coming out in this edition to try and make sure that they take part. Only Rwanda has tested victory in this tournament, but now they either pick up the second heaven or we'll see a new champion. I tell you, the batting display for Zimbabwe so far, they have really shown that they are a team that might not be easily bogged down. In the morning, they chased down 139 against Rwanda women. And now they are even well poised for even a bigger innings. They are making sure that the pass score on this pitch is above 139, making it feel like it is maybe 150. But this is the final ball to complete the over. Lose from Roberta, but hit straight to the fielder, and it will be a single to end the over. 14 gone and 126 for 3 is the score.
Back to what you've said, Mr. Ivan, I'm telling you, they have shown a great batting display. Because if you do remember the way they have started, we were like, oh, they should have chased. I mean, they should have liked to have bat like for the second time. Zimbabwe women's high performance, they have won the toss and they have elected to have bat first. In the very beginning, I was like, why not choosing to bowl first if batting second have worked for you? But now look at what Nyashogwanzula have done, the way she came and carried through the team. Playing that one straight on the ground, and another single comes into the place.
I think now for Zimbabwe high performance team, it is not about winning games, but they are going through different processes. When you see now Zimbabwe is trying to make sure that they change the teams, to change some bit of the players, Mary Annie Musonda, Modesta Mumpachikwa all away. So they will need to make sure that they test the team in all conditions. How do you react when we are batting first? Can we put a respectable total? How do you react when we are chasing? So really, it's a very good thing there for Coach Mboye to try and do with the Zimbabwe women team.
Playing that one on the back foot. And this is Women's T20 Kwibuka Cup. And it's just more than a game. It's more than wickets and centuries. And this time around, she got a sweep shot and the ball is racing all the way to the boundary. And the first century in this Kwibuka tournament comes up, and it's jersey number 66. Look at the way she is celebrating. The young lady now is shaking hands with heaven. 101 just in 48 deliveries. Look at the statistics. 13 fours, 6 boundaries. 6 maximums with a great strike rate. Congratulations and well done, Nyasha Gwanzura.
There are some of the hits there from Nyasha Gwanzura, but that's the moment that brought up the half century, beating that short fine fielder backward of the square, and it was a boundary. A strike rate of 210. What a way. She's found her hitting range, and I tell you right now, she is unstoppable. She's found her hitting arc. She goes again, and it is a maximum. And I tell you, she was having a pressure of finding the 4 runs and the 3 runs, but now she's going to go hard at everything.
And this is what happens when a player manages to set a standard. And this is the turn for her to play as the team player. Now look, they have got a lot of wickets in their hands. Look at the overs. They are now closing to finish over number 15. So now what she's going to be doing, all I can see, is taking every single delivery which is going to be placed into the right slot. End of over number 15, 137 after the loss of 3. Projected score is 183 runs. But Mr. Ivan, let us just try to predict how many runs are you expecting from Zimbabwe at the end of this innings? If you look at the way they are playing, if you look at Gwanzura, if you look at the way she's playing, if you look at the way she is approaching every single deliveries, the way she is missing them, the way she's swinging her bat, the way she's doing everything, the way she's blocking, what do you expect at the end of this innings?
I can comfortably say that Zimbabwe will get 200 runs because they're found their hitting arc, they have wickets, and 30 more deliveries are remaining to play in this first innings. That is hit down. There is a fielder, but they have not been good fielding at the boundary, and another opportunity created there by Lara Bittencourt has been put down by Brazilian there at cow corner. It will be a moment for them to regret because they didn't get hold onto that opportunity. An opportunity not carrying to the fielder, but creating room and trying to hit that one away. Michelle Mavunga. Michelle Mavunga has done a lot of good supportive role to Nyasha Gwanzura. And as Nyasha is hitting at the other end, this side, Michelle is just looking for those singles. But this is a much better over there from Lara Bittencourt. 2 singles and 2 dot balls, much needed for Brazil to make sure they cap down the damage. Apish straight to the hands of the fielder and well taken. Good alignment. Maria Eduardo getting hold onto that opportunity, and Lara Bittencourt picks up the second wicket. Zimbabwe loses the fourth, and 139 for 4 is the score after 15.5. A very healthy record there from Michelle Mavunga, 13 of 13 as she departs. But I tell you, many more wickets are still remaining for Zimbabwe. Even though I am a new batter, it is not really a time for me to putting the foot off the pedal. They need to make sure that they continue scoring runs because they trust their captain. Adele Zimun said that when they win the toss and they are batting first, it's not about the winning formula or something, but she said it is a good surface that's bringing the ball well to the bat. So she wanted the batters to come around and try and find some runs. And when you look at 139 for 4 after 15.5 clear runs have been coming the way of Zimbabwe, and the plan is working out for them. Nyasha Gwanjura will be the happiest that when they won the toss, they opted to have the bat first. And the breathing moment for Brazil will be that there is a new batter on strike, but the new batter was the player of match in the morning, Ronyaroro Paspanodia. She scored 40 in that morning game. So she's also another hard hitter of the ball. So it is not yet over for Brazil. Final ball of the over, and it will be a dot ball, but a very, very good over there coming in from Lara Bittencourt. Her last over has gone for 2 runs, and she's picked up a wicket in that over. And her entire spell, 4 overs, considered 16 runs and picked up 2 wickets. Bring us to the end of over number 16 with the scoreboard reading 139 for a loss of 4 wickets.
Another great pitch of delivery from Rola Cardoso. That one singing in. Laura
Cardoso had a very bad first over. It went for 22 runs. So she has work to do, amendments. But that's a much better line for her, because Nyasha Gwanjura has been picking up the length very nice that is bowled here within the volley area, the full length. So if you keep bowling it outside off stump, she will keep fishing with the bat. And even when she makes timing, well, there is not too much protection on the offside, but you end up not going for many. So it is a very good plan there from Laura Cardoso, just bowling that fourth stump line. Others love calling it the test cricket line. And that's the line. It is another dot ball there for her. So this is where I need to be bowling to make sure that the damage doesn't look so big. Because now what Brazil will be thinking at their head as they're bowling in these last overs is to pick up as many dot balls as possible. Because when those runs to get 150, you will come to chase with a lot of pressure.
Laura charging in. Gwanjura playing that one on back foot and is racing all the way to the boundary, but there is a chance of being stopped, and the ball is well stopped.
Yeah, much better lines there coming in from Laura Cardoso. She concedes a down, but that's good. It's better than bowling it to Michelle, because because Nyasha Gwanjura isn't so good with that cut shot. So she'll just get back to ball, and you concede a double or a single. But when you put it in her arc, she can go ahead and pick up a maximum. This time round, straying around its weights, but the weight is on the plan, because the plan for her has been bowling to the offside. And when you look at her field setup, she has a cow corner fielder in Garcia. The cow corner fielder will help you in that, because Nyasha Gwanjura has energy. If she tries to pull a ball which is coming from the offside, there is chance to catch. Long on, long off, and extra cover, doing the radar rolls a little short. And that is it straight to covers. It is another dirty ball. Much better bowling there from Laura Cardoso. She's thought about what she might have not done well. And when she comes back, she's just doing a very, very good job there for Brazil.
Very well said. It's all about coming back and coming back stronger. Azura playing that one straight on the ground once again. Now Laura have changed her mind, and now she is being clever. And look, Gwanjura is no longer getting comfortable and being able to stretch her hands enough so that he can get those boundaries and those maximums is no longer being possible from the deliveries that Laura Cardoso is bowling. And that's the end of over number 17. And the total score on the board is 143 after the loss of 4.
The slow overrate penalty coming in early. It really tells you how slow the Brazilian women team has been bowling. And now they will be fielding only 3 fielders outside the 30. But Nicole Monteiro will be returning into the attack. She has given away 27 in her first 2 overs. And now it's an advantage for Zimbabwe because Brazil will be allowed only 3 fielders outside. It means there will be more scoring opportunities for them. If they use the 4th, it will be a no ball. And now the 3 they are using cow corner, longo on and longo off. But that's also a good line. You saw that she was going to overhit the ball, Nyasha Gwanjura. But because the ball is outside off stump, she doesn't make any timing. So however much she will swing hard, it will be very hard for her to make timing. And you quickly pick up dot balls there. So it is a very good plan there for her. 111 or 58. She's really taken a very good liking to the bowling of Brazil. The game being broadcasted in the land of 1,000 hills. Pace off ball there and hit straight all the way to the boundary. Very, very uncalled for there from Nicole Monteiro. And Nyasha Gwanjura manages to make good use of that loose ball.
Nyasha Gwanjura, who can't be kept out of the action. Look at the way she played that delivery. Straight on the ground, straight on the alphabet mat. And getting another boundary on her name. Jersey number 96 will be the dream of Brazilians tonight. Nicole Monteiro to continue to bowl the 3rd delivery. And Gwanjura and Piñarero having chats there in the middle, reminding each other that overs have gone. So let us make sure that we get the most out of the remaining deliveries.
She's been doing that many of the times in the game. But she will be welcomed as a hero back to her dugout because she's done a lot of good work batting and putting runs. And you see happy faces there right in the Zimbabwe dugout. Bear hugs because of the work that Nyasha Gwanjura has really done for the Zimbabwe high performance team. 111 of 60. Clearly meant that Nyasha Gwanjura had found her hitting act.
Up in there is going to be taken jersey number 8, not being hero enough to stand tall and handle that catch that was a sitter. But unfortunately, it's dropped. 148 runs on the board after the loss of 5 and just 2 more legal deliveries to go. Stepping out and missing that one completely. And another wicket goes down.
That was some great glove work there from the wicket keeper. Monique Rufino made a very good work there. But you give credit to Nicole Monteiro because Runyararo Paswanadia wanted to jump out to make sure that she makes full access of the ball. So she balls it wide, and the wicketkeeper wipes off the bells. Look at that one. She missed it, and she was miles away from making her ground. Good glove work there from the wicketkeeper batter, Monica Rufino, to give them another wicket. Somehow you feel that Brazil is finding a way of fighting back in the game and picking up the wickets at the back end of the innings. Runyararo did not put any runs despite coming into the game at the back of a player of match performance. One more to play in this over. 148 for 6 is the score after 17.5. Now it is the captain who makes her way to the crease, Adele Zimunu, and that ball will mark at the end of the over. 18 gone, 148 for 6 is where the scoreboard reads. But we take a moment to remind the viewers about the sponsors of this tournament: Goreras Coffee, Dafabet Sportsbox, Rwanda Cricket Association, and the government of Rwanda. As the government of Rwanda continues preaching the message of remember, unite, and renew, those are some of the results that we've had in this tournament. Nigeria beat Malawi by 52 runs in the morning, whereas Zimbabwe women high performance team beat the hosts Rwanda by 3 wickets. Malawi and Rwanda will be somewhere reflecting and saying, how bad were we this morning? Because clearly both games that they lost were games where you gave them a chance. Malawi bowled out Nigeria for 98 runs. So 98 looks a little chaseable in T20, whereas 139 that Zimbabwe posted in the morning is a defendable total if you can bowl well at it. But Maria Eduardo will be coming to bowl her final over. She's had the best bowling figures so far for the Brazilians. She has so far bowled 3.2 overs and she's considered just 16, picking up 2 wickets. But now Brazil is picking up the lesson, is knowing that when you bowl outside off stump, you're not hit. So they'll keep bowling that area. But when you look at the fixtures for tomorrow, in the morning at this very ground, Nigeria will take on Brazil, whereas Rwanda and Malawi both have a chance of bouncing back as they square off at Gahanga B. That is hit up in the air, but it doesn't carry to the extra cover field. Nearly misfielded. A little casual on the boundary. Brazil, something for them to address. John Lee Booth will be somewhere looking and saying, my team is not fielding well on the boundary. And it will be something for him to address as quickly as possible.
By trying to move forward so that he can get enough room to control her hands and where she is about to play that shot, but missing the timing completely, and the judgment wasn't good enough to carry through. Straight on the ground and straight into the hands of the fielder. But they do have this way of sneaking singles, and another single comes into place, and Adele Zimunu will be on the strike.
Not sure how Brazil is doing it, but when you look at the previous about 3 overs, they have made sure they cut off the boundaries, and this is very, very good for them, because what looked like was going to be 200 runs will be even very hard to reach 170 if they keep bowling like this. Another dotty ball bringing the over to an end. Adele Zimunu not fading her eating arc, and after 19, 151 for a loss of 6 is what the scoreboard reads for Zimbabwe. High performance. 151. Enoch looks very, very defendable if you can come and bowl well at it. When you look at the bowling attack there for Zimbabwe, maybe they have enough runs. More 6 deliveries are remaining. before we come to the end of the first innings of this game. And if you're just joining us, Zimbabwe women high performance team won the toss and opted to bat first. Now here we are for the final 6 balls before we come to the end. Committing early to the shot, Vimbai Mary Mutungwindu, and it is a dot ball there from Linda Villas Boas.
By trying to go for a scoop shot, but she missed it completely. She went too early. Lindsay coming back. Another door delivery. Back-to-back door deliveries. We've been talking about Zimbabwe cruising into 200s, and due to the way Vimbai and Adele they are playing, I don't see 160 coming up. But cricket have got this habit of bringing unexpected possibilities on the table. You can even see them closing into 170. Who knows?
Yeah, Vimbai Mary, after trying 2 times and not making any contact, she now gets the single. And he brings Adele Zimunu, the captain, on strike. When you look at that game against Rwanda, Vimbai looked so good playing in front of the square and hitting it over that mid-off fielder. But now she's changing the plan, trying to play the scoop, trying to go innovative, unorthodox shots, and yet to make any contact. Pace off, no controlling that shot there by Adele Zimunu, but she'll get off the mark and take the single. Right now, Zimbabwe, who are looking to be in some bit of struggles, will take everything the way it comes. But now, again, this is a very, very big test to their batting lineup, because we have seen that Adele Zimunu doesn't look so comfortable batting. So every time you're bowling to them, make sure that you fight with the first 6 batters. Then you'll start walking in the park. Shimmy down the track, but no timing, and it is another dotty ball. The plan of bowling outside off stump is working out for Brazil women, because when you look at the way these Zimbabwean batters are bowling, they have been loving playing across the line, and that dotty ball will mean that we are remaining with just one more delivery to wrap up the first innings of this game. Villas Boas capping up very, very good figures, wicketless, but she's gone for only 14. And she'll pick up the dotty ball, trap up Haspel. What a final over there coming in. It also says a lot on how Zimbabwe bats at the death, because look at the final over going for 2 runs. It means the batters have innovated everything, and they have failed. But if we come to the end of the innings, 20 overs gone, and Zimbabwe women high performance has posted 153 for a loss of 6, meaning Brazil will need 154 to pick up this win. All this happening in a game where Zimbabwe won the toss and opted to bat first. They found many, many runs through Nyasha Gwanjura. Scored 7 every over.
That's the batting card. Rindros Masina scoring 4 of 4. And Kelly Ndilaya scoring 6 of 17. Betty Mangachena 5 of 10. And to the main figure, Nyash Gwanzura, the woman of the day, who have scored 115 of few deliveries. And here you can see the Zimbabwe women's high performance partnership, Rindros Masina and Kerin Dilaya 5, and Gwanzura and Kerin Dilaya 8-5 of 44, and Betty Mangachena 8 with Kerin Dilaya and Gwanzura 41 of 29 with Michelle Mavunga. And those are the best figures. And total extras bowled are 4. And from the bowling card, we have Malia Edward, who have picked 2 wickets with the column of 4. Lala Bittencourt have picked 2 wickets in 4 overs and offered away 16 runs in 4 overs. And back to Nicole Monteiro, who have picked 2 wickets just in 3 overs. Short ball. And Brazil have been doing great with the ball. They have just bowled 4 extras in T20. And Zimbabwe women high performance team have managed to set 153 after the loss of 6 in 20 overs. A quick reminder, if you was not here in the very beginning, Zimbabwe women high performance team have won the toss and they have elected to half bat first. And they just managed to set 153. Stay tuned, very shortly we'll be back for the run chase. It is Brazil needing 154 runs in 20 overs. Right back for the ranches. It's a game between Zimbabwe women high performance and Brazil. In the very first innings, Zimbabwe women high performance have won the toss and they have elected to have bat first. Unfortunately, they have set 153 with a great contribution of the main lady Nyasha Gwanzura, who have scored 110 plus runs. And now Brazil will be sent in to chase 154 runs in limited overs of 20. And here we go, the first delivery. Straight to the stumps. Here you can see the assignment. Now Adele's Moon, the captain, not trying too much, just going for stumps. If you miss, I'm going to hit this one. And of course, you can't witness such action alone. And this is Kwibuka tournament. This is Kwibuka Women's Tournament. It's just more than a game. It's more than wickets. It's more than runs. This is a game to honor the lives which have been taken in genocide against Tutsi, which happened in 1994. So this is a game, this is a tournament to honor their lives. And of course, I will be with the main guy, Emir Kiriza. We'll be witnessing this entertaining and exciting game between Zimbabwe women high performance versus Brazil. Adele's Moon not being the luckiest this time, missing the line completely, trying to go for that leg stick, and a wide comes into the place. Emil, welcome. It's a run chase. Brazil looking forward to chase 154 in 20 overs.
Thank you, Mr. Enoch. After a successful run chase in the morning against the host Rwanda, Zimbabwe HPC decided to have a bat first, testing their ability. And yes, they managed to post 153. Yet the last game they played against Brazil, they posted 151. So there is an improvement of 2 runs. And again, from the captain, Adele Zimunu, in the morning, she opened the ball from the airport end. And in the afternoon, she has decided to come from the other end. And can this be the first boundary of the innings for Brazil? And yes, it is. From Rinsei Villa-Boas, first boundary of the game. And you can hear the dugout of Brazil hyping them and cheering for them back of a length, waiting for that one and pulling it in between deep mid wicket, short mid wicket and square. And Mr. Enoch, the captain of Zimbabwe HPC, Adels Munu, in the morning when bowling from the other side, she bowled 7 wides, 7 extras. The one which went for 5 and another 2 wides. And I don't think is. What do you think? Is it the reason why she has decided to change the end? Because when she changed the end later on, this is where she bowled her best overs. And today in the afternoon, she decided to come from this end. What do you think? I know you wasn't here, but if you were in her feet, what would you do? Will that be the reason?
The great pitch of delivery from Adele's Munu. Like from my opinion, sometimes you have seen bowlers changing sides from one end to another end, from like one side to another side, and yet they continue to deliver not the best they can deliver. So for me, I think knowing is always better than believing. She knows what she can do, so she is just trying to deliver the best she can deliver in this tournament. And yes, sometimes maybe in her own opinions, she was like, starting from that end, it's not working for me. Maybe if I can start from this end, it can work for me. Nigeria still ahead on the point table, leading other teams. Lola Agata on the strike and Michelle Mavunga coming into the attack from the other end. And Emil, if you can watch closely the way these two have been bowling, they're just bowling stump to stump, tackling on that middle stump and that leg stump. Because even if you look back to that wide that Adele have bowled, he just missed the line a bit. She was just trying to go for that leg stick and she missed it. So if you look closely to what Mavunga is bowling, you will notice the plan. That's it. You see, loud appeal, and umpire shows no interest. They are all trying to go for that middle stick and that leg stick. So if you miss, whether it's inside the edge, whether it's outside edge, whatsoever, it's going to be out immediately. I think umpire will have no hesitation.
Third man and deep fine leg are the outside fielders, and this really shows how the bowler will be bowling. And there is a run out chance there, but Rinsey Villaboas managed to get back right on the time. And Michelle Mavunga doesn't really give much room for the batters to free their arms. And she is really bowling to the plan. And one thing that you really know when you're chasing, you need a very good start in the power play, as Zimbabwe HPC did in the morning, having 56 power play for 2 that allowed them to go just right as the current run rate was being asked. But here for Brazil, they really don't need to lose much wickets. But again, they need to be scoring runs. And the most importantly, they need to get those partnerships of runs, not getting wickets, but again, scoring those runs. So far, 2 runs to complete the second over. Beg your pardon, it's just 1 run. One ball to complete the second over. 6 runs for none after 1.5. So far, the Zimbabweans are taking the lead. Brazilians need to get those boundaries and put a little pressure on Zimbabwe HPC. And Michelle Mavunga had to complete the over in style by that dot ball, only conceding 1 run. At the end of the second over, the score is at 6 for none. And they need 148 in 108 balls. This will need a lot of work from Brazil. And I'm telling you, Mr. Enoch, Michelle Mavunga bowled very well earlier in the morning, and she has got that angle where she passes the ball from. She never, her bowling arm never touches the ear, as we've been taught when we were young. So she has got that angle, and sometimes she changed the side she's coming from and go around the wicket, which is even harder for you to pick. She's got that Malinga thing. She goes across you and it's not that easy. And you said it. She's going in the stumps. She's not really giving room for you to free your arms. And there is a bowling change from pavilion end. There is a spinner, Nyasha Gwanzula.
Up in there, is it going to be taken? A chance created and a catch is dropped. Ooh, what a tragedy for Team Zimbabwe. That was going to be a breakthrough they really needed. Because here, what's going to win for the only way for Team Brazil to win this game is just to make sure that they build such strong partnerships. So they just make sure every single batter who will come in is going to put up some runs. So at this stage of the game, you can see that the first wicket was going to be picked and it was going to go out, to go back to the tent without causing any trouble, without troubling the score. so that they can just keep that momentum on, making sure that every single batter will not come and last for more than 5 overs, which will help them to break every single partnership. So if they can just manage to do that, if they can't allow 2 batters to stay there for too long, I'm telling you, there is no way you can tell me that 1 batter can come in and take the team through all the way to chase 153. Yes, we have seen straight down the ground, but unfortunately this time around it's taken. Jersey number 101 now corrected what the fielder in the deep have done wrong. Previously they dropped it, and fortunately coming back strong, they grabbed that opportunity. Look at that. Look at the excellent line and excellent length and excellent fielding. A triplet of excellent actions, excellent bowling, excellent batting, and excellent fielding in the end. And first wicket is gone for Team Brazil. A breakthrough is made.
Nyasha Gwanzura, 30 years old, saying all this gold experience matters. And she had to raise the hand for the team, Zimbabwe HPC, and taking the first wicket for them after a very good over so far of a one dot and a wicket. Mr. Enoch, this lady doesn't really give enough time for you to think about whatever you're going to do. She's very quick in her run-ups. She's very quick. She balls tight in the stumps. She doesn't give that much room for you to free your arms. And this will be building much pressure on Brazil, who really needs to get those boundaries, but again, not losing their wickets. So it will be match work between Rinze Villa-Boas and Laura Cardoso, the captain. I beg your pardon, she is not the captain. She is the vice captain. And that's the end of the third over. The score is at 10 for 1. And they need 144 in just 102 balls.
The current run rate is 3 runs per over. The current run rate is 3 runs per over, and the required run rate is 8 runs per over, just falling short by 5 runs. And it's still too early to decide. Still too early to decide. And Viraboas Lindsay on the strike, ready to take on Mavunga. Here he goes. Flicking that one. Trying to go for a glance shot, but missing it because it was no way to the bat. It's a wide. Jersey number 1 tying shoes, races. Let us see what's going to be the comeback after that extra.
Brazilians who are not really that much aggressive. And this is just building confidence onto the side of Zimbabwe HPC and building pressure little by little onto Brazil. And this allows a Zimbabwe HPC to set an aggressive field, having a very close covers, straight mid on and mid off. And the keeper is up for Michelle Mavunga, who I really think he balls quick. She balls quick, I beg your pardon. But the keeper is doing a very great job behind the stumps, having third man who is slightly wider, just closing to backward point and deep fine leg. Zimbabwe HPC look to be calm. They really know that if they keep on getting these dot balls, building up, increasing the required run rate from 8 to 10 to 12, there will be much in the game, as Brazilians are playing with no harm, with this aggression.
Been there a chance once again. The fielder giving it a chance, giving it a try, but unfortunately, the ball lands in no man's land, and another chance is dropped. And those are little small details that you have to be aware of, because at the end of the day, every single team, these are the moments that they will be like, this is where we lost the game. Such dropped catches, such runouts you have missed, and those singles you have not taken. And those are the details as an analyzer or a coach or captain you have to be aware of. Another single in place by Raura Cardoso.
Last ball to complete the fourth over from Michel Mavunga. There is no harm in the way Brazil are batting. Rinse Villas Boas and Raula Cardoso. Clean balled, straight in the stumps, and breaks those sticks. Michel Mavunga, the last ball trick, the last ball cast, takes Rinse Villas Boas, and look at that. Right in the stumps, not that full, but Rinse said, I'll go back, and the ball just slipped inside the stumps. And Brazil losing their second wicket. The score is at 15 for 2 after 4 overs. Rinse Villa Boas 7 off. Zimbabwe HPC taking the lead now, putting Brazil under the pump. And the most experienced player will come back on the attack from the pavilion end. You can see the way she is placing at the field. You can see the field set a very, very close mid wicket. Would be silly if she was very close to the batter, but she is standing with the non-striker, having a cow corner and long on. One bounce for 4, and it is a no ball. Roberta Moretti, the captain, I beg your pardon, Rora Cardoso is the one who played that 4, and it is a free hit on the next ball. Nyasha Gwanzura not happy with the way she overstepped the crease. She doesn't really understand how she overstepped, but it is a free hit on this one, and it was the second boundary for Brazil. Taking Guerrero Shimi down the track, and Nyasha Gwanzura, the experience works more. He balls it quicker. Nyasha Gwanzura, after placing that fielder there, she thought maybe she was the one to stop that ball. And I don't know where she was looking at. You can see pointing the finger to her saying, "Where was you? This was supposed to be a dot ball." And now she is standing right behind the non-striker.
Robert Moretti trying to go for that easy shot. Unfortunately, she found the gap, she found the vacant region, and she got a single, allowing Laura Cardoso to come back on the strike. 132 runs required. Leaning on the back foot and playing that one, but played into the hands of the fielder. And another single comes into the place. Mathematically, this total is very, very chaseable. But if you look to the bowling display of Zimbabwe women's high performance, I'm telling you, it's a very difficult task. It's going to take sweat and blood for Team Brazil to chase this score. Yes and no is the call at the same time. And that's the end of over number 5. 23 runs on the board after the loss of 2.
Last over of the power play. It is the 6th over. Being bowled by the captain Adel Zimunu. Changing the end. Coming now from the airport end. And to remind you, earlier on, Zimbabwe lost their second wicket at the over of 3.4 when they had 13 runs, and still they managed the 5th over. They scored 22 of that one. If Brazil can do that too and end up on 30 something, they will be much back in the game. But I don't think so. It won't be that easy with this bowling of Adel Zimuno, the captain. That brings back Roberto Moretti, the captain, on strike. And one thing I've seen on Brazilians, they are not really that much aggressive, but again, they're not rushing onto the ball. That means they won't be losing their wicket easily. But again, if you're going for a run chase, you need partnership of runs, not keeping your wickets. They need to get those some boundaries. And Nick, and the keeper couldn't hold on that one.
Second life to Laura Cardoso. Played onto the leg side, and the ball is racing all the way to the boundary. And another boundary comes in. It's Laura Cardoso, the one who got second life from the wicketkeeper. You have seen the way wicketkeeper missed that catch, and this is the punishment from Laura Cardoso. Finding the line, finding the gap, finding the vacant region, and directing the ball exactly into the gap. 125 runs required from 85 deliveries. 4 is the current run rate for runs, and the required run rate is 8. The required run rate is climbing up quietly, and it was loud appeal, but umpire shows no interest at all. Here, Team Brazil will need a boundary from every single over for them to handle the pressure from the opponent side. And that's the end of power play. And that's the highlight of power play. Those are some of the iconic shots and brilliant moments we've witnessed so far.
Lindo Kohore Mabera into the attack there for Zimbabwe HPC. A handed spinner. And starts off Haspel with the 2-dot balls. Good bowling display there. Eric, welcome to the comms. Good passage of play here for the Zimbabwe HPC. They have limited Brazil to only 29 for 2 inside the power play. And now here they are continuing to make a mark. Welcome to the comms, Eric.
Thanks, Ivan. It's now the time of Zimbabweans doing their things at the moment, making sure that the target that they said for Brazilians don't really get a chance to go with it. Laura Cardoso making sure that she goes with the momentum. Now she's on 15 of 13 balls. Roberta Moretti being the slowest on 2 of 6. Edges that one over point region, and it's racing to the boundary. Yes, it is. It's another boundary from Brazilians. Roberta Moretti edging that one over the point fielder, and it sailed to the boundary. It's another 4 runs, adding to the total of Brazilians. Yeah, Mabela bowling that one a little bit far away from off stump, giving width to Laula, and Laula made sure that connects that one, and it went for a boundary, working in favor of Brazilians.
A welcoming boundary there for the Brazilians. You don't need to lose by many. 120 in 80. They need to make sure that they bat and get close as much as possible. And they still have a chance of picking up a result. When you look at the current run rate is 5 and required is 9. This is a game where you will be looking for an over to target. If you get 1 or 2 overs and you get about 16, 15 runs, you stand a very big chance of maybe chasing down the target. But the wicketkeeper, Vimbai Mary, injuring herself in trying to stop that one. And there will be an injury break. 120 from 79. You can notice that it is all over for them. One person can raise up her hand here, and you will see this game swinging the way of Brazil. They still have a chance. And even though you would lose, because this is a tournament of 5 teams, double round robin, the top 2 play into the finals, and number 3 and 4 will play into the 3rd placement. So you need to make sure that even if you're losing, you at least get close, because net run rate might come into play in the tournament.
Yeah, you're right, Ivan. You're very right. And to me, from a point of view, Brazilians will be taking on this bowler, the Veil bowler who is bowling now, because so far she's the one who is bowling in the line that they want the ball to be in, bowling a little bit fuller. So the batters would really get the chance to do their things. If you're just joining, it's Kwibuka T20 Cup happening at Gahanga Cricket Stadium. We are at main oval where Zimbabwe HPC facing Brazilians, and on the board is 34 runs total in 6 overs, 2 wickets down already. It's the 7th over running, being bowled by Mabela, bowling to Laura Caldoso and Roberta Moretti, the captain. Ivan, what I was telling you, from my point of view, Mabela should be the bowler that Brazilians are targeting to get a big score from, because as you see, she's the one only bowling fuller and in the length that they want the ball to be in, because they all seem to be targeting like in the side screen region, making sure that they keep the scoreboard ticking. Required rate getting to 10 almost.
Yeah, now it's for Ndokule Mabel because she's saying that they are working with so many runs. She's bowling those balls try and buy wickets, but those are not very, very tight lines because you may try to buy a wicket and you end up going for many. And now when you look at the changes in the field that have been made, long on, long off, and cow corner are all at the boundary plus deep mid wicket. Last ball in the over. Lofted drive there through the cover area. Gahanga, very electric, and that goes all the way to the boundary. He looks at an over target. They do pick up 9 in this one.
Like I've been saying, this is the over to target from Mabela. Mabela bowling it fuller, and the batter Laula couldn't hesitate, just picked it over the fielders, and it went through covers region for a boundary. The scoreboard keeps ticking for Brazilians. Really happiest if you consider this over. But again, it's in the hands of Zimbabweans who already picked 2 wickets, and Brazilians are required to get 116 runs. It's the 8th over, about to be bowled by number 18. She's bowling from Bujesela end. Chigola bowling from Bujesela end, and the batter on strike is Roberta, the captain. She bowls that one short. Roberta tries to pull that one, but she finds a fine leg fielder, very alert, and managed to stop that one from going to the boundary, and it's just a single, adding to the total of Brazilians. Brazilians also need to keep discipline, knowing what to do at the moment, what to do, and when to do it. It's Mabela. Chaigola bowls that one at the leg side as well, and it's another extra run added to the total. Really helping the batters getting the scoreboard ticking, giving an extra run that the batters really didn't work for. It is Raul Caldoso on the strike with 23 runs from 16 balls. Bowled again, it is Chiagola who bowls that one in the good length, top of off stump, and the batter Caldoso couldn't make a desired connection and missed that one completely. 8th over running. Current run rate, they're on 5, required to get 9 every over. It is the 8th over running. So far, 1 ball bowled by Kudzai. That's well connected by the batter Caldoso. Hits that one through fine leg region, but again, the fielder was there wondering where that fielder was set, but again managed to stop it for just a single.
Yeah, the only issue with Kudzai Chiagora is that she's bowling all over the place. Instead of trying to bowl one line consistently, she is here and there and nowhere in the end. And now getting onto the borderline and bowling down the leg, and it's wides, giving them an advantage to sneak through for another run.
Still the 8th over running. Just one ball. 3 balls bowled so far in this over. That's a short ball. Laula wanted to pull that one, but it was quick to her. It came off the wicket very quick. It's Kudzai who is really giving Lola tough times. 43 runs on the board, 2 wickets down, and it is the 8th over running. Chegola bowls that one short, but again Laura finds the way to play that one on the back foot, but again it's another dot. Very disciplined Zimbabweans, making sure that they keep the scoreboard mute. Brazilians needing 111 runs from 12.1 overs. It's the last ball of this over. It's a short pitched, but the batter Laula Coldoso managed to sneak in a single, and she really gets it like she wanted, and it's 44 on the board. 2 wickets down, 8 overs gone, and Brazilians needing 110 with a required rate of 9.17.
That is the technical team there for the Zimbabwe HPC team, Stephen Mangongo, who will be later on traveling to Nigeria, but still doing some bit of work because his contract with Zimbabwe Cricket still runs. Was unveiled by Nigeria. He will be taking on the head coach role for the men, but doing a lot of good work with the high performance team of Zimbabwe.
Enjoying. He's still enjoying it.
Balindo Mabera is back into the attack. This time around, that's a much better bowling. Look at the way she was bowling, a little flatted up in the previous over, but now she's going flatter, and that is very good there for her.
Understanding that these batters are waiting for the toss-up balls, she's giving it a little bit pace. Balls that one into the mid, or it's taken and well clobbered by the batter Laula Coldoso. Takes that one over the corner region, and it's a maximum from her blade. 6 runs added to the total of Brazilians. That was bowled a little bit yokish, fuller, and then the batter Laula just got that desired connection that she wanted and got that one over corner region for a maximum.
Kelly Ndiraya somehow misjudging that one. She got off the boundary very quickly, even before she had seen the ball, and it had to go all the way. If she had stuck on the boundary, maybe she could have had a chance of stopping that one from going all the way for a maximum.
True, that's true, Ivan. And she went in 1 or 2 steps. Just that was a misjudgment, and whenever I do that, the batter is on the money. The 4th ball is played with the soft hands from Roberta Moretti. Played that one through square leg region and managed to get a single off the 4th ball of this over, the 9th. So far 8 runs from this over, being bowled by Mabela. That's outside edge from Laula Coldoso, and helped her to get 2 runs. It's a double, adding to the total 54 so far from 8.5 overs. And Coldoso going really well, 33 from 25, with her partner Roberta Moretti on the other side, who is on 4 of 9. That swung, and the batter couldn't connect that one, and it's another dot ball to finish up the 9th over.
Another good over there for Brazil. Lindokule Mabera's fumbled one, she's gone for 19, and after 9, 54 for 2 is where the scoreboard reads. But this was a brilliant over because they found some runs in this over, and they have picked up the current run rate from 5 to 6. 100 more needed in 66 balls as we get into over number 10.
Yeah, almost halfway of the innings. And if you're just joining this, it's Kwibuka T20 tournament, 12th edition happening at Gahanga. We're having a game at the main oval. Brazilian women facing Zimbabweans. And for sure, Zimbabweans had made like a big score for Brazilians because so far it's 11 overs to go and they are needing 100 runs achievable, but again that depends on the bowlers. Salim Museka is the new bowler bowling from Bugesera end, and the batter on the strike is Roberta Moretti, who is on 4 off 10 balls. She bowls that one fuller on the offside. The batter Roberta wanted to hit that one through covers region, but again she found the fielder and it's another dot. Well bowled again by Salem, bowls that one into the block hole, and the captain Moretti decides to break that one. So far so good for Zimbabweans, as the Brazilians are looking for 99 runs in 64 balls. Very achievable, but again it requires more of the effort. She pulls that one, but again without desired connection, that was cut from short mid wicket, and it's another single to add to the total.
Yeah, Salem Princess Museka, who was out of the playing 11 in the morning, comes in to replace Olinda Chare, and she's bowling some good lines, making sure that she forces the batters to play from the back foot. That one is screamed away, and it picks up the field at extra covers for only a single. Somehow Brazil has made sure that they keep finding the runs, so that they stand a very big chance of picking up the win. The message of the Kwibuka: remember, unite and renew. 32 years ago, we do remember the lives that were lost during that 1994 genocide against the Tutsis. And the message that we do preach to the world is a message of healing and making sure there is unity within Rwanda. 10 overs gone, with the scoreboard reading 57 for a loss of 2, and the teams converging to take some bit of drinks.
Yeah, earlier on, 1 day or 2 days earlier, the captain of Rwandan team, Diane Bimenyimana, mentioned that this is not just a tournament for them to win and go back home. It means a lot for the Rwandese and for the friends outside the country. So this is the fixtures for tomorrow. Brazilian women, they are playing Nigeria at 9:30 a.m. Malawians are playing Rwandese, and Nigeria playing Zimbabwe tomorrow. So don't miss out. Coming back, Roberta Moretti, the captain of Brazilians, she's on 5 of 13 balls. Laura Caldoso on 34 of 28. Should be the one that taking Brazilians across the line, knowing that they need 97 runs from 10 overs. It will require them to get 10 runs per over at least. With this bowling from Zimbabweans, it will require Brazilians to be more focused and make sure that they get the scoreboard ticking every over. Coming back to bowl the 11th over, it is the captain herself, Adele Zimunu, bowling from pavilion end. And the batter on strike is Laura Coldoso, who's been taking the game really well for Brazilians, but again, she needs support, making sure that they get partnerships.
Eric, I think one of the good things that they have really done is make sure that they take Lindo Kulemabera out of the attack, because she looked to be leaking many, and now the captain will be taking matters in her own hands. She's so far bowled, if you want to consider only 11, but she bowls some good pace. And you see that when she gets it right into the block hole, she picks up a dot. But the only difference between these two teams, Zimbabwe loved the pace coming, whereas again for Brazil, they love the balls coming slow. Because of their stance, they use the wrists and keep finding the gaps. But this is a much good start there from Adele Zimunu as she picks up a dot ball. She was with that team during that Zimbabwe women's team during that Pakistan tour. So she's played women's ODI internationals and T20 internationals and her caps. She's bowling some good pace, keeping it outside off stump and picking up dotty balls.
Through Ivan, so far so good for Zimono, who just went for 11 runs in her 2.2 over spell. So far so good for her. And Laola about to face the third ball of this over, missing that one. And Zimono went back and did her research and did her homework well, because she now came up with a decision to bowl on the offside, far away from the bowlers, though she's giving width. But again, she's well aware that Laola can't connect those ones. She's waiting for the balls to come into her stumps or into legs and then flick that wall. So Adele making sure that that's well connected again, but in the air, over the fielders, and it sailed to the boundary. It's another 4 runs added to the total of Brazilians now approaching and keeps approaching to the 100 mark, now getting 61 runs. It's a boundary from this ball, which was bowled really full. Whatever we've been talking about of Zimono bowling from the offside, this time she decides to attack the stumps, and Caldos also couldn't hesitate, just took her live.
But that is the problem with young girls. I do call Adele a young girl because she's just 21 years of age and 290 days. Born from Shamuva down in Zimbabwe. And now you see she's all over the place. After bowling one straight and it is hit all the way, she has now lost it completely and now it is away down the leg. But Adele Zimunu plays for Eagles women down in Zimbabwe. 10 women's ODI wickets with best bowling figures of 2 for 22. Whereas she's picked up 4 in the women's T20 internationals. And you look at some of those games were during that Pakistan tour. Sorry, that Zimbabwe tour in Pakistan against the Pakistan women team games which were played in Karachi. But that's much better there from her. And look at the things that she tried out. Bowling to stump, she was hit for 4. When she bowled it down the leg, it went wide. But when she comes back to the good end, she picks up a dot ball. But that dot ball brings us to the end of over number 11. The scoreboard reading 62 for a loss of 2. Some of the fans, 2 international umpires right there. Christian Gasana sitting alongside the Olivier Itangishaka, making sure that the drinks come thick as fast as well as the games do here in Kigali.
Yeah, it's 11 overs down, heading into 11th in 12th, beg your pardon. Batter on strike is Roberta Moretti. To bowl the last ball of this over, Adel Zimono deployed the fielders at the deep mid wicket and long off, extra cover, and the third man. That's well connected by Laula, and she hits that one through square leg region for just a single. 11 overs gone, 92 runs needed from 54 balls. Brazilians really approaching the target, but again, required rate keeps climbing because it's now 10. It is 10 runs needed every over. To bowl the 12th over is number 56 from Gesera end, Salim Princess Museka. Bowling her third over. Bowls that one a little bit on the offside, far from the batter with much width, but the batter couldn't get the desired connection because she hit that one straight to the field. She bowls that one again. The batter sweeps it, Cardoso, and gets a gap that she was looking for. That's another boundary from her bat. Really well connected, and she gets another extra 4 runs to the total of Brazilians, making sure that her team gets every support that they need from her.
We talked about the batters of Brazil enjoying the slow bowlers, and it tells you about Laura Cardoso's stance. You look at her stance, very low, and her foot movement. She gets back on the back foot and makes sure that she can put it into the gap. 43 of 37. She is already into the 40s. And if Brazil wanted a hero, maybe Laura Cardoso has that chance. Again, committing early into the shot. The ball traveling quick, and that is not good fielding. Those are unacceptable fielding standards there from the fielder at deep square leg. As that ball races all the way to the boundary, hit straight to her. And the Michelle Mavunga not getting hold onto it. Look at the mess she's made with the ball as the ball goes all the way to the boundary. 71 for 2, and runs are starting to come. Another one which would have carried to the fielder doesn't, and it is another single. And this is good cricket being played by Laura Cardoso. 2 boundaries. She now gets a single to get on the other side.
Laura Cardoso taking really big job for Brazilians, making sure that she keeps the scoreboard ticking like they want, because we might think that this was a big score, but again, if you keep pushing, get those 6 runs, six every over, and then in the death overs, you make sure that you get that 10, you would win this one. Brazilians really going well. They have not lost too many wickets. So far, they lost 2. And at this partnership between Lola and Moretti taking the game, it's Moretti on the strike who is playing with her soft hands and made sure that Lola gets back to the strike. Yeah, that brings the end to the 12th over, and the score is 74 for 2. Required to get 10 runs every over. And Brazilians need to get 80 runs from 48 balls. With this bowling of Zimbabweans, I think Brazilians don't need to do much. No need to stretch themselves, get that boundary, rotate. But again, here, the dot ball, not allowed.
Yeah, the thing that Zimbabwe has done, because they felt that they had many runs, they have been trying so many things. And it has somehow helped Brazil to get close. Sometimes when you're struggling, when you're beating someone and you have enough power more than them, you need to hit them well. But now 80 from 48. If they can get 2 overs here to target, maybe they stand a chance. But Michelle Mavunga is into the attack there for Zimbabwe. And she manages to start off with a dot ball. About Michelle Mavunga, she bowls right arm round the wickets. A plan that worked out for her against Rwanda in the morning game. But she will keep making sure that she bowls it outside off stump. And it tells more about her figure. She bowled in her first 2 overs. She went for only 6 runs and picked up a wicket. Because she doesn't do a lot of things. She bowls that line. Look at the angle that she creates. The ball comes as though it will swing away from her, and then she manages to pick up the dot.
Yeah, that's Mavunga Michelle bowling the 3rd ball of this over, and it's the 3rd ball of a 3rd over, getting closer and closer to finish her spell. So far so good for her and for Zimbabweans, because now the required rate is climbing for Brazilians, keeps climbing and keeps climbing. That's well bowled again, and Roberta wanted to pull that one, but she didn't have that much time that she wanted to connect it, and it's missed. 3 dot balls in a row from Mavunga to Roberta Moretti, the captain, who is on 6 of 17 balls so far. Current run rate, Brazilians are on 5.92.
That one is too full onto the blade and hit all the way. Very, very loose ball there coming in from Michelle Mavunga. And Roberto Moretti picks up on it very nicely. Past that deep square leg. Sorry. Fine leg fielder, and it is a boundary. Good timing, good placement, and all the way to the boundary. And now the drums will start to make some bit of sound as 8 runs come up. 74 more needed with the 2 more to play in this over. Into the gap, and it is a single. Good batting there from Roberto Moretti. Get the maximum and get off the strike.
If you see, the Brazilians are not really relying on boundaries only. They're making sure that even if there is a chance of a single, they get it quick as possible. It's Raul Caldoso, who is just short of 2 runs to get on 50 runs. Connects that one straight to the fielder, and it's well taken by number 26. It's the captain who picks that one, and from the bowler Mavunga Michelle bowls that one a bit fuller, and the batter wanted to play that one straighter, but again, the way the bat went, she didn't get that the connection that she wanted, and the ball sailed up to the field at the short square leg, and it was well taken.
Yeah, some were closing in on her bat and not giving herself a chance of converting that half century. She falls at 48, but she's done a lot of good work. The vice captain for the Brazilian women team, Laura Cardoso. Those are her figures. 48 of 40. Laura Cardoso. She's done a lot of good work, but in the end, she's fallen off that beautiful catch there by Adele Zimono. Nyasha Gwanjura will be returning with the ball there for Zimbabwe. Shimmy down the track. doesn't carry to the fielder, and they'll take the single. If they are coming in from the Zimbabwean fielders, you feel like that would have been taken a few feet off the boundary. Could have seen another wicket fall there for the Brazilian women.
Yeah, the fielder didn't put much effort to get to that one before it bounces. And the next batter in, Sabino, joining Roberta Moretti, the captain. It is Gwanzula bowling from Bujesera end, bowling the second ball of this over, bowling to Sabino. Sabino tries to go across on that one, but again, it was the high, and the umpire said it was not out. Nyasha Gwanzura bowled 2 overs so far, and she's bowling the third one and went for just 13 runs and managed to pick 1 wicket on her name. Sabino tries to play that one again through square leg, but again she missed it. Second ball in a row, and it's another dot ball. Brazilians really making sure that they get every possible opportunity to use. Gwanzula bowls another dot ball. It's Sabino who is trying too much at the moment, making too many movements, but again, not connecting it.
She's looking for a way of getting off the mark. And Kilara shimmy down the track and hits that one all the way for a maximum. She made many movements, and this time round she times it sweetly. It is a maximum, but a good looking pickup shot there from Ana Clara Sabino. Made a shimmy down the track and picked up very nicely. The fielder at long on had to see that one sail over her head to the boundary.
Yeah, it's the 14th over. So far went for 7 runs with 1 more delivery to go from Gwanzura Nyasha, bowling to Ana Clara Sabino, who hits that one for the boundary. It's short pitched again, big appeal, and it's given out. Really, Sabino wanted to hit that one, the mid-wicket region, but again she missed it, and he didn't have that much bounce. Hits her pad, and it's out. Zimbabweans getting the 5th wicket, and so far so good for them. Brazilians losing the 5th one. 14 overs down, required rate climbing and keeps climbing. It's now 11 runs per over needed. That's the replay, but for sure that was out. The batter rushed into shots, and she missed it completely. Ana Clara Sabino walks off with 6 runs off 5 balls. Joining her to the wicket, if you joining, it's Kwibuka T20 tournament happening at Gahanga main oval. It's a game between Zimbabwe HPC versus Brazilian, and Brazil needs 66 runs from 6 overs with a required rate of 11 runs per over. Next batter in is Monica Rufino facing Kudzai Chaigora.
I tell you, look at the shot that Ana Clara Sabino played to bring up the maximum. Looked like she had come for some big hits, but later on she fell on the next delivery. Wicket there for Kusaichi Agora. Roberto Moretti beaten completely by the pace. The off stump is uprooted, and the 5th wicket for Brazil goes. Good line and length there from Kusaichi Agora. Raw pace, the ball angling back. But Roberto will have first off to blame playing on the back foot instead of committing to the front foot and play front of the square. And it is the 50th wicket that goes. 14 off 21 as she falls. And now Zimbabwe is starting to put the innings together and picking up the wickets to make sure that they do wrap up the Brazilian batters. Brazilian batters failing to get out of the blocks.
Is the captain walking off Moretti with a 14 runs to the total of Brazilians. That brings number 50 of the Brazilians to face Kudzai, who is bowling from pavilion end. Malia Luisa Garcia, she's about to face the second ball of this over from Kudzai Chigola. Brazilians needing double 6 runs in 35 balls with a required rate of 11. Really achievable, right?
Yeah, really achievable. A 2 boundaries here and there could see you there. But it is another wicket. First of all, Maria Luisa Garcia doesn't manage to get that one out of her block hole. Pinpoint accuracy there from Kudzai Chiagora. And again, she uproots the off stump. This time round, from the pads and to the wickets, she wanted to bowl it straight to the stumps, and the celebration there from Kudzai says it all. Back-to-back wickets there.
Two wickets in this over for Kudzai, making sure that she's bowling in the block hole, and the batters are really looking to be leaning on their back foot. And she really couldn't manage to connect that one with her bat, and she's bowled. Next batter in is Marianne Alto, facing the third ball of this over from Chigola.
It is the hat-trick ball there that will be coming into the left-handed Marianne. Hat-trick ball, 66 in 34. A few boundaries here and there. And a few of us to target can see you cross the line. But I tell you, Kudzai Chiagora is looking so unplayable. Back wickets to start off her over. And now this is the hat-trick ball. Full toss. Not a very good way to bowl a hat-trick. A hat-trick ball should be one of your perfect lanes, and there is no way in the world you'll tell me that your perfect ball is a full toss, but it will be a dot ball. And the Marianne survives the hat-trick. One of the Zimbabwean fielders is shouting at the boundary saying, Marianne, we want to see your beauty. Not sure what it is like for her, but a good passage of play here for Zimbabwe high performance team, right into the surface, and no foot movement there from Marianne. Some work for her to do. You need to make sure that you're moving your feet to get to the ball, commit on the front foot, but it will be a dot ball.
Yeah, if you saw it from the beginning, Brazilians are leaning on their back foot, most of them, and they look to be wanting to play the ball with the soft hands. Chagola bowling the fifth one on the leg, but again, the Brazilian batters managed to sneak in a single. It is Marianne who is running like a cheetah, making sure that she gets off the mark. And that's a leg by, adding to the total of Brazilians.
Yeah, Kudzai Chiagora is bowling right arm over. And over for the righty and round for the lefty. .65 in 31, required run rate 12.58, current is 6. into the surface and hit straight to the fielder. Brilliant take. What a moment it is there for Kuzai Chiagora as she picks up another wicket. Fine fielding display there at point, and it is another wicket that goes right into the surface. Not good control there from the batter, and it is the 7th wicket that falls. It is a 3 wickets maiden over there coming in from Kuzai Chiagora, because the leg bye don't count on her individual scores. And that maiden will bring us to the end of over number 15. 89 for 7 is what the scoreboard reads. Rufino, the wicket keeper, departing without scoring. The wickets are now tumbling like a deck of cards. Brazil has failed to find a way of taking care of that wickets column. 65 in 30 with the Salim Princess Moseka coming to bowl her 3rd over. A little full and outside off stump, a hit me ball, hit down the ground, and the fumble from the fielder in the deep gives these 2 batters a chance to pick up the 2nd run.
Salim Museka bowling from Bujesera end. Bowling to Marianne, who is on 2 or 4 balls, with her partner Nicole Monteiro, who is on 0 of 0. Bowls that one fuller. The batter, Marianne, wanted to drive that one through mid-off region, but again, she misses it completely. It went to the wicket keeper in a blink of an eye. Bowling that one as well, and the batter passes that one through point region. A lovely fielding from the point fielder, who managed to keep that one for just a single.
Yeah, that was good commitment there, putting the body down on the line and making sure that that boundary is cut off. It might be a moment of time, but now Zimbabwe has gotten a way of finding the dot balls, which will be very, very crucial for them to put back some bit of pressure. Salemo Moseka Princess. This is the first time she's playing in the Kwibuka. But this tournament offering opportunity to many of these Zimbabwe women high performance players, so and make sure they come and try out things. When you look at the morning game, Olinda Chare was in the playing 11. Now she's been taken out. Salim into the playing 11, and she's gotten an opportunity to bowl. Such opportunities don't come so fast. 61 in 26 for Brazil to pick up a victory. Full toss, not a very good ball, but just hit down the ground. It was a hit me ball, but not well hit there by Mariani. When the boundaries dry up, we don't hear the sound of the drums. And now the thinking for Brazil is, even if it is a losing cause, let us get close to the runs, because net run rate will come back into play. A little cheeky and straight to the fielder, run out chance. And yes, given by the umpire. Not so quick with her running, Mariani. And she's got herself into trouble. Kuzai Chiagora with a pinpoint accurate throw straight to the hands of Vimbai, Mary, Montuguindo, the wicket keeper, and it is another wicket that falls. Brazil loses the 8th wicket at 94 for 8 is what the scoreboard reads as we come to the end of over number 16.
Well, so far so good for Zimbabweans, who is really doing very good job getting another wicket. It's the 8th one, walking off the ground. If you see that on the replay, very well done by the fielder, throwing that one in the triangle region. Next batter in is Lara Bitcout facing it's Kudzai coming back from Pavilion End, bowling the 17th over. Bittencourt facing this very first ball of the 3rd over of Chiagola, who already went for only 4 runs. Bowling that one fuller, but the batter with many movements couldn't connect that one. It is Nicole Monteiro on the strike.
Yeah, Kuzai Chiagora has really been bowling so well. Kuzai Chiagora is just 19 years and 308 years of age, born in 2006, a place called Mutare. Right arm fast is heart rate. And you see, we've been talking about the batters not moving their feet. There is no foot movement again. But Kuzai has played 7 women's ODI matches for Zimbabwe. And in those 7 women's ODI matches, she has picked up 6 wickets. Whereas in 13 T20 international games, she has picked up, in the 7 women's ODI, she has picked up 6 wickets. And in 13 ODIs, she's picked up 13 wickets. Now, the only issue for her is bowling all over the place. But she plays for Mountaineers women down in Zimbabwe. She made her debut for Zimbabwe women against Ireland on the 18th of January 2024. Zimbabwe is one of the women's team which has really enjoyed many of those good cricket playing nations. They have played New Zealand this year, they have played Pakistan, they have hosted Ireland, they hosted USA. Clearly tells you why many of these players are coming out so good. And with the changes being made in the team, when you see players like Modesta Mumpachko are missing out of these tours, Anne-Marie Musonda, former captain, announced her retirement. The only player who has stuck there is Princess Marangi. But many of them have been running away. Josephine Nkomo. There's another girl who is playing, who plays in the Big Bash League. But she has taken some time without playing. Kelly Sindlove may be out because of an injury. But it is a wicket now. Another one there for Kuzai Chiagora, the 4th one in this game. No foot movement. Lara Bittencourt just throwing her bat there. And in the end, her timber is rearranged. The 9th for Brazil goes as Kuzai Chiagora picks up her 4th.
Yeah, it's Kudzai Chiagola who is really not doing many things at the moment. And the batters, if you see on the replay, batters are not doing any movement, just trying to make sure that they guide the ball with their bat, but again, leaving enough room for the bowlers to pass the ball through. It is Lara Bittencourt who walks off for her note of 1 ball. And 1 more wicket remaining for Zimbabweans to go back home with a victory. 2 more balls from this over of Chiagola. Bowling to the new batter coming in. Eduardo facing 2 more balls from Kudzai. This is the 17th over running with 2 more balls remaining.
Yeah, one more wicket would mean game set and match here for Zimbabwe. But no, Kuzai Chiagola has been so unplayable. Much better there, getting bat to ball, and it is a single taken. Maria Eduardo. Good lines are being bowled by Kuzai Chiagola. All over the place, very common for young players. Now I don't know what they're thinking for Kuzai is, because look at the balls that we are taking deliveries where she's been bowling them outside half stump and others nipping back. One of the balls was bowled straight and it got off the parts of the wickets. But now she's going down the leg. You can't really tell what the thinking is for her at the moment.
True, Ivan. This is what shows that the bowler is looking for what Pfeiffer trying too many things at the moment, yet she's doing simple things and got wickets. That's well connected by Nicole and passes that one through point region. The fielder didn't do much with her effort, and it's a double, adding to the total of Brazilians, and they get to the 100 mark runs. They are required to get 18 runs every over. The Brazilians, with this bowling from Zimbabweans, really not making it easy for the Brazilians. Current run rate 5. Yet the Brazilians are looking for 18 every over, with 1 wicket in hands to get them through the line. 3 more overs to go. Bowling the 18th over is Salim Princess Museka, bowling from Bugesera end, and the batter on the strike is Nicole Monteiro.
That looked much better in terms of batting. The shape, she didn't lose her shape. Go to the ball. Those are some of the few positives that as a coach you would love to look out for. But there's work to be done by John Lee Booth. His team has crumbled. They look like they had a chance. But now they're not using the chance. Oh, brilliant. When she gets full access, she manages to pick up a boundary.
Yeah, it's Maria Eduardo connecting that one through backward point region, and it sailed to the boundary in a very short time. The fielder couldn't do much. She just saw it going straight to the boundary. Another extra 4 runs added to the total of Brazilians. Second ball is well connected. The fielder at the covers had a chance to stop that one, but she really gained it like she wanted, and the batters managed to sneak in a double.
Yeah, brilliant. They are coming in from Maria Eduardo. And I tell you, some people are watching this tournament out of Kigali. Innocent Ndaola Muganda, the Public Relations Office of Cricket Uganda, watching every proceeding here. The other person I'm sure Rov is watching is the captain for the senior men's team of Uganda, Janet Mbabazi, the captain for the Victoria Pearls, who is watching and rooting for Brazil, unfortunately. Whereas the former captain for Sierra Leone women, Alice Philly, has also been sending me a few texts saying that she is enjoying the action and she's rooting for Nigeria. But I've loved the way Eduardo is leaning in the shot.
She's trying to create a shot where it's not. That ball wasn't that far. I mean, it wasn't that short for you to lean on the back foot. It's Salim Museka Princess bowling her 4th over, and she's really going well. She bowled that one, and Eduardo leaning back on her back foot and couldn't get that desired connection, and it's another dot ball to finish up the 18th over. So far so good for Zimbabweans.
Yeah, some fans coming out to watch the game here at the bunkers. I tell you, Eric, I've received a funny message here. Someone sent me a message and said, Sevo, I am also watching. And that's the high performance manager for Cricket Uganda, Jeff Mwesugwa Kasozi, the strategic partner. But we've come to the end of over number 18 with the scoreboard reading 106 for a loss of 9. It may be all over for them, but if I am Maria Eduardo and Nicole Montero, we'll try and make sure that we play all our overs. Because after all, there's nothing to lose. It's a losing cause. 2 more overs to play. And now Kuzaichi Agora returns with some raw pace. Brilliant athleticism there from Vimbai Mary. Muntungwidu diving sideways. We've ever seen Chiesa Dururu taking such a catch. And now that brilliant take there from Vimbai Mary will wrap up the innings. But look at it all. Stepping away from the lane of the ball, Nicole. And the ball angling away from Vimbai. But Vimbai getting real hold onto it. She felt like maybe she could have squandered it away. She holds it with one hand. And it is game, set, and match. Second victory on the bounce. A 47 runs win there for the Zimbabwe women high performance team as they get stuck on top of the on top of the table with a very, very good net run rate.
It is Chiagola who walks off with a fifer. This is the scorecard for Brazilians. Lindsay Boas scoring 7 of 12. Sin Laura Caldoso being the top performer, scoring 48 of 40 balls. And the next one to talk of, it is Roberta Moretti, the captain, scoring 14 of 21 runs.
And the 14 extras that have been given away by Zimbabwe women is homework for them to do. But clearly Brazil could have done better. And that is the batting card. Kuzaichi Agora with the fifer. And an economical fifer. The fifer going for 3.16. She's bowled 3.1 overs. Conceded 10 runs and bowled at an economic rate of 3.16. But let's take away the good work that has been done by Michelle Mavunga for her 2 wickets. Whereas Nyasha Gwanjura also picked up 2 wickets. And when you look at the fixtures for tomorrow, more exciting games will be coming your way. And in the morning, at this very ground, we will be having a clash between Nigeria and Brazil, whereas on the other ground, Rwanda and Malawi will both be looking for the first victory. The match summary, Nyasha Gwanjura's 115 off 60 is the highlight of the afternoon. Michelle Mavunga 13 off 13, whereas 2 wickets apiece for Maria Eduardo, Lara Bittencourt and Nicole Monteiro. In response, Laura Cardoso, the vice captain for Brazil women, responded with 48 off 40. Roberto Moreto 14 off 21. But Kuzaichi Agora for Zimbabwe was unplayable for her fifer. Whereas Michelle Mavunga and Nyasha Gwanjura have picked up 2 wickets apiece. One of our co-commentators in Emile Ruchiza will be coming to you shortly with the post-match presentation, so make sure you don't go anywhere. It has been a long lineup of commentators. My name is Evan Cyprian Sajabe. We were here with Enoch, Eric, and Emile. But we've come to the end of match day number 1. Make sure you catch up on the commiserations and celebrations from the captains at the post-match with Emile Ruchiza.
Welcome to the post-match presentation. It was the second game of the day one of Kwibuka T20I tournament. It was the clash between Brazil women cricket and Zimbabwe HPC. Zimbabwe winning the toss and electing to have a bat first, posting 153 for 6 in 20 overs, sending in Brazil to chase foreign shot of 47 runs, and Zimbabwe winning by 47 runs. I would like to have a word with the captain of Brazil. Hard luck on losing your first game and also losing the toss. What was the take of the game? Where did you go wrong, do you think? While bowling, even batting. With the bowling, I think you made a really good comeback because the projected score looked to be more than 150, but you did a very good work to come back. But what's the take of the game?
I think we had good chances to get out the girls, and we lost it. And on the bowling, I think we bowled a little bit fuller, and I think after we can bring more back, and I think we work well.
Yeah, you scored 48 of 40. What can you say about the batting when chasing that total? You've fallen a little short on chasing that run. What's the take when batting?
I was just watching the ball and feeling how the pitch is going and bouncing, and to give me in the game.
All the best in upcoming games. You've got more to come. I'd like to have a word with the Zimbabwe HPC captain. Congratulations on winning your second game. Earlier on in the morning, you decided to have a ball first. You had a successful chase, and in the afternoon, you decided to have a bat first. What was the target? Was you testing your ability of scoring? And again, the projected score looked to be more than 150. Where did you think you've fallen? And please take me through some performance of your player there, Nyasha.
Okay, in the first game, we decided to bowl first. Why? Because we didn't know the conditions, so we have to bowl first, and it was a fresh wicket, so you have to do our luck on it. And also on the second game, actually we now knew some of the playing conditions, so we decided to bat for first. Why? Because it was a betting track. And compliments to my fellow teammates, Nyash with the bet and Kudzachi Gore with the fifer, so well done to my team.
Any message in the upcoming games?
I'll say we just keep fighting till the last ball and keep the spirits high. Looking to win, obviously.
Thank you and all the best. It was a very beautiful game we've witnessed here at Gahanga Cricket International Stadium. But the notable performances of Rola Cardoso, the captain, scoring 48 of 40, and Kudzai Keri Chigora taking 5 wickets in 3.1 overs, just conceding 10 runs. But the player of the match is none other than Nyasha Gwanzura, bowling 3 overs, 19 runs, 2 wickets, and scoring 115 off just 60 balls. To give out the player of the match is the third umpire, Remy Isingizwa. Congratulations on winning your first player of the match of the tournament. Please take us through your game, batting and bowling.
The message was really straightforward. Keep it simple and just hit the ball hard. And I just stuck to the plan. As for bowling, I just had to keep on bowling the right channels, and I trusted my partners and my teammates here.
Thank you so much and all the best. Saying she kept it simple, you might think she wasn't hitting those big sixes, but it was a very beautiful game here. Zimbabwe winning by 47 runs. Don't miss the games tomorrow.